you'll be able to hear us. This is welcome and introductions. We really appreciate all the staff being here on a Saturday. We know that's challenging. You guys are working really hard. We felt as a body that it was really important to come together and try to understand each other's budget philosophy in general. As we move into the next budget, we have 2 new council members who were great participants last budget, and now this is an opportunity for all of us to understand each other a little bit better, where we're coming from, where we're going on behalf of our community, both residents and businesses, and to support our staff, who are our most important asset. We want to make sure that we're treating them in such a way that they want to stay with us, and we want to keep on supporting them. We have 1 council member missing at this time. We expect him to be here momentarily, hopefully. I'd like to turn it over to Brandon to sort of set things going, let us know that this is being recorded, etc. Town Manager Zuma.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. So to council, thank you for your time on a Saturday. This is a hard group to wrangle. I think we provided 16 dates, and this is the one that worked. So glad everybody could be here or is on the way. So to staff, thank you. Appreciate your time on a Saturday. Obviously, some of you are here because we may ask you questions, like the really hard ones will come to you. But also, I think it's a really good conversation for you all to hear as we prompt already working into the FY28 budget. So I think that's important as well. So again, if you've not been in this facility, restrooms are out back into the main hallway. Take a right, take your next right, and then they're on the left. That's a lot of turns, but they're that way. We have the breakfast outside. We have lunch coming 11:30, 12-ish, and then again, we're hoping to wrap up by 4:30-ish. That really depends on you. We are here for you. And so I think I want to emphasize that this is, when we come to the January retreat, we really structure that pretty well and have a lot of information and a handouts, a book. So for today, this is really your conversation. We're going to guide it. We're going to provide you some information you've asked for. We're going to make sure that you have the basics of our budget and what are we investing in, what are we investing in that's one-time versus recurring, what, if any, of that could pause, and if so, what's the impact of that, and then also want to start talking about what the future needs are over the next 3, 4, 5 years. We'll do that, particularly including staffing, to paint a bit of a picture there for you all. We will then move into revenues. Actually, I'm kind of sorry. And this is a guide. This is not in any way set in stone because, again, we want this day to go where you want and need it to go. So if we don't get to the community outreach at the end, that's okay. We can do that in another work session. We've already held some time in upcoming work sessions for whatever comes out of this to take it forward. And again, we're hoping to wrap up by 4:30, 4:45 at the latest. That's your call. So staff is here to provide support to you. We're going to lead off this morning. We're trying to get into just the budget breakdown. That seems to be, I think, at the core of what the discussion likely will at least start with today. So Micah has done a ton of work to break a lot of that down and has given us a great template now for moving forward. I think that looks at, what do we absolutely have to do? What are our priorities to do? What is nice to do? And what is optional? And I'll tell you, the optional field is pretty slim. Because again, all of that comes with, if you remove some of that, you remove programs, you remove potentially people, you remove potentially quality of life type issues. So, we want to make sure that you're understanding what the implications of any of those changes might be. We also, Byron is going to talk about revenues. Again, the one piece that we don't necessarily know today is the new reval. We're still waiting on some outstanding appeals from 3 years ago. But we also don't know what the reval will come out looking like in probably January. That work is going on now, so we may get some hints as we go, but by January, certainly by the retreat, assuming we schedule that later in the month, and that's coming soon as well, we'll be ready to share that with you, and you'll be able to make some informed decisions in regards to what you do want to do, don't want to do. I think one of the other important pieces this afternoon is we'd like to spend some time letting you talk to each other. I've got some prompts I'll share with you as we go to try to moderate that to a bit. But what's the budget philosophy going to be understanding we don't have every answer today, and we don't have to answer any of these questions today. This is a good start, but what's the philosophy going to be, as we head into really getting into the nuts and bolts of the FY '28 budget? We've already had some conversations about what some of our strengths are, what some of our limitations might be, areas that we've been able to do some good work, areas that we still have some catch up to do. So we want to talk through all that with you, or as much as we get through. And again, depending on timing, community outreach, we've heard you. We need to do that differently and more often and get better feedback. So we've got, I think, a lot of good ideas on how that can work. A lot of that is going to involve you as much as you're willing to be involved. Because staff can do a lot of that outreach, but I think there's great value in you being directly involved with that. Perhaps you being involved with hosting some sessions, whether that be at town hall or at other facilities. So we want to share some information with you about that as well. Let me see. I think that's the highlight. Do you want to go to the next slide? Sorry,
Before we do that, Brandon, could I just say one thing?
please.
Which is that I would just like to kind of level set my expectation, which is that I don't want this day to be about, like, what can we cut out of the budget? I want the day to be about understanding the budget, information, and what I really hope that everyone is approaching it with an open mind and just here to learn and here to, hopefully here to, maybe think up some other great ideas or brainstorm with each other. But I think that we do ourselves a disservice if we approach this as the, what can we cut to not raise taxes day. So that's all I wanted to say.
No, thank you. I think that's an important part of the conversation. So,
Yeah, so thank you, Ann. I agree. I totally agree. I think there should be more of an information gathering, making sure we are defining definitions the same way, because I'm not sure we always do. And that goes for me as well. I have a different kind of definition to certain things maybe than others. So I think we need to keep that in mind. I appreciate you saying that. I think that's very important.
yeah, that's what we want to do is have you minimally better informed when the more meatier conversations about the specific FY '28 budget come. So this is a good chance to do that, I think, for newer council members, but really for everybody, again, to level set. Let's all have the same information. Let's all understand what's in the budget, why it's in the budget, what are you willing to talk about in the budget, and then take us forward from there. Again, after this, we will have any number of work sessions to follow up on things we won't get to, because we will not get to everything that you all shared with us in the surveys. I know that's hard to imagine. There was a little bit of information in there, so we want to make sure that we are prioritizing coming out of today. What do you need and want to talk about next? You do have a CIP deep dive coming in October. This is a time to refresh that, and that will directly relate to, what are we investing in? What does that do to our debt service and other pieces of that as well? And then we'll schedule other pieces. And then again, hopefully this today and that other work will better inform what we're going to do at the retreat in January. How do we frame that and shape that to make that as useful to you all as we can? And again, I think probably next week we should have a draft calendar to talk about and look at, trying to get you all to look at availability for January. That's our next big challenge, to get everybody that weekend. Yes, sir?
So to Mayor Pro Tem's point, and not only the budget cycle, I need to understand, so if we are not, if today is to understand everything and get the feedback, when is the time when you talk about tax rate? Is that a winter retreat? I just want to make sure that at when it comes to the next budget cycle, it's not too late, as it was this, for me. Right? We're new, and we understand that we're not part of the conversation. So I just want to understand that when will that conversation take place?
So that can take place, certainly. I mean, it can start today. I mean, I think there can be discussion. We're not expecting you to say, yes, we're going up, yes, none of that. But I think you can discuss what the impacts might be or what your concerns are about that. And then I think January start to have that conversation. And then certainly as we move into work sessions as early as potentially March, you know, we'll have those conversations. And I think you don't necessarily want to make that decision too prematurely, because you also don't, you council, we staff don't necessarily have all those answers up front, right? Because again, the reval piece is gonna be a really big piece of deciding how do we approach that. Because if you go down in reval, that's gonna be a really big factor in what we can or cannot do in 28. If it's level, we work our way through that. If it goes up, you potentially have a decision to make about going above revenue neutral. So, yeah, I think you can talk about things today, but those decisions won't be made until probably April.
Yeah, so can I add on to that? I think this idea of a tax rate is only one piece of this puzzle. And, no, I know you're all saying differently, but I just feel like I have to say this out loud for myself. The tax rate is just one piece of this puzzle. Everything we do is a balance, and everything we do is choices. And so I think before we get all the way to the end result, we need to understand all the choices that are in front of us. So I think maybe it's important, you know, again, back to Ann's comment, that today be like a judgment zone free kind of, ask all the questions you want and need. And just because you ask a question doesn't mean you're heading down a specific road. It means you need to understand the answer to the question, because there are so many choices ahead of us. And so I think we don't, because I will tell you, I can do that sometimes. I'm like, why did she ask that question? Where is she headed?
She means me.
Yeah, I mean myself, actually. I'm not heading anywhere. I just need to know the answer. If I agree to go down a road to fund everything, what does that look like and what does that mean? That doesn't mean I'm going there. I just need to know what that choice is. So anyhow, I just feel like I have to kind of lay that out there too. I think it's really important to ask your questions today. So.
Yeah,
I
and
agree.
also I think it's really important to understand that every single budget is a different budget. Like Liz will tell you, she's done more budgets than anybody in the room, and every single one is different. So the things that we cared about, that we asked questions about, that we decided about last time, the picture has changed. The picture is always changing. So, you know, you guys have questions because you're new. We have questions because the situation is new. You know, and that's every single budget.
100%.
So just a couple of things. We're recording this.
Audio recording,
The
yes.
audio recording will be available to the public.
Correct.
That being said, I think an important part of today is sharing our values and what our personal budget philosophy is in regards to municipal budgeting. I know you and I have pretty different, but it's going to be helpful to everyone for each of us to put it out there a little bit more than I think any of us have in the past.
What would be helpful is if everybody could be prepared to come off their deeply held budget philosophy a little bit, because the more that we can get to a compromise state on our budget philosophy, the more that we can evolve a shared budget philosophy, the easier and the better the budget cycle will be, and the better it'll be for the public too.
Yeah,
Sorry,
think
I
as the big
interrupted you. I'm
compromise.
sorry.
No, that's exactly why I wanted you to be Mayor Pro Tem, because you sort of bring people together and sort of say things like that out loud that need to happen. So I appreciate that very much. So, yeah, so I don't think, we're not doing line items, we're not deciding what we're funding next year or things like that, but I think it's really important to be able to ask the questions of, if we don't fund that next year, what's that gonna look like? What are the consequences of doing things like that? I think that's a useful thing for today. And the decision about whether or not we're actually funding things comes after we have more information, including the reval. If we go back to 5% growth, we don't really have much to discuss, because we're gonna be able to do what the residents are asking of us without changing the tax rate. But if that's not the case, and we're fearful that it might not be, then we're gonna have choices
Yeah.
to make, and it's all about choices, and we're all working from the idea that we're doing the choices that we think are best for the community in the short term and the long term. So that's the things to just keep in mind. We were elected by them to represent them, and we're representing different parts of the community because we align with different parts of the community for our budget philosophy. And coming off our extremes is going to be really important. I know I'm a bit extreme, so I'm going to try to come together and be more compromised. I think that past councils have not been more than the sum of their parts. In some ways, we've been less than the sum of our parts because we haven't really been able to gel and understand each other enough to compromise and give a little bit here, take a little bit there, and end up with a better budget. So that's just a little bit of that's a personal perspective, maybe not shared by everybody, but I'd like this council to really be more than the sum of our parts. So that was a lot of soapbox, I apologize.
That's not a soapbox at all. I mean, that's why we're here, is to make sure that everybody is hearing from each other, particularly the seven, so that we can then help you through a budget process and understand better going in, what are your priorities? What are you willing to discuss? What are you not willing to discuss? Again, I think some of that's pretty obvious. What your priorities are line up with the community's priorities, obviously, and they line up with staff's priorities. So I don't think there's ever any challenge there. It's just what can we realistically do with the resources that we ultimately agree to have. And so we want to work through being a little better prepared going in so we don't end up with some of the later conversations that we ended up with in terms of what was a compromised budget, just I think more compromised than perhaps some folks were looking for. So we want to get back to ideally where everybody's closer together and then you have a unanimous vote on the budget indicating that everybody understands it and feels it's the best that we collectively can do. So on the screen, just a quick reminder, this is I asked each of you to share with us a definition of success for this retreat, Harrison.
I wanted to add some of my thoughts into this initial conversation. First off, I appreciate everybody who's here, staff, and putting this together. I know it's a lot of work, and it's very much appreciated. I keep coming back to growth, and learned recently that growth is like riding a bicycle, in that what do you have to do to maintain stability on a bicycle? You have to be moving forward. So how do you maintain stability when you're growing, is yet you keep growing? So the question then, what happens when the growth slows down? What happens when the bicycle slows down? What happens when the growth stops? What happens when the bicycle stops? Right, there's that instability. My ultimate goal, long-term goal, is to get us to stability, because I know that there's people on this council that want to protect public workers and also limit tax impacts on residents. And the way I look at this, and I know I've sent a lot of resources and information, but ultimately I would like to maximize the productivity of our limited land now that growth is slowing. That's kind of the big philosophy, because I think the more we can maximize the productivity of the land, the less we put ourselves in dire straits, so to speak. I don't want to sacrifice the long-term fiscal health of our community.
Thank you. Again, on the screen is what each of you sort of responded to, the definition of success. I'm not going to read that to you, but if you want to take a minute to look at that. Some similarities, some differences. I think a lot of opportunity there, but I'll just give that to you for a minute to take a look at. And obviously, if you would like to comment on yours or someone else's, I think that's a good opportunity to talk through this.
I'll comment on my whole survey reply. I think I told Harrison this. I did it on my phone when I was on vacation, and the first time I did it, somehow I got out of it and it didn't save anything and I had to go back in, so my answers were incredibly short. So,
I'm looking to see if all mine are gonna be blank. Like,
oh,
They're not.
no, yeah,
They're not.
we got the
Okay.
results, yeah,
I
yeah,
don't know
yeah.
how I missed this one.
Yeah. So anyhow, but, so that's why mine is just kind of short and blunt there, but this idea of a philosophy moving forward, you know, again, back to Ann's comments, you know, it incorporates a lot. that one little statement, and so, I think that really is important, and back to TJ's comments about we do work as a group and a team, and you have to come to consensus. You really have to for the public's benefit, and I think for a better solution. And you know, as it comes to the budget, there are times I have not been really happy with things that have been in the budget over the years, but you know, I realize that certain things are more important to others on council than maybe to me, and not everything I want has gotten into the budget, and I understand why that happens too, and yet I have always voted on the budget because I understand the importance of it and what it means to the community when we have unanimous votes. And I have said that, others have heard me say this before, I totally understand not everything can be unanimous. I have not always gone along with the majority. I totally understand that, but the more we can get there, the better the message is for our community. And honestly, I think the better it is for us as a working group. So just my 2 cents on it.
I think what you have there, Liz, gets it said, and if I had a comment there, that's exactly what it would say. It's the two things: consensus on the budget, philosophy, which is, I think, is what's gonna drive consensus on the budget, and as we move forward, which that's what we're deciding. How do we move forward? I mean, yeah, that's what mine would say too.
Okay. All right, what's the next slide? All right, so again, today, we're gonna discuss, obviously, whatever you would like to discuss, but these are some of the buckets we sort of shared and would suggest. You know, the service assessment focus, what's working, where refinements could be done, how do those service levels work back towards the long-term goals, the strategic plan, your overall vision for the budget for the community. And then within that, the budget overview. Again, Micah is going to share a lot of information with you. You've got a handout in front of you that goes into some of that level of detail. And we can dig a little bit deeper if you'd like to, but there's a lot of information behind that is probably overwhelming at some point. And so I think for the purposes of today, we're happy to answer specific questions, but want to talk in sort of those areas of we invest in training, we invest in, you know, travel that goes with that, we invest in transportation, as opposed to, you know, what are those 3 classes that fireman or inspector or whoever went to. Third, again, we talked a little bit about the council philosophy. I think some of that will come out during the day, but then we'll also particularly talk about it after lunch. And then that community engagement, what's that vision look like moving forward? How do we better partner with you as council members to do additional and ideally more effective outreach to the community? I think Councilmember Patel mentioned it, others have certainly talked about it. Rather than, as an example, rather than just asking, you know, what do you want? Well, what do you want and are you willing to pay for it? Or what are you willing to trade off and what is the impact of that? So again, when we get to this afternoon, assuming there's time, we've got some ideas and suggestions, and then that will continue, and we will start that work, you know, this fall. I mean, this doesn't have to wait until the spring. We have opportunities to have invites to get people in to start talking about, you know, what's important. A little more conceptually until we have, you know, specific numbers, but again, that's still information I think that's worth having.
So I just want to add something.
Please.
Sooner we start that, the better it is for everyone, because I know we hear a lot about.
Ashik, could you please just talk a little bit louder,
sorry.
especially when you're facing away, because
Yes.
it's a big room.
So what I'm saying is, sooner we start this process is better, because I hear a lot about, we want to do this because that's what the community wants. is based on SUD, right? Regardless of how small the sample size is, that's what we are basing that on. So sooner we get that feedback from community, better, we can make more informed decisions.
One thing I'd like to say about that is that that is a data point. I never, just because of a survey, especially because of small sample sizes, that's a data point. That's not driving our decisions. We're,
That's what.
yeah, so I just want to make sure that we're very clear that
Yeah,
that's
it's
not
not-
the only reason we're doing it. We don't hear just from surveys. Each of us hear in the community and we see what people attend, things like that. So that's just a really fine point, but I think it's important to just note that the surveys are important and we value that input as a data point. Thank you, sir. That's a great thing to share. The earlier the better, and that's what we're going to be talking about later in the day, about how we engage a little bit more robustly.
Can you just explain, Brandon, just a little bit of the what you all were thinking when you put the council philosophy third rather than first?
That's really just the order in which we're discussing it today. That's not an order of priorities, that's just aligns generally speaking with, because I feel like the way we talked about that was that we want you to have as much information as you can. We thought the first thing to start with was this sort of dive into the budget to understand expenditures and investments, understand revenues, and that gives you some idea of what can we and can't we do globally, cloud level. So to have that and to understand, what the staffing picture looks like right now is one, important component of that. And then that allows you to move into a conversation about the philosophy if there's folks that might be better informed from that process. I think it's 6 one way, half dozen the other, but and again, I think some of that's gonna happen through conversations like this.
I think as a group, we generally react better to things than just starting from nothing. So I
Correct.
think I agree that getting us refreshed on budget stuff will help us to say, this is why I think this, and align values with our statements.
Yep, agreed. Any other questions here? Okay. All right, so at this point, I'm gonna turn it over, sorry,
You're good.
Mike is ready to go, which I love. He is ready to do this. So again, you would ask for some more information about, not just, it's a $60.4 million budget, but what's in that budget? We talk about some things that are new and different, but we don't always talk about the things that are always there. And again, we want to make sure that you have that understanding, particularly for our newer council members who haven't helped build these budgets over years, but really for everybody to level set. So I'm going to turn it to Micah. Byron's going to support him, and we'll be over here if you need anything.
Well, thank you, Brandon. Yeah, so as you said, the next portion of today's presentation is the budget breakdown. We hope with the information provided in the FAQ document as well as the handout that we'll be able to meet some of the session goals listed here. First, being able to assess how resources are allocated within the town, understand the spectrum of budget expense categories, which would be recurring versus our one-time expenditures, as well as to identify the budget drivers that cannot be reduced. And we are kind of talking about it as discretionary versus non-discretionary spending. And then finally, to discuss our commitment to special initiatives. So what are the true costs related to those items that the town is investing in? So looking at our organizational expenditures summary, as we were kind of developing this framework, we were hoping to hammer home what are our base level expenditures that we must do year over year, and then moving further down the spectrum, what are some things that are a little bit more flexible? Where is the town going above and beyond? So we kind of started from that framework, and we're able to develop these 6 different categories, and that is reflected in this handout that we provided you today as well. So the first being our basic department functions at $53.4 million. And included in that is the approved base budget. A large portion of that is personnel at $34.6 million, as well as the other obligations that our departments need to function with their basic level of service delivery. And included there as well is our debt service. Next, category 2 are tools.
Excuse me, Micah.
Yeah, of course.
That doesn't add up to 53.4 million. So you say that 34 points, you say that 34 points, you say that 34 points, you say that 34, so there's 13 million there. What's,
Yeah.
I mean,
That's-
I'm
no, that's a
gonna
great
understand this, like, let's
No,
understand.
that's a great question. And those are kind of the other obligations. So with in this handout on the top left side, that provides a little bit more detail. So that is exactly, you know, what is making up that 53.4 million, and that's
Okay.
kind of where that number comes from.
Thank you, that's my bad.
That's a great question. So in the second category, yeah, go for it.
Also, you all just feel free to interrupt us. This is, excuse me, this is your session. We want, like, not to kind of go like we normally do, where you all let us kind of go through a presentation and ask questions. You all feel free to interrupt us. Yes, ma'am, Councilmember Scrivens Johnson.
For transparency, the handouts that you provided to us today are helpful to me, but they are not available to the public. Only the presentation post to the agenda today, so I
Okay.
think we need to also provide the supplemental materials on that.
You can do that as well.
Yeah, that's good.
Great.
Just one question on that. Second
Yes.
line item is general department supplies, is 3.16 million, but what is included in general department supplies? Just a couple of examples.
Just an idea. So it really is just sort of basic department supplies that they need to be able to operate. So our office supplies, you know, things like paper, you know, as well as other sort of technology needs, just essentially anything that sort of goes into there. As well as any sort of, I guess the best way to sort of look at it are things ultimately that a department just needs to be able to sort of do things. And you all definitely feel free to jump in with any sort of basic level supplies.
So the
Uniform, well, yeah.
IT equipment is included in this supplies?
It's included in this total list. It's actually down further in the tech software and subscription line.
Okay. Just,
And I can pull it up a little bit more detail.
Yeah.
if possible, not clear, there's a, I'd like to see lower more breakdown of that, not like to capitalizing the line as needed. Because what I'm reading right now is just general office supplies, uniforms, and some IT expenses, which is about unless I'm missing.
So you want a little bit more detail about what the general department supplies are? Okay.
I don't need numbers, just.
Okay. Okay, we can certainly provide a list for you.
Can we just, like, every once in a while, can we do a pause? I know you said we can interrupt. But it might be really good to take a pause and say, okay, do we all, do we understand this philosophy of a base budget and what's in it? And are we all good with that? Do we have any questions? What does that include, doesn't include? Just like Ashit just asked about, but that was over in professional development. But anyhow, could we just do that every once in a while?
Yes.
I think that's gonna be really important.
We're drinking from the fire hose, some of us more than others, I'm sure. But, one of my observations about the roles and responsibilities of, you know, staff and council and so forth is when you're listing staff obligations, you talk about new initiatives and new things and this and that, but we never have a check of existing programs and services. It's with those existing programs and services that is the foundation of our base budget, and that has been the issue, is we have so many new, you know, we want new things, but our obligations kind of weigh us down. That's why we're here today, at least that's why I'm here today, is because I'm looking at the base budget with a little more scrutiny. And just because we've always done it, doesn't mean we should do it in the future. And with my council discretionary kind of activities, I'm not always looking at new. I'd like to look at existing in more detail and question, do we still need it? Has our community changed? Are there different priorities we need to fund? And so digging into that base budget is something that is of interest to me.
And I would just add, the town manager made it very clear that this time they did a real scrub of base budget. And in the past, I think they do that every year. So,
But
but we
then-
do need to let the residents know that we are keeping an eye on it and we are representing them and making sure that that stuff is happening.
I appreciate your comment. However, I'm obligated as representing the public to understand, just like Councilmember Patel said. And just because staff did scrubbing, they are scrubbing based on the council priorities. And if the council doesn't question their own priorities, then it's never going to change. So in order to better understand how we need to prioritize and evaluate, council needs to do the homework too. It's not just staff's obligation. Every year we need to be challenging ourselves because things change. You know, we have a lot of challenges right now with money as well.
That's why today is so important.
I think I've looked at the precept and I don't think we've gone far enough. And one of those points of opportunity I'm going to be pointing them out. I think that I need more detail in order to assess what we do today. So that's where my angle is. Thank you.
Cool.
So that second category, we wanted to pull out some of our tools, our public safety related equipment, as well as personal protective equipment. Those components kind of necessary to service delivery there. So some examples, more specific examples there would be ammunition, SWAT equipment, drug test kits, canine supplies. An easy example for personal protective equipment would be steel-toed shoes. So things along that nature are kind of what fits in this category.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that example? What was the last?
Steel-toed shoes.
Steel-toed
Sorry.
shoes, okay,
Yes,
thank you.
yes. So that is kind of demonstrates, what are we investing in both safety to our staff as well as safety to the public. Category number 3 is professional development and retention. So those are our certifications, our training and preparedness, as well as continuous innovation growth. So that's investment in staff in their own professional development, as well as different items that may be required for their certifications to maintain and do their job well. So that's what that category is at $760,000.
What is continuous innovation project?
That would be more of our professional development side of things. So investing in staff and continued training.
But that's already included up top, right? It says professional development. Also, that's.
Yes, that's the broader category. Yes. Our So our fourth category, we wanted to call out our fleet expenses. So that would be money that we need to replace our vehicles, money required for our new vehicles, for our new staff that are coming on board, maintenance, as well as the cost for fuel. So that one is pretty straightforward, but that comes in at $670,000.
And we'll say, we do have, obviously Matt is here, and then Chief Rosser is here if you need. We will spend some time on fleet. I know there's been a couple of council members asking about that. If there's consensus to do that, we have that coming up.
Category number 5 are our new and enhanced services, approximately $2.6 million. So those are the new programs that we have invested in, as well as Smart Shuttle. An example there also is affordable housing. So that is also another example is the sustainability master plan. So those are some items that we have that we've designated as a little bit more flexible, because those are the things where the town may be going above and beyond that core level function delivery of our department. In category number 6, that is our transfers out at $2.4 million. Those are our capital reserves, so that would be the park reserve transfer, the public safety reserve transfer, as well as the transportation reserve transfer. And that's kind of all that fits into that 6th category.
Councilmember.
Sorry, I should have asked this question earlier, but are these projections for 2028 or are these current?
These are our current 27 budget.
Correct.
And just for the recording, I'd like to recognize that Councilmember Satish Garamella has joined us. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Moving into our next slide, we wanted to call out in a little bit more detail our non-discretionary spending, or what we consider to be some of our required costs. So up at the top, that is a great example, is our legally required functions and safety compliance costs, stormwater requirements, OSHA compliance, financial assistance. We cannot operate in our department without a financial system. That's something we use day in, day out, and that's a great example to point out. There's a couple of other examples there as well. Right under that is our contractual obligations, big one being debt service, leases. An example of one of our leases is the senior center property. Outsourced solid waste services, we contract with GFL, so that is a big cost there. Legal services, liability, property, and insurance, and then workers' comp. So that's kind of what fits into that contractual obligation area. Below that also is our required personnel costs, FICA, retirement contributions, required certifications, and trainings. Beneath that is our essential operations necessary to keep buildings operable. So that's kind of your base level utility costs as well as the maintenance required to patch a hole in the roof if that needs to happen. And then finally, our compliance-driven expenses. Two examples there are our public notices and the advertising that needs to be put out related to that.
Question on that slide, any thoughts?
Yes. Do we have a notice, what is the total required cost? Do you have a number for that?
Yes, so that would fit into our basic department functions for the most part. So that would be approximately $53.4 million.
I have a comment. With the non-discretionary, I think there is a discretionary component in the sense of level of service. So we do have an obligation to provide key services as a government entity. However, the level of service and the way or the method of delivering the service can be variable. So that is something that we should consider as well with AI. I hate to put that out there this early in the morning, but we perhaps have some opportunities for some efficiencies that will allow us to deliver services in this non-discretionary category in a different way, in a more efficient way, that might save us time, money, staff, kind of thing. So just wanted to put that out there.
And also in the contractual obligations section, I think we need to look at, like, the outsourced solid waste services are a great example. What services are we providing that our neighbor communities are not providing? And, we've provided those services for a really long time. Is that still appropriate? Is that still something we should be doing? And also, you raise it, I know we don't want to talk about AI this early in the morning, but I actually want to talk about AI all the time. So I think AI is fantastic, and I use it myself all the time, but I do think that we need to understand the significant level of investment that is required to get people to the place where they can use AI effectively to actually streamline work. So there's AI that will write a press release for you and then you just check it over. But AI that actually streamlines work, like putting a neural network into a budgeting process, etc. You can't just do that because you have ChatGPT. And so I think yes, absolutely, there are probably significant cost savings and productivity enhancements out there. But I don't think, and I'm sure Brandon will correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that we have, at this time, the staff expertise to execute that. So we're talking about, we might be talking about spending money to make money, either hiring someone or skilling up someone, my vast preference, skilling up someone, but skilling up someone that's a systems administrator to AI architect is a costly process. And I just think we need to understand what we're talking about when we say, let's save money with AI, because that's not as easy as it looks. So, oh yeah, we all have those up.
Oh, okay, I didn't know.
Don't worry about it.
Just go.
Okay, so, sorry, I was late, but I I agree with Ann that look at the holistic view. I talked to Brandon already on this, is there's so much that, AI can give us. Genie works on all the slides. It's a click of a button. You put it, you get it. Dashboards, Power BI, everything is click of a button. So look at that point of view. Like you can have it in inspections, saying which ones are compliant, which ones are not. Like you don't. A year ago, when I was working at GSK, like they said, "Oh, this is Chat GPT." They used to make fun of us. And now, like the new trend is AI first, human later. And I think that's the trend that we have to start looking at, because it only helps to enhance and give quicker productivity. We talk a lot about how our IT and smart city initiatives and all those things. I think this is just a component that adds into it. I think we have a fantastic IT that can easily train the rest of the people here, or take use cases and use us, any one of us. That's my bread and butter that we do. So I don't want to go again and again, but there are so many things, especially when you start looking at the jobs. You start looking at this one. Essential services are different. You can't replace AI with the police guy or a fire department, a public works, so those kind of things. It's more on the back end to basically ensure. Brandon spends so much time every time we send an email. Basically, he has to send it to the staff, and staff basically does it and comes back and this one. So it's so much staff productivity is lost in that. He doesn't have to do that, or we don't even have to go to Brandon. This is, just do a search, which is internal to town of Morrisville, not outside. So you can just do a regular search. There are confidential documents. You don't need to open them up to the chat. So all kinds of things can be done. So that basically takes a lot of your workload out. And those kind of things, I think we need a complete different workshop on AI and sitting with the IT staff to see. We can talk all day, but I want to also hear from them what is possible, what is not, because we are talking corporate accounts and these are government accounts. So both work a little different. So that I'll just stop there.
Okay, I'm the first one to stop when somebody's taking us down a rat hole, and now I'm diving into this one, and the irony is not lost on me. But, okay. The Jeannie's developing a presentation. It's a click of a button. If Jeannie has already set up an MCP server for the SharePoint that all the files that she needs are housed in, and has already imported all the branding information into the AI and has set up a project or an agent to keep that information fresh. And to make sure that she's complied with the legal, the ethical, the reputational, the financial, that AI is cognizant of all of those risks. I'll say it again, our IT staff, brilliant as they are, and God knows Rick has really up-leveled that department so significantly. I'm going to say that I don't think that an AI training from our staff is going to move the needle significantly in what people can accomplish in that work. And also, I want to stress that the AI literally replaces nobody. It allows you to focus on the more strategic work and the work that requires your expertise, your insights, that an AI doesn't understand. It will be human after all. It's never going to be, let's bring in AI to replace all this staff. That's not it. It's how can we maximize the productivity and the efficiency of the staff that we have now. But I don't think it's our current IT department leading that charge.
So let me put a pin in this, because this is more more council
I know,
philosophy.
I'm
that we-
sorry.
In section 3,
That was me.
but go ahead, your thought.
So, yes, IT training, actually training IT staff is more important initially, because you have to, as Neil mentioned, you have to have agents hooking into all the different systems for AI to produce and work produce, right? And then, one thing I would say is, yes, AI would not replace anyone, but AI can replace future hires or future hirings because it increases productivity.
Back to you, Micah.
Can I make one comment before we move from this slide? Because I just want to go back and echo what Vicki said. These all are required costs, but to what level we fund them can be different and can change. So I think that's really important. So while these are required costs, they are still under scrutiny and questionable. And I think we all need to, I would hope we're all going to do that moving forward.
Yeah, and as an FAQ, can we get more granular on the required personal costs, like how much every year FICA and those kind of things split? Like as a FAQ later on.
Required personal costs,
Yeah,
personal costs,
like split, because usually we get like, okay, this is this much million, you know.
like total compensation.
Yeah, like just I need like, okay, this much the town contributes to FICA, this much, you know, to the retirement contribution, those kind of splits.
All right. So jumping into our items that could be considered discretionary costs or a little bit more optional. At the top is special programs and initiatives that are not required by law for new service offerings. Two examples provided there are things related to sustainability, and then affordable housing is included there. Right beneath that, new amenities, expanded hours for our public-facing departments, added routes to the transit service. Also, new initiatives, pilot programs, community enhancements. The example provided there is the mural and icon art pilots, capital projects that are elective, so some of our park enhancements, optional facility upgrades, and at the very bottom, enhanced service levels, above legal requirements, extra landscaping around town-owned property, recycling frequency, that is something that was kind of brought up earlier, looking into our solid waste obligations and how frequent that might need to be, beautification, as well as transit.
Right, these are just examples
Yes,
of things.
yes.
It's not a all-inclusive list. There are other things, obviously, that you can place on the service level, you know, at what level, as you all call out, can be on this list.
Exactly.
So, right now, and some of them check it out. What is the total cost of these sessions?
What's the total cost of discretionary? So essentially, if our non-discretionary funds are the 53.4, then essentially the other, $7 million that we have makes up roughly discretionary spending. And obviously that goes, from things that are a little bit sort of in the middle there, things like PPE, things like professional development that are certifications that are required for staff to consider, certain levels of service that they ultimately provide to the community, as well as other things like ISO ratings or, accreditation when it comes to specific departments. And then you get into things that are a little bit more discretionary, those newer enhanced services that ultimately we provide that maybe we haven't provided before, or things that, the community has asked for but isn't necessary in order to keep the lights on. That's where, it gets a little bit further to the right. So ultimately this graph, and this is, for everybody's edification, and I know you all see it, but we tried to move from the things that are most important, things we have to do, to things that are a little bit more optional, things that you all have discretion over and have the ability to pull those levers in order to either, generate additional capacity in the budget or cut spending there. And So with that, I'll actually move back to this slide with these session goals that we have for the budget breakdown, and just sort of give you all an opportunity to ask any other questions, discuss any more. Obviously, I can go back to any of those other 3 slides if you all need reference points. You all have your handout here with the breakdowns for each of these different categories, and just feel free to ask or discuss as you see fit.
So I have a question about tax software and subscription. Software and subscription. So what kind of subscription are we talking about? Software subscription?
So, yes, so a lot of our software does fit into a subscription model, a subscription, ultimately a service model. So whether that is just, cloud-based subscriptions or, honestly, all of it is really cloud-based subscriptions, but a lot of it fits into that category. So for instance, our financial system, our ERP system, is a cloud-based service, and we pay a subscription fee for that every year that helps cover our maintenance and the basic operation of the program. We have other programs that fit into that same category as well. Our HR software fits into that category. And so we look at it there because there's not as much of a tangible capital aspect of our software anymore. A lot of it just fits into that cloud-based subscription services.
I could also offer an example. So we have some limitations with Microsoft Office Outlook, which is our email service that we use with the town. And limitations set for valid reasons because we're a government entity. So we have a subscription in communications and we use MailChimp. And that's how we maintain all of our mailing lists for our external email distributions, so our newsletters. So, in Outlook, we're limited to, I forget the number, but it's several dozen that you can include in one particular email distribution. In MailChimp, we can send an email to thousands at one time. So that's a subscription that we have.
Yeah, there's charge for Copilot. It's not by default for every $60 or something a month. That's pretty high.
So what is the difference between tax software subscription under the all the basic function and then we also have the station line item, one-time cost of 12,000 under tools and public safety. So they're the same,
So essentially, this past year, we funded what was called Tablet Command. And Chief, you want to kind of explain what Tablet Command is, just at a high level?
Sure, high level, it's an accountability system for us, and it's also a way for us to maintain operations on scene. So if we're in an emergency, we're able to track where people are real time in the tablet in the back of the truck. But it's also, for accountability, we have always relied on these PAS, what we call PAS. It's a physical chip with a name on it. Well, now that buildings, it can be a block or large scale, that's really not efficient to pull those off every truck. So it's a CAM partnership to get a tablet command, which will have all that fed into the back of the command.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm just gonna give you some of my, items, areas of interest that I think have maybe some variability in the service level that we can discuss as a council and
want to understand why there's not more support from Wake
Yes,
County.
Yes, because it's in their best interest to move people around the county as well. And after we got shortchanged with the bus rapid transit, I'm a little snarky.
I think just, I think these are expenses, and the revenue side shows that they give us half. Is that correct? So they are funding it partially.
We do receive funding, I'll let Michelle correct me here when I'm wrong, but we do receive funding from primarily through Campo and through Wake. And again, that actually just went up a little bit here, but Michelle, can you fill me in or fill in my blanks?
Yeah, sure. So the overall budget is over $1 million for the Smart Shuttle. And historically, we got 50% reimbursement for operating expenses. That this year has gone up to 65%. Plus, we're now getting reallocation funding moving forward, which is another couple $100,000. So next year's Smart Shuttle budget is actually less than fiscal year 26 because of the added percentage that is coming in from the sales tax revenues and then the increase in the sub-allocation funding. So you're actually increasing service next year, but paying less as a town.
Is Ford
Well,
Nano getting money?
They are not.
What was the question?
The Ford Nano said they would give 100,000 for the Smart Shuttle as part of
Yes,
our,
they did.
part of our documentation to get their funding.
There have been a lot of changes at the federal level in terms of what's being prioritized, so we're not counting on that money coming in at this point.
That is a prudent decision. But again, this enhanced or new service category for the transit, I just think that maybe it should be in a different kind of, because it's, not very clear.
So we also did look at the fact that, particularly for this year, we did increase the Smart Shuttle budget because we enhanced the service a little bit. Not just from an operational standpoint, but also from a node construction standpoint. And so we're looking at those node constructions, considering that they weren't there, and we funded them in the budget as a new and enhanced service. It's not something that we have to do from that perspective.
But those-
Understood, but it's the 1.4 million, all new money for new and enhanced service versus the incremental enhancement is like 200,000.
And it's
So-
not all recurring, the nodes are one-time, I think
Right.
one-time costs.
Right, so is it 1.4 million that we've invested this year to enhance the service, or what is it?
So the 120 that we have in capital outlay and the new and enhanced service, that's the node construction. But no, I hear you with the 1.4 million. You're right. That is encompassing the entire service. So that's certainly something if you want us to kind of go back and look to refresh.
Because that is what I can, evaluate and prioritize, is the
Okay.
enhancement. I mean, we all wanted new nodes, and we've been saying that, but if it's 1.4 million, I'm like, well, I don't think we need new nodes.
Well, the other thing is though, that if we're trying to make the totals on this sheet come up to the 60 million, then we need to put the whole cost of things in here. But I agree that there's a recurring and a one-time cost for the shuttle. And if we're gonna, which I totally agree that we should make these supplemental documents available to the public, but I do think that, we wanna make sure that what's on here is what's actual. Because if, we have recurring revenue for the shuttle at 1.4 million, that's, I understand the purpose of this isn't to show this isn't really the budget breakdown, this is the budget outlay breakdown.
So at the end of the day, these are the expenses. So,
Right,
so
exactly.
you're right. We ultimately spend about 1.4 million, or anticipate spending this year about 1.4 million in transit service, Smart Shuttle service.
Right.
However, we will get roughly $950,000
Yeah.
in revenue associated with it.
I would suggest FY '27 expenses as the name of this spreadsheet,
Okay.
rather than budget breakdown, and, because there are offsetting revenues. Thank you.
Like the
So-
NIST acquisition for several months.
Just for information, we budgeted after reimbursements that come in from other places. The amount left that the town is responsible for, actually substantially less than that because that sub-allocation money is coming in higher than anticipated, and we'll have that number firmed up for you in a couple weeks.
That's great news.
It's very
Yeah.
good news.
Talking about smart shuttles, I sit down and I watch 1.4, it's someone's money. Is it a taxpayer's money or Wake County's money? Or we actually paid the 1% transit money, that's basically, it's coming out of that. Are we getting a good ROI out of it? Because when I hear each ride is like $50, so what's the point? Of $50 for a single person, like a boat from going to A to B, and it's expensive. A Uber would be like $5 within Morrisville town, or whatever, $10, whatever you put it. So that $40-50 that and my understanding is this fundings will dry out at some point of time, but the operating costs will only go up. So, but if we are not doing more aggressive campaigning to get more ridership, I think the taxpayers will say, this is like too expensive. We are talking about all these enhancements, but if someone says, do you know that each ride is $50? I said, why the hell do you want it?
I think in terms of, if I may, Mayor, I think in terms of ROI, some of this investment is to improve the service. It is to improve ridership because some of the challenges is, just running the one or the two buses it's not necessarily the most efficient way. That's why Michelle, Brett, and the team have identified the minivans as a more efficient way to do that. So we expect that to enhance the service and not to be necessarily as expensive to operate. That's why we're also looking at the additional nodes to increase the viability of the system. So I think, up to this point, I will agree, it's probably been more about we want to provide the service as opposed to a really strong ROI on that. But I think we need the opportunity over probably the next 12 to 24 months to implement these minivans. And then ideally, if funding does come forward to implement, the third shuttle at some point, or the third van, now I have to use the same van, the third vehicle, that should, by what the experts are sharing with us, with Michelle and Brett, and even folks at Campo and Go Carry and Via, that should help us to reduce that cost per ride. Now, again, if that doesn't happen, that's certainly a discussion we had about, when do we say enough? When do we say we've done what we can? But that's really big on the philosophical side.
Yeah, for me, I'm not talking about from the administrative cost or like the cost. I'm more talking about the ridership that has to get bumped up, and we have to do something, advertise, tell, do it, because I understand the nodes are not there, but the first 13, 14 nodes does pick up a lot of people, dense neighborhoods and other things. In Breckenridge, I see only one guy who has consistently used it in the mornings as much as as a private vehicle type. Hardly I see, coming in to Breckenridge. They come a couple of times, but that's about it. We have 3,000 people, no one is using it. So how can we increase that from the existing and enhanced node is what I'm talking about.
I don't disagree. I think part of that, there certainly could be more investment in advertising for it. But again, some of the investment being made now is intended to improve that, and I'm confident that our folks in Breckenridge and every other big neighborhood that have tried to use it and gotten frustrated with it. I mean, I think we've been very open about that and some of the challenges with it. So ideally, adding additional minivans and enhancing that and having other places to stop is part of that. Again, do we want to invest additionally in advertisement? I think that's a conversation that's part of the FY28 budget.
And also, I know today is all about the numbers, but I don't think that we should fall into the trap of evaluating ROI only in dollars. Because we had always conceived the shuttle as a mechanism to move people around, to help people that were currently homebound to experience the community, to help, we never really saw the shuttle as a moneymaker. $50 a ride is too much, to your point, obviously. And we have to keep in mind that this isn't a service that we need to provide forever. I have a lot of confidence in the changes that we're making in this budget year, and I hope that we continue to see increased ridership. If we don't, then yeah, that's a conversation. But the ROI of the shuttle, I think, goes beyond Like, are we recouping the dollars?
I think that
We do it to improve on the service, we should be on that.
That's right.
I wanted to add something on this discussion that we're having about the budget. And I'll reiterate what I said earlier, because I left out something that I think is important. I had mentioned protecting public workers, limiting tax and tax on residents, people care about that. Certainly, this conversation about the transit service, protecting services, that goes into there as well. Maximizing the productivity of land is good. So, one way we can talk about doing that, so that we can do all of it, is one. With our budget or with the budget and budget philosophy, the budget is a short-term document, and I ultimately would like our philosophy to be informed by trends gleaned from the historic annual comprehensive financial reports. And I know I've shared the Strongtown stuff, and I'm going to speak like Rocky from Project Hail Mary, but this is, just trend data from the annual comprehensive transportation or annual comprehensive financial reports. So, number go down, bad. Number go up, good. Number go down, make town weak, question. Number go up, make town strong, question. Why number go down, question. How make number go up, question. What budget decisions due to number, question. How make budget decisions that make number go up and not down, question. And I feel like this is a free tool that we have that we'll be talking about it more in the work session next week, so I'll be presenting it, but especially as we're talking about AI, are there simple tools that we can use to have a more long-term outlook on our financial future now that the growth is slowing down?
right, more stable.
Show of hands, who wants Harrison to talk like Rocky all the time? Because I would be very into that. Just
What a
saying.
great book. What a great movie.
And, yeah, I was gonna say, I read it first, amazing.
Very, very clear.
No, don't talk like Rocky all the time.
I mean, you get into some complicated stuff with this, but it's supposed to simplify a lot of complex conversations down into something that one can inform those short-term decisions to make sure that we're protecting the long-term fiscal reality, but then also being able to translate that into ways that our residents can easily comprehend.
And that we're having the impact we think we're having.
Exactly, yeah.
All right, so any other discussions about the budget breakdown, about any of the information in this expense worksheet?
No, let's talk about the fleet.
I have a
One
question.
more.
Under professional development and training, we have, first, I would like to see breakdown of travel and training, how much is it for travel and how much is it for training? And then, again, here we have general department supplies. So is it subset of what we have under department basic functions, or?
Yeah.
this is-
I can talk a little bit about that. Included in that is money related to more with the retention piece, so like meeting and event provisions, so things for food, for staff, in order whenever we meet, as well as some other costs related to some of the uniforms there. So that's more of the retention piece to help support staff morale rather than the training and travel component.
Okay, and, what are special programs?
So yeah, so that is costs for our leadership academy, succession planning, and retreat costs are also in that line.
Okay. And then, last one again, we have contractor and professional services here, as well as under development basic function, those two.
Yes. So in this particular line, under the professional development retention, that money is specifically for a retreat facilitator. That's what's included in that contract and professional services line there.
So we have sometimes brought in a facilitator to somebody for this afternoon and just, the folks I thought, stood on us, see stuff with me, but we have used facilitators in the past, particularly depending on what the conversation might be.
So I think you already provided some of this during the whole budget process, but can you give us this again, but with every category with an explanation? Because I think that would be helpful, to understand what's in each and every category.
Yeah, not a
Because it
line
sounds
item
like we're
breakdown,
asking
but-
about each one and
Yeah.
else.
Not a
Yeah,
line
I mean,
item breakdown, but
Some
a,
of the council members may understand, but I don't, so.
Yeah.
I just want-
Yeah, no,
Don't assume, we
yeah.
understand.
So we have the budget, which is really detailed, and then we have this. Are you guys asking for something kind of in the middle?
I think you're just really asking for a
A
kind of an
description.
overview, a description of what's included in the category.
Right,
I don't-
because roll-ups can be different.
Right, and I don't think we need or want a line item budget to look at, but a description of what's included in every category would be helpful, I think.
Because I agree, there are contract and professional services and,
They do different
and yeah, so.
Yeah, what does it mean in
What does
context
it
of
mean
the
over here, what
category
does
it's
it mean
in?
over there?
Yeah.
I think just a description would be really helpful.
Yeah, we can certainly do that. The digital copy that you all were provided, we did add notes in there. We didn't want it to get too busy, so there are notes, as far as cell references go, that does sort of break a little bit of that down. But we can certainly enumerate that, especially if you all want this as a public document for dissemination on the website.
Right, it's a PDF, that's all.
An extension of that as well as how affect number.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said how affect number, but essentially, how do these budget decisions that we're making, how do these things impact the long-term fiscal health of the community?
So we're
I got it
asking
from how affect number.
For the
we're
record.
asking for that to be made public, and that maybe might be a good starting point for our January retreat, to sort of touch on this again at that detail level as they bring forward what FY '28 will look like at that level. Instead of quite this high, it would help us to start those discussions in January. Does that make sense?
Well, but also, I think there's a fine line between understanding what's in each category and the fact that it is the purview of the department heads and the high-level staff, the senior leadership team, to do what they think is appropriate in each category. Like, I think that, I'm not sure that it's appropriate to go into, for us to go into, a line-by-line budget analysis of what's in every category. But, I mean, obviously, we should understand what's in every category, but, the reason that we have a senior leadership team is so that we can trust them to make good decisions about and do what's required. Like, obviously, we should,
And I agree with you, it's just going back to my initial point about the level of service is what we're requiring of them to meet, and that is associated with both cost, time, and money.
right,
And if we better understand the categories that are presented to us, we can better understand our decisions and its associated with that cost.
and if what we're
Right.
asking of them is still.
Right, so I'm like, sure, I would love to have a little, this, that, a chauffeur service transit kind of door to door, but it's gonna cost 5 times. If I understand what that
Yeah.
transit breakdown is, so it's just a silly example, but it helps us.
Yeah, Brian, this contractor and professional services, it says 9,300. I'm assuming that doesn't include where we are paying for like a transit study or those kind of studies, right? So.
No, so those would come generally under department basic functions. So you see there's contracted and professional services there, that's about $4.1 million. So the one, and then again, there's also over in enhanced new service, there's contract and professional services, and then again, the professional development one, per Michael's point, is specific to, we have money in the budget to hire a consultant or really a moderator of sorts to come into a retreat session or sessions or something else. So that's specific to that category.
when the word professional services and professional development at the top, it's kind of, like, okay, now I get it.
Yeah, I was just trying to clarify, when we ask staff to do this work and create it, when are we gonna see it again? Like, and I'm thinking probably January as a start.
But I think we would, if I can real quick, I'm sorry. I think we want to share that with you before January, because we don't want to come into January and then having you studying it even a week or two before. I think we can get this to you certainly sooner than that. And, you know, you may want to bring this back in a work session, depending on what we want to accomplish in January. I realize we don't know what that is yet, but I think this is, again, this is more to the core understanding of what is in the 27 budget. And I think that's important. As much of that as we can get done in advance of the retreat has value to it. And then that gives us the retreat to really start more serious conversations about what is 28 going to look like. Again, at the retreat, we have reval numbers, we have hopefully some final answers on appeals from the last revaluation. So I think, and then we'll have, you know, of course, the longer we go, the better numbers we have in terms of revenue estimates and other things. You know, in January, we should also have at least a first meaningful sales tax report back. So that's going to give us an idea of how things are going this year. And then also in January, I think the other thing we're going to ask you to, you know, discuss with us is, you know, we had $500,000 that was a reduction in our anticipated insurance costs. And so I've given you some information about how and why that occurred, but that's $500,000 that as we see where we are in terms of revenues for FY '27, there may be a discussion about, do you want to invest some or all of that now? Or do you want to sit on that and save that? And what would you like to do with that? I think there's certainly an argument to be made depending on the totality of the circumstances. You know, fleet is one example, and we're going to talk more about that, but, you know, we funded $180,000 out of $500,000 that really needed to be there. So that's a possibility of, you know, do we invest some of that money, for an example, in fleet? Because the challenge with fleet is that, you know, in the past, we've not included that in base budget, and we've left it as this flexible, we'll fund as much as we can, and I'm really rethinking that. You know, after talking more with Matt and certainly with others that have vehicle needs, you know, that really sets us back, because the other challenge is highly, highly unlikely that we're gonna find an extra 300 in FY '28 to fund 800 to catch up. And of course, it also impacts, you know, how long vehicles are being used and things like that. And again, Matt's got, I think, some information to share that he's working on reevaluating how do we look at the lifespan of vehicles and some of that. But all of that, I think, would be January, but we'll give you this earlier than that, so you can look at that, have time to absorb it, and then I think we would do a work session this fall. So that going into January, again, my goal, I think, I hope you would support, is that going into January, you have your base understanding of what the budget is. And then we start talking about what might need to be adjusted going into '28, as we also look at, you know, what are our revenues, what are we interested in perhaps reevaluating, that sort of thing.
Sounds like really solid foundational pre-work.
I think
Good.
To go back to that, I would like to see this as soon as possible, and the reason being, we just said that we want to make this something with the public. Somebody asked me, what is this? Why do we have this same line item on a weekly basis? I want to be able to explain that.
Or at least to pull off the document that
Right.
explains it.
Right, so, and that's the reason I'm asking this question.
Yeah.
So, if somebody else asks me, I can explain, obviously, I have information as well.
Right, that makes sense.
Yeah, we all should have a
Do that
basic
sooner than
understanding of these
later.
numbers.
Because this is really, yes.
Yeah, we'll post this and we'll share, you know, that there's additional clarification coming. Again, that was part of the purpose of what this is, right? Is tell us what else you need to make sure that you understand, you know, what you're approving, and what you already approved, and where is there some flexibility, should you choose to want to pursue that flexibility.
Does this view help you understand?
Jeannie, I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Does this view help you understand?
Oh, yeah, I'd love
That's
to see
even
it.
another kind of test pilot here today. Does it work for you, this mix? Does that spectrum help you understand, you know, non-discretionary, discretionary, to be able to look across that spectrum to help you make decisions? So we can refine this.
Yeah, I think that was really
I would
helpful.
just add, and I'm gonna talk for me, don't assume that I remember all this. You live with it, day
Yeah.
out, so don't assume that I remember what every category means. I think every time you present something like this, make sure you have more detail so that I can be sure that I remember what every category really means. And that, I would also say, and I appreciate this is really important, we need to have the revenue side too. I think that is critical to understand.
Answer my question.
Yeah, I know. Not everything on here is, well, to Satish's point, somebody, if the taxpayer, it's taxpayers' money wherever it's coming from, but it's not all coming from the town of Morrisville alone. We have a lot of revenue sources that are funding what we're looking at in front of us on this document. So from the public's perspective too, it's really important that piece is a part of this every time we have this discussion about expenses, because that matters, and where that money is coming from. So I would just ask that we maybe moving forward, we always have the two pieces together, because for me, that would be helpful when we're talking to the public and explaining why we're spending 1.4 million on transit. Well, it's not all coming from your town of Morrisville tax money. A huge majority of that is funded. So I think that's helpful.
Yeah, incorporating the offsets helps understanding.
So is there anything else here, like transit, which is being offset, like?
Sure. I mean, there are several things. So, you know, for example, the fire department gets 16%.
Oh, caution?
Yeah.
We're
13.5% of the fire department budget is cost shared with Wake County. They provide service in the unincorporated areas of the county.
It's what, 880,000, or did they increase?
We're at somewhere around 1.4 million.
Oh, yeah, because during my time it was 880.
We get reimbursements back and we get cost share back. So there's three different.
Yes, they would have funded a small portion of the 2 engines we just arrived. You know, they also fund, like when we did air pack replacement, you know, there was a small portion of that came from the county, so those sort of things occur. We certainly get transit money, you know, we get power bill funding that goes to street repairs and street maintenance. Those are some of the larger examples. You know, there is, the PD's got 1 or 2 active grants right now. One is GHSP that supports traffic safety overtime. There's, I think, one other chief.
The detective, one of the detective positions that looks into domestic violence and mental health evaluations, that's still on a grant. And we also have quite a few things we've paid for in the police department that aren't continuous grants, but they have helped us fund several initiatives as well throughout the last couple of years.
So which ones are recurring? I know the fire department is, the police department is, the police department is, the police department is, which
So
ones?
it's a mix.
Yeah.
So the fire department is generally recurring monies. The grants that the PD gets, they may last 3 years, generally no, maybe occasionally 5 years, but they're a limited span. So there's both sides of that coin.
Yeah, so I think that's really important because we're really good, well, staff is really good at maximizing our tax money. And so I think that's why the revenue portion is so important. You know, because we're maximizing these grants, sometimes that are matching. We're taking our tax money and making it go further because of all these opportunities. And that is really important to this picture.
Another good example is stormwater. You know, Ben and Mark and the team have gotten 2 significant grants to support the development of the Greenway, parallel to Church Street. So again, there's lots of those examples out there that we can certainly identify.
So, I don't know, I'm thinking about, like, would it be helpful to, at least for the public?
Ashit, can you speak?
Sorry, would it be helpful, at least for the public, to add another column for
Offsets.
Yeah, I think that's what we're talking about, is on the revenue side, where does that funding necessarily come from?
The source, right?
Correct, and again, not everything is specific to that, you know, so I think one of the questions that Harrison had asked this week was about, you know, how much of the ad valorem contributes to X, Y, or Z. We don't necessarily specifically track that outside of, this is funded by Powell, for example, or this is funded by Wake County monies. Beyond that, we typically have it said, this is specifically funded by ad valorem, this is funded by, another fee or another tax or those sorts of things. But we can certainly add generally, I think, specific, generally specific, don't go yet. We can add specific examples of where we receive funding for a program,
Right.
in this as well.
Versus sales and ad valorem is kind of a big.
It's a bucket, yeah, it's a bucket.
Right.
Yeah,
These two, the grants is recognizing, as well as some that we get with police as well. There's term limits. So if we're establishing a service based on the receipt of a grant for a time period, just understand that is in someone else's level of authority to decide whether it continues beyond the term that it currently exists today. So I look at the shuttle, I look at positions that we have when we go through government highway safety program. We are making a future obligation when we decide to have a service that we call as a non-discretionary service. We're making a decision on something that is grant-based that has a life term. And we have to just recognize at some point beyond that 3-year term with the government highway safety program or a position, we assume some responsibility later, or, I see you raising your hand, or something has to happen to that position. You want to add to that?
I think it's important to clarify, because the GHSP grant we currently have is not for a position, it's for overtime funding to where I can pay officers to go out and work traffic safety, and GHSP refunds us for that. I think what you're referring to is the one that we just put in for, which unfortunately we didn't get, but you're correct. That funds usually a vehicle, which we get to keep, right? We benefit from that. So there are parts of that grant that you are right, does need to continue on from the town, but there are things we get from that that are a benefit to us because we're not funding that out of tax dollars, right? Well, it's being funded out of tax dollars, not Morrisville tax dollars, right? So it just helps us further programs to provide a higher level of service without really necessarily costing additional money. But I want to make sure because the GHSP grant we're currently under, we've had for the last, I think, 3 years. I know at least the last 2, where we received additional funding from GHSP to give us the ability to allow officers to go out and work overtime and things like that. But that doesn't, if it ended next year, we just wouldn't send those officers out under overtime.
The detective position is one of those magic grants
That is one.
fit what Gene's talking about.
Right, yes, that is
That's what
one.
I'm talking about.
Yeah, so,
That's correct.
that is one that will end, and so we
But I
got a lot
also
of benefit
think-
out of it.
I also think that being the case, when there is something that's being funded for 3 years, I think we need to present that to, both to the public and always to council as a trial period, and so that if at the end of the trial period, the service hasn't worked out, we don't see the ROI, whatever the situation is, it's gonna cost too much to continue, then no harm, no foul, we discontinue, and rather than, I think because once the grant or whatever it is ends, that goes from no funding to discretionary. And I think we don't always make that transition as clear as it could be, that we're making the decision to pick up the funding of this service because the grant has expired and this service is so valuable and providing so much to the community that we want to continue. I kind of lose track of what's, yeah.
Right, the default is opt-in, but it really should be, the action should be to continue versus the default is to continue. Because we're automatically adding it to our base budget without really having the discussion.
I think I 100% agree what Ann is saying, and we got to be cognizant. Just because we are getting funding, we should not take it because, example, like I get free cup of coffee for 3 years, okay, and then the 4th year I'm not getting. So you've created that habit, and now it's a service you're giving. Now the expense is on us. So that also we got to look into it because these are supplementary, or what the chief is saying, these are adds and hands, but it's part of the whole thing, given or not, I'm assuming the domestic violence thing, we will continue to do that no matter what, like, you know, or I'm assuming.
I mean, if you don't continue the position, then while we will still do it, the level at which we do it would be significantly less, right?
Okay,
I mean,
so-
that's just the way to look at it. I mean, there's certain things that we can definitely talk about at another time, or if we want to address them now, but just goes in the level of service for at least public safety. I don't want to speak for Chief Dooley, but for me, the positions we get just determines the level of service we're able to provide to the public.
So are you saying that when you get the grant, you get more, you have the ability to give more service, and once the grant is done, less service, but how do we as a council know, or the people know that, hey, the grant is over, now it's less service, you know?
That's what I'm saying, we have to be messaging it that way to
Yeah.
the public all the time. Like, every time somebody says something nice to us about the Smart Shuttle, if that grant was expiring next year, it has to be habitual for us to say, oh, you definitely want to, that grant is ended next year, so if you're enjoying that service, hit that survey, you know, because that's how we build a habit in the community of, if you like something and you want to see it continue, you know, let us know that you like it. Even if the grant isn't ending, for that matter, you know, hey, it's always this service is always a budget discussion. If you want it, hit that survey and tell your friends.
I mean, the opportunity to say, hey, it's just not gonna work, is a decision as well.
Yeah.
Because sometimes we shouldn't continue something just because we got free money for it, you know, we should think about some other opportunity.
See, I would tend to disagree there. I think it's always worth trying something that's free. Like,
No, I didn't say turn down the grant like Satish did. I'm saying if it
Satish is
expires, we don't have to continue it.
Yeah, exactly.
We need to, you know, it's like, now
Decision
it's coming out of our pocket.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's try to worry about it in a way, but we also need to critically look at it. Is it still working? No, yes. Kind of like our example of, you know, the yes, no grid, but looking at things, you know, not just because we've always done them, but actually challenging them is a healthy habit.
So I was going to challenge this philosophy until you brought up the transit. So I think for me, I think there's a difference between when we're talking about personnel and when we're talking about an amenity like transit. I think and we have applied for grants in the past where we've received partial payment. Well, no, it starts out at 100% and then over the years it
They could go 100 to 80 to 70, things like that.
That's right. But when it comes to personnel, for me, when we apply for that grant, that means, again, for me, that means that position is important. I understand that over time, the reimbursement is gonna slowly decline, and then it's 100% on us.
I agree with that.
And I'm all in. Otherwise, I would not have
Yes.
agreed to apply for the grant to begin with.
I agree with
So I think there's a difference here between grant
Service.
money for personnel and then for other amenities we might offer in the community like transit. I do not disagree. At some point, this transit may be 100% on the town of Morrisville, and we have to be thoughtful about whether we're willing to pick that all up or not. And to your point, it's the public. Are they willing? Because then it's a whole different ballgame. So there's kind of a nuance there that's really important.
So that's the reason they have this proverb, penny wise, pound foolish. So that's very much.
So before we apply for the grant, how long that grant is?
Always,
Yes,
100%.
And
yes.
does council know about us applying for the grant?
Yes.
100%.
Particularly in the case of a position, we discuss that ahead of time, and share that, you know, hey, this is gonna be funded at this much for these 3 years, and then year 4 it's on us. And so the positions we pursue typically are positions that we believe and discuss with you that this is coming, this is an identified need, here's a way to get some of it funded until we actually have to take it on all ourselves. You know, there's also the challenge, I think loosely affiliated with this, is that there's a lot of grants that, we just don't get because we have a lot of resources. And I'm sure, with the chief mentioned in this traffic safety position that was applied for, that, would only be accepted if we got the grant funding, so it sounds like we didn't get it, so we won't add a traffic safety officer. But, part of that is, I'm sure that there was a lot of interest in that grant, and we just don't qualify as well as others because of the resources we already have. Same thing, I think we looked at safer grants before for the fire department, and we just are not likely to get that grant because we can't demonstrate the need typically that other communities can.
So Brandon, do we have like a full-time person who is specialized in grant writing?
So no. Nice segue to, there is a position asked out of financial services that the one position they would still like to add is a grant specialist. So right now that is done primarily by Dawn. So Dawn, focuses on that. Dawn Rapp, or those of you, I know most of you know her, but so she would have been here today, but she had personal obligation. So she works on that, and again, we also work closely with Central Pines. They have a grants team that we're able to take advantage of. We pay them
16 grand.
16 grand a year to help us facilitate grant applications. Sometimes that becomes a shared grant application, or they just help us do a lot of the research behind doing the application. Because some grants are pretty straightforward, and some grants require the amount of information you would not believe. And so we weigh those as well. If it's going to take us, 40 hours of work to apply for a $5,000 grant, we're probably not applying for that $5,000 grant because there's no ROI on that one, right? But some of the larger ones we certainly pursue, and they provide us a lot of great support. Again, that is a position request in the future from financial service. It's been asked for before, it just hasn't made it to you. But that's their one identified expansion in the next 4 years.
And also keep in mind that grant process, that's a collaborative effort. So Dawn's not doing that on her own.
Yeah,
She's
absolutely.
working with the other departments.
It's always, it's good that Dawn is doing, but it's an art by itself.
Right.
It's not, I read a lot of grants from workforce education, like 40, 50 of them. But the key is Central Pines is good. If we are looking for a position, then what's the ROI? Because that's goes back to what Liz said. It's a personnel that's lifelong, So how do we look into those kind of things are important. Yes, the functionality of a professional grant writing is important. I have been a big advocate for the economic development person. Like I said, bring that person, we will get more finances, and that's exactly what is happening. So we have to see if that's happening or we are not savvy, because the grant is I have in the university departments, there's a completely different art of writing it.
Again, I think that speaks to the value of certain positions. We talked about that before. We could add every position like we did Tiffany, get that ROI, we'd be in business, right? Because, we don't get Novartis without Tiffany and Michelle and the team working together. We just don't, right? It doesn't happen. So there's just tremendous ROI there. Can I tell you it's exactly the total sum of our, maybe. And we've had other positions. If you look at, we added an assistant fire marshal in the fire department. And so, part of that ROI is pretty straightforward because it's helping us maintain all the inspections being completed on time, which does generate some additional revenue for us. The other part of that is the ROI is really hard to document in terms of what is being done with community outreach and engagement. And again, it's important to the fire department because it addresses community risk reduction, but it's important to the community. It's important to you because we're engaging more directly. We're doing things like the Camp Ignite, where I'm excited, I think the chief is excited to see the first camp graduate become a firefighter. That would be amazing. That's the ROI that's a little more challenging to measure, but it's there. And we're getting that ROI back. The same thing in the police department. We added an impact team. That's really hard to measure sometimes because first your crime rates are going to go up. You want your crime rates to go down, but if you put 4 people out there saying, go deal with this, your crime rates are going to go up, and that's success. It sounds crazy, but it's success because they're addressing the crime. But, and ultimately, of course, over time, we want that to decrease, but that's a hard ROI to measure in some cases.
Brandon, you're forgetting the main person, Shandy, where the ROI is right there in inspections.
How are we doing on time?
So we are coming up to a break.
Oh, okay.
My time sheet is on top of it.
I wanted to add something real quick. Yeah, so going back to the financial decoder thing, this particular chart is it's called a vulnerability indicator. The title of the chart is Government Transfers to Total Revenue. What it is the share of a city's income that comes from state or federal aid. What it tells you, high dependency on outside funding makes the city vulnerable to political or economic shifts beyond its control. What the trend shows is if the trend is rising, the city is becoming more dependent on outside help. If it's falling, the city is strengthening its local revenue base. It's a very, the main thing is validating and discussing the data on this to see if it would be worth, having this. And I guess a question for my colleagues is, would it be worth having this data ahead of our next budget discussion to inform our decisions or inform our discussions?
I think at the very least, it's worth keeping in mind the questions that data is answering. Like, I actually had never thought about outside help as putting us in a position of vulnerability, but.
And I will say that, there's a particular, maybe values and, not to say bias necessarily, but there's a particular framework that this is coming out of, and I guess it's niche, but it applies to municipal spending, and certainly if we looked into the data and we found that it's like, this doesn't inform our reality or things like that. I think those are useful conversations to have on this, because it's just a different way to think about some of these things.
I think it's an excellent input to give us another angle, because, we do things on a recurring basis and generate a draft budget based on input from community, council, staff, et cetera, but to have another tool that's kind of external facing view would be helpful. And I think about contract and professional services, because that's a big bucket of money. How much of that really is a vulnerability versus we just don't have the need to have an expert within our colleague.
Yeah, I think it's important for us to, that's another data point, really important for us to understand and the trend.
But don't we get that already? It's not on the grant side, but most of them, the federal and because and all those things, those are kind of defined, but more granular, the vulnerability, this is dying after 3 years, so those kind of things are kind of good to know, because that's only after 3 years if the service is having impact on the people.
Yeah.
I want to evaluate the delta against the cost. Like, what will we be getting that we don't already have versus how much it's going to cost?
Yeah, this is just data.
Is
right?
it free?
It's not the discussion. Yeah, this framework, this tool is free.
I like the cost.
I mean,
Free, yeah.
And
Well, free
it would just
insofar as
require,
how many hours will it take staff to get
Right.
there?
right,
So,
it took me an afternoon.
at your charge rate?
Let's not forget that we say that we're a smart city and that we have a lot of data that is readily accessible to the public. So if this is a free tool, the data we provide externally should also be, converted.
what does the licensing look like? Can we take data from that model and share it externally?
Yeah, it's already shared externally.
I mean, the insights and the charts and everything, we can share it all.
Yeah,
I'd have Rick take a look at it and see what
right.
upper level staff thinks about it.
Yeah, there's lots of tools, and it's a perfectly fine tool, every tool I think comes from a mindset of sorts, so I think we just need an opportunity to dig into it a little bit if that's the direction you give, to look into that and again, measure the value against what, and I'm not suggesting it's an overwhelming workload, but evaluate that. All right, I feel like we're at a decent time for a break, so we would come back from the break and perhaps think about if there's any lingering questions around particularly the breakdown, and if not, we will move into a fleet discussion, and then we'll move from that into staff I mean, no, take 10, and then walk me back in 15.
Take 10,
Okay,
yes.
what he said.
That was a correct moment.
I'm ready in Morrisville.
My way, I can't see the slide.
Okay, we are back to the session. I'll pass it back to Town Manager Zudema to take us into the next section.
So, again, I'm gonna welcome Matt Weatherall, our board director. There were several of you that had questions about fleet. So what we wanna do is give you an update on, what the fleet policy looks like, how that's being handled right now. And then Matt is also doing some work on reevaluating some of that criteria, and looking at length of vehicles and things. Vehicles are newer, they should last longer, that sort of thing. So I'll turn it over to Matt.
Just before we do that, Brandy, I just want to take a minute to recognize the fact that Micah did an amazing job on the presentation this morning, and it was really well thought out and really, to me, very helpful.
Thank you.
Outstanding. Next outstanding person. No pressure.
Yeah, I got a lot to live up to now. Yeah, so good morning. Want to talk a little bit about some of the fleet and focusing specifically on replacement cycles right now. I'm happy to go in any direction you guys want to talk about. In the FAQ, we provided our current criteria for evaluating our replacement vehicles. So right now we are looking at, our fleet, we manage right now 121 vehicles. And that number goes up to 157 when you start looking into the piece of equipment that fleet is maintaining right now. So right now, the way we've been responding in our fleet replacement has been looking at the money that council has been giving us, and based off our replacement criteria, identifying our top candidates and maximizing what's been replaced. So we are looking at pivoting a little bit in how that's done going forward, of presenting what we have for vehicles that are eligible for replacement, to give you guys, senior leadership and council, a better idea of where we are, to be thinking a little bit more holistically on what kind of funding goes through this and risks and associated with replacement.
And then just real quick for clarification, the 121 and the 157 does not reflect fire apparatus. So the fire apparatus is managed through the fire department. SUVs, pickups are handled by fleet, but the actual apparatus is handled outside of this scope. Correct. The engines, the ladders, and the rescue.
Question? I didn't hear the question.
What the apparatus included, so that included any of the engines, ladders, or rescue. So utility vehicles, SUVs, things like that are managed by police.
So our current policy right now, that we start evaluating vehicles for replacement, is either the 60% of the NADA book value. A need no longer exists within the department. The overall condition of a vehicle has just gotten to a point that it is just not operationally safe. And then going beyond that, we look at mileage and age, and it varies depending on the use. So for PD, we're currently looking at 6 years or 85,000 miles when we start looking at it. For fire non-apparatus vehicles, same as PD, that's 6 year, 85,000. Our heavy-duty trucks, mainly the ones that you see in public works, those are 15 years or 125,000, and then all of our other fleet vehicles, we're on a 12-year or 100,000 mile warranty, or excuse me, 100,000 mile review period, not warranty. And so that set us up right now. When I'm looking at that, and our 121 vehicles that we have right now, 41 of those vehicles meet at least one of those pieces of criteria right now. And if we were, just to give you guys an idea of what that looks like from a cost replacement threshold for those 41 vehicles, that's about $2.8 million. And that 2.8 includes the purchase plus all the upfit that goes into different vehicles. So, safety equipment, lights, and then even more for PD when it comes to emergency response with radios and all the things for PD's operational side.
Matt, to what extent do we do, I understand we can't do upfits in-house, but to what extent do we do like preventive maintenance or I guess any kind of maintenance do we do that in-house, or do we outsource that?
We certainly try to do as much as we can in-house, so a lot of the simple preventative maintenance things, oil checks, all the kind of simple things that we are responsible for as like normal people when we go to like oil change place. We handle all those things. We can also go up to bigger, really we can handle almost anything. It's just more of a time consideration at that point, is where we look at, does it make sense for us to outsource it from the time we get back out? Is it still covered under warranty? So those are the kind of decisions. But right now, for most of our vehicles, we can handle most things. It's more of just the time and the cost is the bigger decision for us outsourcing at this point.
So, thank you so much for giving those breakdowns, because that's really helpful for me. Not talking about public works, but the vehicles where, either the PD or the fire take home and as a stuff, like you're putting a criteria of 85,000 miles, and out of which, say, 50% is back and forth to the residence and back, So technically, it's only 45, and then we are adding all the burden, because you can't transfer the equipment from one vehicle to other vehicles, pretty much completely brand new, which has to come on the other side, assuming all the bells and whistles that all the speedies and everything want. Is it more cost effective to give them like regular vehicles so that they can go back and forth? I understand that it is an incentive for them to go, because they're off duty. They don't need to take this one, but especially you're putting a criteria of 85,000.
And Chief Ross can speak to that better.
And if y'all don't mind, I'll stand up so I'm not talking behind some people. So I think it's important to talk about why our take-home fleet is so important real quick, right? So as a profession, we went to this model, I don't know, probably at least 10 years ago, I would say. And the reason why is, you're right, it is an incentive, it's a recruitment piece, but the biggest thing is operational readiness, right? So take, for example, if I keep my whole fleet here in town, okay, 9 square miles, anywhere in town, there's a railroad track running right through the middle of town. Train the rails, similar to what happened with EQ in Apex, right, not far away. We have an emergency. My entire fleet is contained in this town to where now I need to deploy officers to go block streets, whatever, and they can't get to the vehicles. The other thing is I have people assigned to SWAT teams, negotiators, things of that nature where we partner with other agencies, where they'll be here. By them having that take-home vehicle, their equipment with them, it decreases our response time so we can get help to people quicker, especially when we're talking about people coming in. So the operational readiness piece is the biggest thing for me, right? Because that's a safety measure for the town. So to your point, it's not just the going back and forth, it's the fact they have their equipment with them, they have their police cars, they have lights and sirens that by statute, I can allow them, if it's a big enough emergency, to run emergency traffic all the way to Morrisville, right? So they're getting here quicker to provide our residents with the assistance that they need at that time. So I think that's the biggest point to kind of hit here, is that that's the biggest thing behind our take-home fleet. Now, to your point, recruitment, while we're on it, that is a big point too, because like I said, pretty much every police department in the nation kind of went to this model. So all our jurisdictions here in Wake County do it. Surrounding counties, the majority of them I can find are doing take-home vehicles. So here's a recruitment piece, but I think all of us went to that model because it provides us with that operational readiness. So.
No, I appreciate you telling me about the operation. I was looking more from a business, like a standpoint of view. Then is 85,000 like too less, because or we can increase it to more mileage?
So I'm going to turn it back over to Matt, but I just want to say, Matt's new to his position. I'm still just a year into mine. He and I have worked together before. I managed a 121 vehicle fleet in Apex before I came here, so we have experiences that he and I are working together to try to adjust some of these things to help make this a better process, maybe make vehicles last longer, be a cost savings. I will say that, but I'll let him kind of address
Well, I do want to say that this is honestly the first time that I can recall that I've heard this put in the context of operational readiness rather than a recruiting tool. have to say that that removes a lot of my objection to the take-home fleet. How often would you say that becomes a factor, the officers having their own, like, in other words, how often would you say officers are dispatched to an emergency where the readiness time?
So I highlighted the big ones. I think it happens on a daily basis here because of the fact that if I keep a fleet at the police department, right, officers have to come in to drop those cars off, and now I have to have officers come to the police department to get their cars. But what happens now is they're coming into town, and as they are, they're monitoring their radios. So as soon as they get to the city limits, it may be that a call goes out on one side of town, they're like, oh, I'm right here at it. That just reduced my response time. It could be a domestic or something where I get an officer on scene much quicker than I would if I had to go to the police department, grab my car, and go back out. So the examples I gave are kind of the bigger ones, but I would say, if not daily, at least weekly, we're seeing that benefit from our officers.
Let me, I like that question a lot. So let me ask a different way, like take a hospital, like they work 7 to 7, okay, the nurses and the CNAs. They're coming into work, but technically they don't hit their duty till 7 o'clock. So is the police also works like that? Like, I'm assuming they come on a time and from there, their shift starts, right?
True, it starts once they get on duty, once they hit the town limits, actually a mile out, which we don't have too much ETJ just because of the surrounding municipalities, but that's where they're able to conduct their duties. But I will say also, I know we're looking at Morrisville and what kind of benefits Morrisville, but one thing that this does too, it benefits our neighboring jurisdictions, that they help us out as well in the fact that they could be driving home and going through Cary and there's an accident that just happened at an intersection. I expect them to stop there and turn their blue lights on so we prevent more people from having accidents and getting hurt. I know that's in Cary, but Cary officers do the same for us. So I guess to answer your question, like majority of the time it's when they hit the town limits, but these are just providing benefits across the board.
Chief,
Also,
I'm sorry, would you explain how roll call works and that they, the response to the for roll call, that's when they get the briefing and then that really starts their response, for calls?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear any of that.
So he was referencing roll call. So we have roll call every day where officers come to the police department. Now, the way we do it is a little different than other police departments in the fact we wait a little bit into their shift because typically when shift change happens, it's the busiest time in town. So I want officers out on the roadway. But what they do is they come together to share important information like the things that happened that day, anything they need to be on the lookout for, whatever it is. And that's technically when their shift kind of starts. But as soon as they get to town limits, they're on duty for the purposes of what you were talking about. Does that answer what you were looking for? Do you have something to say?
I think that hit most of my point is that you got folks that, come into work early. I mean, if they start at 6 o'clock, they could be approaching town at 5:30, 5:15. We're not paying them necessarily for that, but if something pops, they're there and they're an extra resource. And again, some of that is for emergencies, some of that is for things that people just like a timely response on certain types of activities. So there's, that's probably a tertiary benefit beyond retention and the true operational readiness for emergencies, but there's a lot of pieces to it.
So technically, those police officer is not obligated. I know they will help out of the way, but till they shift, the same with the nurses, they 1 hour, they basically shuffle all the information and everything before they carry on to the next person. That is not happening until they both talk to each other and then the shift starts.
No,
But you're saying it starts even before that.
They're responsible once they hit the town limits.
Okay.
That's the expectation, that's what they understand. Plus, the whole reason why we got this profession is to help people. So if I hear a call go out, even as police chief, if I'm driving by, I'm stopping to help, right? So to your point, but that is the expectation that we give them is that you go to that call, please, so we can get some help to them. Now, if it's a call that happened where somebody stole some lumber 3 days ago, okay, maybe that one can wait just a minute. But these are the active calls that are going on, right?
Chief, I agree with you 100%. If we have to increase the longevity of this vehicle, you tell me a good way how to do it.
And I think that's what Matt and I are working on, right? To where vehicles last longer now than what they did before and things. things. So that's where we're working together. I just wanted to highlight for you guys, as the newer police chief, why I see the need for a take-on fleet. And I think for years, you're right, it's been preached as a recruitment tool, which it is. To be honest, for us to stay in the market to hire police officers, we would need it. But for me, it's more the benefit of the operational readiness and the fact that we're adding safety for our residents versus the recruitment piece of it. It's important, but that's not the most important part of it.
Thank you so much.
Sorry.
So all the surrounding towns offer that?
Every municipality in Wake County either does it or offers a version of it. Now, I can't comment for Chief Boyce, I would have to ask him, but I'm pretty sure they went to an all-take-home fleet a few years ago, but they have over 500 officers, so I'm not sure what that looks like for them, but if you see them, you'll see them out in town, they have take-home fleets, so, yeah, everybody that I know of, the last holdout I knew of was Sanford Police Department, but they've even went to it now. So that's all the surrounding counties, and plus, also keep in mind what our recruitment looks like right now. I hate to hit on that piece again, but it's important to mention that, when we look at mileages and stuff, we talk about affordability of living in town, especially living in Wake County. I'm having to recruit further and further out as far as where people live, just because of affordability of living either this county or even the next county over now. So I think that's another major factor that we need to this.
What is the furthest offices?
I'm sorry, we
How far, what's your limit on mileage?
right now it's 35 miles, which is the same for actually some municipalities around us that went out further, but that's pretty consistent with everybody in the county. And like I said, the biggest factor of that is that people living further and further away from Wake County just because of affordability. And what we do is if they don't fit in that mileage, they can park it at the closest 24-hour facility. So we have agreements with other police departments, fire departments, where they can park their cars there, and it still decreases that response time and stuff, because we still want to be fiscally responsible for our residents, right? I don't want like unlimited take on, but that's consistent with what other municipalities are doing, and gives us a good response time for our officers to be able to get stuff.
Speaking of which, I'm prepared to be a nitpicky jerk here. So this is a take-home vehicle. Is this vehicle going to the grocery store, going on vacation, it's getting home, parked in the driveway where the officer performs their errands and their stuff? I mean, I drive to New Jersey 6 times a year. So, I mean, if I was a Morrisville police officer, I wouldn't be doing that in a Morrisville police car.
It's specifically for use for town functions. So there are things that they do outside the county. So our K-9 officers may go train with another jurisdiction, but they're driving it for the K-9. They may be driving the K-9 to the vet or something, because our vehicles have all those safety measures. Y'all probably saw the sad thing that happened at the sheriff's office recently where they didn't have those, things to measure heat in the car. So we do utilize it for that stuff, but nobody uses it for their personal use. If they are, then they'll lose their take-on line. We should do that.
So, once the officer takes the car home, bring it home, if they're going to use the same vehicle, or then that's going to be instead of?
If they're taking it home, once they get it home, it stays parked till they come back to Morrisville. So if they're like Mayor Pro Tem was asking, if they're going to the grocery store or whatever, they drive their own personal vehicle.
So, I'm in favor of this take-home policy. I want to put that out there. I think a lot of the benefits outweigh the costs, I think, on this. And I had questions, but you had said something, the 35-mile kind of limit, that was very clarifying. The questions that I have is, total miles to and from their home, and maybe how does our affordable housing policy decrease that distance?
So right now, not many of my officers would fit under the current affordability, just because we're fortunate that our salary is high enough that we're competing, right? But it wouldn't fall within that frame. But I will say, if we ever get to a point where more people can live within the municipality, you see even more benefits from it, because now I have visible police cars inside of neighborhoods, things of that nature that you see, that ends up deterring crime. And I think what you may be referring to, Mayor Pro Tem, is that there are some jurisdictions that allow that, but it's because most of their officers live in the municipality. So when I allow them to drive it somewhere, that's that visibility piece, right? I see a marked patrol car, so it tends to deter crime. We just don't have enough here to living to do that, but that's what it would kind of look like. We just don't fit in that frame right now. But if more lived in town, you would see more benefit.
Do we have officers sitting in Morrisville?
I know I personally do.
We have one,
We have a
Officer,
few,
Officer Gould stays in Breckenridge.
Right, so what you typically see is the ones that we do have either bought their houses here a long time ago, and that's why they came to work for us, because of the fact that they want to work in the community they live in, or they're maybe in apartment complexes and things of that nature. So I'm not sure exactly how many we have. I could get that number for you. I know it's not as many as I would like, but it's just the cost of things, right?
So when you issue this policy, can you help different policy for those who live in Morrisville, so they can choose right around, as you were saying?
I can definitely look at it. I don't know that I have enough for that to be a benefit right now, but that's something we could probably definitely look at. I would need to know how many we have. I just don't know that we have that many. And plus, I need to give them that option too, because people need time away from wearing this badge every now and then, right? Just to give them a little bit of a break. And they may be taking their family to a grocery store. I'm not gonna allow them to put their family in the car. That's just too dangerous, right? So that's kind of part that goes into it, but be glad to look at it.
Yeah, that's an option.
If I can add to that, there are some state statutes that limit what someone can do with a taxpayer-funded vehicle for their personal use. So we have to be careful about that, number one. Number two, if we're gonna have a police officer in a police vehicle driving around town, we want that officer to be fully equipped and ready to act as something comes up. So if they hop in a marked patrol car in shorts and a t-shirt to go to the grocery store, they're not really capable of doing what we want them to do. And the image of that is somewhat of a problem. So there's a lot more that goes into that. It's the visibility of the car parked somewhere, but it's also the back and forth, because now they're in town when they're driving back and forth to work, more so than they would be if they were, outside town.
There's a lot that goes into it. I'd have to look at it from a policy standpoint. We just don't have enough right now for me to say that would be beneficial for the town.
I just asked you to mention.
No, I appreciate your question, actually, and I do think that, if we had more, it's something to consider a little bit more. We just don't have enough right now.
What I think would be worthwhile to have, but I'm not necessarily expecting us to spend a whole lot of time on it, but essentially, if I could wave my wand and have all the trend data that I wanted to, but, the cost of housing, the distance traveled because of that, and that effect on fleet replacement, right? If we're getting people that, because the cost of housing is increasing and it's getting further and further out, right, what is the effect does that have on our fleet replacement? If everybody's at the max 35 versus everybody's, the average is a little bit less.
Yeah, we looked at it when we first ran this for budget this fiscal year we're in now, and while we have some that are that far out, a lot of them we're talking are less mileage than that right now, so I don't know that we're to that point.
Sure.
And I don't know that I would adjust our mileage anymore. It would just be
Right.
kind of on them to get there, but it still reduces that response time. It still gives us the operational readiness that we need. But yes, to your point, that is a very good point. As it keeps increasing, we're going to keep seeing people further and further out.
To add on that, is there like a value add in giving subsidies to the essential services? Like, for example, in terms of housing, if I say the town gives $500, $1,000 to a police officer, and that actually is a cheaper proposition than a fleet, which is $80,000, $90,000. Have you done that kind of analysis? I'm saying no, but because if there is a value add coming to the affordability, you said that the officers don't qualify into that. So perfect, I get it. So as an allowance, that will incentivize them to stay closer to do that.
I have a person ran this, I'll kind of let the town manager weigh in on what
We haven't measured that. I think we can to some extent. And that it's a little challenging given, varying rates in apartments and things. And again, I think for some of the officers, it probably is cost, but I think for others, they don't necessarily want to live in the jurisdiction they serve. nothing about Morrisville, but if they're from an area that's nearby, they may wanna live where they're at. Some of them still, live in a family house or family property or things like that. So-
100%. The fire department is like that. They want to stay in the countryside so that they.
Yeah, there's not a lot of firefighters that live in town either. It's just the way that
All
goes
those
out.
residents said to.
And town manager brings up a very good point from a police perspective, right? That there are times where we don't want to be in the jurisdiction that we police in, just because it's nice to go to a store and not have to worry about running into somebody that you've had to charge with a crime or whatever, right? So it really depends on kind of what they're, you laugh, but I policed in the town I grew up in when I first started, and it was not a fun experience sometimes going into the stores. But, but I haven't looked at any studies related to that, but I can sure.
That only pertains to you, not to him, because he's not allowed to take the fire truck home,
Like I said, I live in Morrisville.
But thank you, this was very helpful.
Absolutely. Anything else on that you need from y'all? Turn it back over to Matt. Sorry, we went down a rabbit hole. I forgot what your original question was. I told you. Matt would answer for you.
Yeah, I think your original question was circling back to, with the take home, does that have us looking at extending our replacement criteria from years and mileage? And yes, we are looking at, one of the first things when I got here, Chief and I sat down, and first thing on the topic that we discussed was fleet. And so we've been very proactive in looking at what we can do, specifically at the police fleet, but looking at what we're putting into vehicles, are there cost savings we can find with our replacements? But I think we both feel very confident in the equipment that we have, and that with the way vehicles are constructed now, we can extend usable life. 85,000 miles, we have a few vehicles above that right now that are operating just fine. Our experience so far, especially with these new Pursuit Explorers, has been very positive from a maintenance and repairs perspective. We have also brought in a lot of hybrid Pursuit vehicles, which do operate, have much better fuel efficiency than our regular gas ones. So that helps us on our sustainability front too. And I know one of the things early on when hybrid technology was a little bit newer, there was concerns about battery life and cost of replacement, but that has significantly come down. Especially on these Explorers specifically, it's a very simple replacement for a battery replacement, and it's about the same cost as a transmission, so it's in that $3,000 to $4,000 range. So while it is notable, it is something that if we get to that point, we can replace that and extend our life and for the most part, get our money back out of that.
What about battery disposal? We're also trying to meet we're also trying to meet certain sustainability goals.
Yeah, so I have not looked into that because we haven't had to replace any hybrid batteries yet, just because our current program is getting at a place that we're replacing vehicles before they're getting closer to that end-of-life battery cycle. But I can certainly look into what we can be thinking about for that in the long term.
Matt, if we had to replace a battery in a vehicle, would our staff be doing that work, or would it go to a dealer?
No, that would have to go out for.
So if it went to a dealer, the dealer would have some policy and some process around replacing or around disposal of that battery. And there are some regulations around that as well. So the town wouldn't necessarily have the opportunity or responsibility to do anything with that now used up battery system.
So we are actively looking at what we can do to extend this. And given this year's fiscal picture and potentially next year's, we are looking at all of our fleet vehicles. Are there things we can do from a cost savings perspective when it comes to replacing, make sure we're right sizing, looking at assignments of where it fits within departments, but then also if it doesn't fit within a department, we look at moving it somewhere else. So we have those processes in place in our policy right now.
So obviously, you may have to triage a little bit, and then it'd be really helpful to me to know when the cost of keeping something going exceeds what the replacement would be, just from a fiscal responsibility standpoint.
But is that where we want to be? That's a question. Like, I've driven cars into the ground to where the point of replacing them or doing work on them it was just cheaper to go buy something new.
Yeah,
but also, I think, obviously, I don't have to tell you this, but we do want to maintain a certain quality standard. like, what's the difference between a police car with 85,000 miles on it and a police car with 100,000 miles on it? Is it, I mean, is it still operationally ready? Like, can it do a pursuit or do, like, what can it, what's the kind of what's the criteria, not just mileage, right? Like, what's the criteria that we look at when we're, like, we've got to replace them, we've got to replace them, we've got to replace them, we've got to replace them?
Our initial criteria, and then we start looking at condition score, which is made up of how much costs have already gone into that vehicle versus the replacement costs, and then looking at like the actual physical appearances. Does it have chipping, paint, is rust starting to build up, is the interior in good shape? So we take all those factors in to really help us narrow it down to what do we actually need to repair, not just relying on something that's hitting triggers and starting the replacement process.
And it meets its purpose, it can still function, I
Yes.
guess the main thing.
Yes.
That's what she's asking about a police vehicle. Once it stops functioning, being safe for the officer, then that's got to go top of the list, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
I think it's important to mention that Matt and I have a standing meeting at least quarterly to talk about fleet. So if we're seeing those issues, he and I can address those right then. But to your point, a lot of that goes into what does the maintenance cost look like, right? Because I've been in police cars where they had 60,000 miles on it and couldn't barely function just because it was kind of a limit of a vehicle, and I've had some with 120,000 that ran great, right? It's just kind of one of those things. But we have a standing meeting where we talk about this on a regular basis.
Do we have, or do we do any kind of checks and maintenance in-house or?
Yes, so we complete preventive maintenance checks in-house, we do simple oil changes. So right now, we are moving into a more proactive model to make sure we get vehicles in on a better frequency. We have our, police and fire, we've got really good reaction, or not reaction, we have really good response to making sure those are brought in because they're so active, live in their vehicles to a certain extent. We're working to get more proactive on bringing vehicles in. When we get everything in, no matter how far they've been driven, we bring them in at least once a year and make sure that they get their oil change and full inspection to make sure we can maximize their life.
Are there any kind of daily checkups? Or daily or weekly checkups?
So that would be on departments. We ask departments to just do a very simple walk around, look if there's anything wrong with it. We're not asking anybody to, do a deep dive into anything. That's where we are. But anything with vehicle warning lights or anything like that coming on, we want to bring that into fleet and make sure we look at those things.
So the reason I'm asking this question is, if you look at the military vehicles, they use it for a long time. And they have EMCs who just finally maintenance checks that they do for a
A little louder, Councilmember Patel.
Usually, sorry.
Thank you.
Military has the PMCS, primary maintenance checking schedule, where they do some basic check every day, sometimes, depending on where you go, 3 times. Obviously, you can, but some people, I'm not suggesting it's hopefully for vehicles together, some people do it.
Well, fire apparatus, they check every morning when they come on shift, so
Yeah.
make
Oh.
sure everything's there where it needs to be.
Officers check theirs daily, and then there's a monthly inspection that a supervisor does to make sure we're not missing something.
Okay, yeah, that's.
So, yeah, our public safety ones are, I'm thinking more about some of the ones that are pool or shared vehicles. So we're looking into figuring out how we can improve that, to make sure those are getting as much attention paid to them as the ones that are getting daily through our public safety use.
So, I don't know if you can answer this, Matt, or not. Maybe Jeannie can remember somebody, Jeannie. Has it always been at 85? Has this policy always been the same? Has
So
it
this
always been 85,000? Yes. and
I
Jeannie.
can't speak to how long it's been or what was before, but this policy's been in place since 2022 and was updated in 2023. So I can't necessarily talk to how much, what it was like before that.
Yeah.
It's changed over the years.
It has
Of course, I've been
changed.
here a long time, so, and I think it's depended on really how, and Matt just said it a minute ago, how our vehicles of today that are produced have evolved and actually are capable of lasting longer. And I think that's what I hear Justin and Matt talking about evaluating when they think about what is this life cycle can be. I don't think the same thing applies to the fire apparatus. And it's
Fire
so that's my recollection, that it was not, it was different. There was a policy where it was of a lesser threshold. There was a, and so I guess what I'm, and you're right, Jeannie, maybe it's, because the equipment has changed over time, so clearly our policy needs to be updated over time. But I was just curious as to, and maybe we don't track this, and maybe we should start tracking it, if we change the policy, what does that do? I mean, we can sit here and speculate, can we go to 100, can we go to 125 before we need to replace vehicles? But maybe we need to track this to make sure, and maybe you are now, and maybe we weren't 10 or, and oh, by the way, it was way more than 10 years ago. It was 20 plus years ago when we adopted this take-home car policy. It was, I don't even know what it was in the police department.
Yeah, I didn't know when we did, I was just, around the country, it was about 15 maybe years ago that
No, we
everybody
did it
kind of
before
did.
that.
Y'all were ahead of time.
We were ahead. We were
And I-
Morrisville's always been ahead.
And I appreciate that as the police chief, that y'all are ahead of the time.
But anyhow, I guess that's where I'm, if we're gonna move this goalpost, I wanna know how that tracks and what that means, and make sure that we're keeping that data so we know the next time this conversation comes up. Did it work, didn't it work, should we, shouldn't we, that kind of thing.
Data-driven decision-making.
Yeah, and if we had tracked this back in the day, and then, it would help today. We'd have some data to look at today to say, this is not gonna be a big deal to move the goalpost in 2026, or not.
Yeah, and when we're looking specifically at this police criteria, we do have a few police vehicles that are well beyond, it's into the 90,000. So we are, making our choices when we are replacing these. If they are past the threshold, but they're still operationally fine, we're keeping them in. So we are trying to be very
Good.
driven in how we select our vehicles for replacement.
Good. Yeah, this is just a kind of goal recommendation, not a we must.
Yes.
It's okay, before we leave that, I think a couple things there. One is technology is helping us, right? So in terms of policy, now that we're using more current versions of Office, and now we're really relying on SharePoint, we're gonna have all those versions that are automatically created and saved. And then the other piece of this is that, I'll give you perhaps a budget preview that there's likely an ask coming from Public Works for fleet software. So the software we have is very, very, very dated, very, very limited in what it can do versus what it should be able to do to automate a lot of this, to make better use of AI and all that sort of thing. So back to the contracted software, that's an example of where, we need a better tool to allow Matt and his team to do the work.
And that comes because we have a big fleet now too. So it comes
Things are
as
very
you grow
different
and,
from
we're
10,
in a
20 years
different,
ago.
yep, that's exactly right.
I would like to add that while we talk a lot about years and miles, there's also a factor that's much harder to measure, and that's hours. So engine hours in public safety vehicles, because they're sitting at scenes idling because they've got to have the lights on and so on. And so that adds a wear and tear. So part of the way we can determine that is the maintenance records. And if there's some impact to that, if we're seeing higher maintenance records and so on. But that is a factor we have to include for certainly public safety vehicles, and even some public works vehicles could have to do the same thing.
So, Harrison, you had something before?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
So, remind me, how much did we allocate this year to the fleet replacements?
$180,000.
And the target is 500,000.
Now, again, that target could adjust a little bit, I think, particularly as we look at what these new mileage limits are gonna be, and what's the length of service of some of these vehicles. But, to what I spoke to earlier, we really need to get away from thinking that it's okay to not fund a fleet replacement, because it's just kicking it down the curve. Now, again, in some cases, new criteria may make that not as significant, but, we've got vehicles that are in need of replacement, and we may or may not be able to do them this year, because we are missing, sort of, 40%, 60% of, what theoretically should have been allocated.
So, Matt,
base allocation target is 500K annually. That's based on the policy?
So that's just a target that we've established internally. It's
Mhm.
not written into the policy that we're looking at $500,000. It's what's been historically.
Sure. I would be interested in knowing, what, I guess, two sides of this. What effect does a policy change have on the base allocation target? But then also, at different base allocation levels, how does that impact the operations of the fleet?
Yeah, and that's something I want to move to this year. I kind of alluded to it at the beginning. Rather than trying to figure out how much money is available to go towards this, I want to present, here's everything that is eligible for replacement and creating separate tiers to really understand what is something that we've looked at that's hit the different triggers for us to be looking at. Now really looking a little bit deeper into the actual data, which vehicle truly needs to be replaced, something that is not going to last operationally that much longer. So we are, that's the direction I want to go and present that in tiers of here's where we're looking at, so you guys have a better idea of what our recommendations are from a fleet replacement perspective to help the decision making on that end. But yes, we can definitely look at the second piece you mentioned of by changing this, we can start trending out and try to make some predictions on what it's going to look like. I can certainly work on that. We can see you guys more as we get to the real budget planning process.
And then is this primarily, would this primarily be funded through ad valorem revenue?
I mean, yes, given that's our largest funding source, but it really would be funded by the revenues that we track. So again, we don't right now particularly assign ad valorem versus sales tax versus anything else.
It's just whatever we have.
Correct. It's essentially a bucket of revenues outside of anything that's restricted.
Yeah. That's it. Okay. So, Chief, you have convinced me with all the questions and answers, so with the take home. My last question is, how much does a police vehicle cost today?
So a vehicle with upfit brand new, we're looking between $85,000 and $90,000.
Yeah, with everything in. Okay, perfect. Then, what is your policy when you retire a vehicle? How much of the equipment can be recycled, or how does it work?
Yeah, so we look to try and retain as much as we can. The challenging part gets to is if the vehicle, if Ford's made any changes to the model, but we do try to replace, carry over our radios and some of the very
those
easy,
ones.
those things like that, we can absolutely. There's some things beyond that, like cages and some other equipment, that when they make body changes that we just can't reuse.
Yeah, no, I'm not worried about that. Like basically the main things like equipment and all those things, so that can go to a new vehicle.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were looking at things that have usable life.
Okay.
We were trying to take those and make sure we repurpose those in other vehicles, new vehicles.
Okay. Thank you.
And talk about what you do with those vehicles when we retire them, we sell them.
Correct. We hold on at our best replace. We have a surplus, so when we do have PD vehicles, specifically PD vehicles that go down and we need replacements, we do have standby vehicles at our shop that we can, that way the police can stay, fully staffed and all their equipment up and running. But once we get to replacement, we end up stripping them of all their materials and then we auction them off. So, easy.
And that's excuse me, go ahead. Oh, all I was getting ready to say was, sorry. That's an important piece of that life cycle calculation, that life cycle discussion. If we run the vehicle all the way down to where it has no useful life afterward, then we can't really surplus it and sell it for very much, if anything. The ability to turn these vehicles over when we've reached whatever that criteria is does maximize the amount that we can ultimately surplus those vehicles for, whether that's going through the gov deals process and going to private residents, or if it's going to other municipalities that might ultimately decide to buy those through gov deals to use in their particular fleets as well. So
You gave me a perfect segue on that question. So, what's the cost of stripping?
So we do a lot of it in-house on the stripping part. So we don't have like a contracted services cost that I can give you, but if you're interested.
Yeah, I'm not, just like, and then what's the auction, how much do you guys get out of that?
That's a number I don't have offhand, but I can.
And I'll say it varies. It varies based on, obviously the quality of the vehicles, also the, just the demand for vehicles in general. One of the, just anecdotally, we saw a large increase in, the demand for certain types of vehicles during COVID times when vehicles were constantly skyrocketing, so that the price for a new vehicle was not necessarily cost effective for every municipality across the country. And so a lot of them did utilize the ability to purchase those used vehicles through gov deals from other municipalities. So it really does vary, on lots of different criteria. It's hard to just give you a number just off the bat.
I kind of know it because the Ford is 40,000 and then the equipment is like all the 40,000. And this is Ford, it's not like a German or this one, the value goes really low. I think even if we get 2,000-3,000, I would be surprised.
I'm confident that staff is squeezing everything we can out of our used assets. Do you feel like you've hit these three, or is there still more?
I feel like I've addressed things, unless there's more questions.
The surplus, would that go into the general fund, and that would just get allocated wherever it needs to get allocated? Is there some way to tie the fleet replacement allocation to the surplus that we have coming in, right? Because that would ultimately, one affects the other to a certain extent, right? The less we allocate this, the less we get on surplus.
Yeah, I guess probably look for Byron for some of this guidance too on how to handle that going forward.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, that surplus is really it's looked at as a supplement to whatever we ultimately allocate for fleet replacement. It's not meant to fund the fleet replacement just outright. And the reason for that is exactly what I talked about a second ago. It is variable in terms of how much we're ultimately going to get. So I hesitate to go in and say if we sell 6 vehicles this year, we're going to bring in $50,000, no questions asked. We might bring in more, but we very well might bring in less too. And so to tie those numbers directly to whatever we're going to ultimately allocate for future vehicles ends up being a little bit, it ends up being risky, basically. So it ultimately just serves as a little bit more of a supplement. The same would go for if we had to replace vehicles due to a wreck or something else that happens with the vehicle. That ultimately tries to go in as a supplement to purchase that next one. But yeah, it's not necessarily just looked at as being part of our funding requirements for those vehicles. It's extra funding that we ultimately get that maybe helps us either move a vehicle forward in that replacement schedule, or where we initially planned for 4, maybe we have the ability to get 5 of that schedule.
Yeah. But I guess the point that I'm making is that the whatever policy we come up with, whatever allocation we put in, it will have an effect on that surplus value, though not in a way that could be really tracked and measured and whatnot.
Right.
So that's just more of a, I don't know, just putting it out there that that is a downstream effect of the decisions that we make.
Right.
Byron, when you talk about the fleet, not fleet, the difference with fire apparatus and we'll try to remove the surplus value. We try to send that back. Because
Yes.
that's significantly different.
Right, it is significantly different, and because we do have a separate reserve for fire apparatus, we do send that back to that capital reserve. So, and not to mention the fact that what we end up getting back for the surplus of a fire apparatus is significantly more than we would get for any other vehicle. And so that does help supplement what ultimately we're putting back into those vehicles, and does help kind of build our future liability when it comes to purchasing additional apparatus way down the road, not just for the next fiscal year.
And that's not to say that Dooley takes better care of his stuff than Ross.
Yeah.
Not saying that.
The only thing I want to add is on that chart, that life cycle, because life cycle sounds like that's the life that we get out of the truck. That's just frontline service.
how much does it fetch, you know, just curious, when you sell it?
Much as you would think. Yeah.
How much?
Not as much as you would think. I think we got 35,000 for the ladder 22 being sold.
Just the number, because I
Yeah,
was
it's
just.
35,000 we got for ladder 22.
I think we got the juice out of it,
We'll
right?
probably do better on the engine,
Yes.
actually.
And then two other quick comments, and we'll start the transition over to staffing if you're ready for that. You know, one, I think, is that within the last 24 months, we have done a pretty deep dive into the fleet outside of PD and fire in terms of particularly what are fleet shared vehicles, but also assigned vehicles to departments to look at, does everybody need the vehicles they have assigned? You know, because we found everything from a vehicle got, 20,000 miles on it to a vehicle got 5,000 miles on it or less in a year. And so there was some reduction in fleet. I mean, one or two vehicles, not a ton, but we did reduce fleet a little bit. We also shifted some vehicles so they were getting used and not just sitting and waiting for that occasional use. So I think that's one thing. Another thing I would mention in terms of the partnership between the PD and fleet is another thing they're looking at right now is not necessarily every vehicle in the PD has to be a police first responder vehicle. That adds to the cost of the vehicle. So they are looking, there's no decisions been made, but they are looking at what alternate vehicles might be purchased that aren't going to be as expensive as a fully equipped police car to reduce some of that cost. And then that type of vehicle would go with admin and maybe with detectives and folks that don't typically have to run emergency traffic lights and siren as a part of their job. So just a couple of points that we have been doing things proactively, and they're doing their best to be as creative as they can around the fleet and cost as we go forward. All right, so we're going to move into staffing. So what I asked staff to do was to give us basically a 5-year outlook on what they felt they would need from a staffing standpoint. We made a couple of assumptions on, like, assume for a minute there could be a community center. I understand there's no decisions made, but being realistic, if that happens, sort of thing. And so they looked at, the current year, what they got, and maybe what they'd asked for, and then 4 additional years to look out over that. And so over the course of that additional 4 years, there is a request for a total of 50 positions, which would increase our staffing by about 18% over the course of the future. Not surprisingly, a majority of those vehicles sorry, we're done talking about vehicles. The majority of those people are in public safety. So 19 requests from the police department, 13 requests from fire. So in terms of fire, that is almost exclusively to put engine 22 in service as our 5th frontline apparatus. That again is a part of that transition back to engine ladder. So that engine, and Chief Julie can speak certainly more fluently than I about this, but that engine would ensure that we are using the full engine ladder model. It would also provide some protection to ladder 22 not having to be on the road as often with the engine there. And again, it also sort of fulfills our commitment to the CAM model. The 13th position there is for a training captain. Again, they have been running their own academy indoors, and as you can imagine, training just continues to increase. There's never going to be, oh, we're not going to do that anymore. There's always more opportunities, some of which is required training, some of which is the ability to do other things. Chief, do you want to speak briefly to your leadership program you installed?
Yeah, so some of that with the fire captain position is looking to realign some of the current positions that we have. Not really fitting into a 5-year, but it could go beyond 5 years depending if those people are ready, if you have the training for that. But what I wanted to realign is our training chief going into a training/logistics chief so that they can put some logistics stuff that we're doing right now online. Personnel are doing, to lift that up. watching of route, in route time, watching of those kind of things and stuff like that. So that's what I had for as far as administration changes long term.
Chief Rosser, you want to pull out level, discuss yours?
Sure, I think, for mine, you will see requests that will, when we talk about, and I think y'all have already discussed this, the level of service that we provide to our community, a lot of mine are to address to where we can provide that higher level of service that we should be providing, in all honesty, and keep in mind that some of these are just due to how investigations go. So you'll see in there drug positions. The impact unit's great, but I'm using them to address things in the community like vehicle break-ins, things that are short-term investigations that I need them to kind of move around with, but we have other investigations in town, drug-related, possibly things like that, that just take maybe a year to 2 years for a full investigation. So it would give positions to allocate towards that would make it to where we can actually do that for the community and make sure we're addressing all the crimes here. And then some of those are SRO, or at least one more SRO position, because we agreed to take the high school, which thank you for that. That is definitely something our community needs, because that will be Morrisville kids going to that high school, so I want to make sure we have those positive interactions. And then the other pieces of these you'll see are just to ease some workload on some staff and give some specialized positions, one being a crime analyst. We're very data-driven, and right now Tanaja is doing a great job splitting that between accreditation and managing our RMS system and doing analytics, but it's very difficult unless you're really in that field. So that would add a position to allow us to provide a little bit more of a data-driven approach to ours, and to answer a lot of council and residents' questions on, okay, what does this look like for the police department? Through that, those analytics will be able to do that. So that's kind of high level of what those asks are.
So that's actually an example of something where I would have a question about, is that something that we can put some training toward and skill a person up to the data analysis that's required for that type of position? Because that's not something where you need a ton of uplift. It's really more about the tools and the insights that can be derived from the data. So is that something, do we need a person to do that, or do we need to skill up the person that's currently doing it?
I think right now in the police department, I would, just because of the fact that Tanaja has so much on her. Because as a former accreditation manager myself, I can tell you that's a full-time job in itself. So you're correct that the training will help, but I just don't think I have the personnel that even if I provided the training right now, that they could devote that much time to it for kind of what we're looking for. So, but absolutely, the training would definitely help.
You like having the impact team, and I hear about predictive analysis of where crime could happen, and you could be in front of it. I mean, that's where I would love Morrisville to move if possible.
Yes, sir, and that's where we're looking to move, because we're unique in the fact of, our square mileage is relatively small to other jurisdictions, but we're bordered by Raleigh and Durham, which adds a lot of moving parts for me, let's say, for what we have to do as far as investigations and things. So, and we're looking at other partnerships and stuff to help offset that, but those are positions that, when I look at a need for us and what we need to do to make sure we're addressing everything we should as a police department, that's where those positions came from. Also highlighting, and I don't remember if I already said this, some of those positions are the ones we were talking about where I would apply for grant funding, so we can at least push, the cost for the town kind of down the road, so we kind of grow responsibly in the police department, right? So that's one thing we're looking at for some of those positions.
Thanks, Chief. So as you look at the others, I'll start at the top and work around. The .25 is an admin. So you recall we created an assistant to the town manager position when Chief Wazinski retired from the fire department. So that still exists. It's a 3/4 time position. It's not currently filled. I haven't done that because of a variety of other reasons. But there is certainly the need for that resource on any number of different fronts, whether it's in admin or if we use it somewhere. But that would be a small ask just to add the additional resources to bring that to a full-time position. Next to that, economic development, so Tiffany has requested basically just another staff member to help with workload and continuing to look at not only retention, but also, not only recruitment, but also retention, both with larger companies, smaller businesses. You can see businesses, you can see
one thing. I was at the Greater Raleigh Convention and Visitors Bureau, where they gave Ondia's ice cream, an award. And unbeknownst to me, they do their manufacturing in Morrisville, or they used to, because they needed more space. And I wasn't even aware, so I would have loved to connect her with our econ development and try to help them stay within Morrisville. So the retention is something that I think that maybe we haven't had the resources to really pay as much attention to. And I think that's where, when redevelopment happens, there's a real opportunity for us to make sure that we're making the most out of what we've got and keeping it, because it's easier to keep a customer than to get a new customer.
And also, to Satish's point earlier, I mean, there are positions that pay for themselves. And for sure, economic development resources are among that category. I'm sorry, though, could we go back to the police for like 1 second?
Sure.
Because, so, I understand that, we want to get in front of crime, et cetera, but 19 police officers still seems like a lot of police officers to add to a town that's pretty well built out. So could you just maybe talk about that a little more?
Sure. So I agree. It seems like a lot, but I mean, as police chief looking at it, I think we fell behind on staffing. I don't know where that happened. When you look at our population compared to other municipalities, I feel like we should be much higher in the number of officers and staffing that we have. I don't know where that happened. I'm not trying to second guess what happened years ago, right? But from the way I look at it, it kind of goes into what I was talking about. What service level do we want to provide? Do I have enough officers we can go out here and answer 911 calls and do that stuff? Absolutely. But as my view, I want us to make sure that we are addressing all the community needs, and we're out here and we're being proactive and engaging with the community. That's why you see community police officers in there, because right now, our staff has taken that on themselves, and it adds to their duties with trying to increase the amount that we're out in the community. And I think over the last year, you've seen that we have definitely increased that, and it will continue to increase, but those are just some of the things. So right now, another thing is kind of comfort level from an officer safety standpoint. That's why you see 7 would give us the additional and, on our patrol staffing, because what we've seen too is we've adjusted how we respond to things for an officer safety. So take, for example, if I only have 5 officers, right now a fully staffed squad's 7, but maybe I have 2 on vacation. If I have 5 people working in town, if 2 domestics come out at one time, I now have 1 person covering the entire town of Morrisville. So from an officer safety standpoint, that's not great when I have 1 left. So kind of what we're looking at. So really it's a kind of a change in philosophy on how we respond to things, the direction we're going for the community. But really, I don't know, and it may have been during some of those recessions and stuff, we just kind of fell behind where we maybe should be as a police department for a community this size.
So this is an effort to catch up as well as, in some areas, provide different services?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
So if I could interrupt, where is this spreadsheet? I can't find it in Gene's. It's an FAQ.
So this would be page 13 in the FAQ.
So,
I'm clicking on everything.
so my question is sustainability of these things. Okay, like I can understand all the levels of service, everything you can add, we'll have the best service, but I just cannot foresight the growth in the next 5 years that we have to sustain. And for me, I want more scrutiny on every position that goes in, because we are not here to let people go. And that's not what we're, because we train them and they have a lot of domain knowledge. And that's my biggest fear. The number really scares the heck out of me, because that is amount of the retirement fund, amount of the all things. That's a different conversation. I want to bring it up later. But I don't see a pattern of how we could sustain this. So basically, we are growing at 3%. Might be 1-2 years by then, I don't know. Like after that, it's done. So,
I agree. I mean, and this is not to say you have to do this, of course. I mean, this is to share with you what the needs of the departments are. And again, some of these are just based on expansion and growth. We'll let Matt talk to that in a second. Cindy will talk to that a little bit. You know, in the case of the fire department, it's the model. In the case of the police department, it's enhancing the level of service. So certainly, these are decisions that can be made. This all doesn't have to happen in 4 years. You know, but to your point, you know, we are approaching to some extent in end state. I think there's a little bit more to come with that. We gave you, I think, a lot of information about redevelopment and about, you know, where we are in that terms, that if you haven't had a chance to read that, I would strongly encourage you to do that. Both Michelle and Tiffany have done a lot of have done a lot of work, you know, to put that together for you. So, you know, with these positions, and again, to your point, it's not just positions, right? It is the benefits, it is the retirement. In some places, it's where are we gonna put these people? Because, you know, we are cramming into every space that we know of, you know, and again, to the point earlier about facilities, I mean, we are grabbing space. You've seen that at Town Hall, we've done that at the Connector building, we've just done that with the PSMS building, you know, so we're certainly making those efforts, but in some of these cases, they have no place to sit.
yeah, I mean to say, I 100% agree with you. But I also, like Carrie just now is adding only 13 positions after like several years. I don't know how much their staff is. I don't want to even compare with that. But nice to have, must have. Okay. And when these kind of requests are coming, everyone in the council, you know, I can vouch, like public safety is top of the list. But said that, nice to have is a different bucket and must have. And that is where you guys have to make a very thorough decision what is needed, what is not. Because I'll give you one example. You use the data of based on the population. You know, you need these many people. But the crime rate in Morrisville is so less. It's the same thing, it's not in Durham. I can understand Durham. You need more with the population and all those things. But our crime rates are very, very less. So I don't know why you guys use that indicator, like that amount of police based on that.
Well, I think, without getting too far into the weeds, Chief Ross was comparing us to similarly situated communities. We realize we're not Durham, we realize we're not Raleigh. So, I mean, this is, again, looking at similar situated communities.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Chief Ross here, but it's more so the proximity to these larger communities that requires the amount of police.
Right, I think what we're looking at is you have to look at philosophy, right? So I've said all along, my philosophy is proactive policing and community policing. Those two have to marry up together. I think you are correct. We are very fortunate what our crime rate is, but to maintain that, it takes that proactive piece because we are surrounded by two larger municipalities and we see that crime bleeding over into our community at times. And I think to maintain that, you need that proactive piece is what I was saying there. That's why I referenced those two municipalities, because we are unique. If we were 35,000 and we were sitting in a different location, I don't think you see the same need as we do being surrounded by two larger municipalities the way we are now.
Yeah.
Well, but also, no matter what, I'm very concerned, frankly, that we have a situation sometimes where there's one patrol officer on duty for all of Morrisville. Like, I'm really concerned about that, and, you know, like, so the 7 patrol officers, to make it so that we can always field a complete shift, I mean, to me, like, that's just table stakes. We just should have that. I mean, the additional SRO, even the traffic safety officer, you know, to Satish's earlier point, you know, nice to have versus, you know, essential. But, I mean, the patrol officers, I mean, we need what we need.
And I don't want you to go home tonight thinking we're in a really bad position, because I do have mutual aid partners. I'm giving you what can happen and does happen at times here in the town that we're trying to now prevent by adding those patrol officers. And I would maybe back up to the SRO if I could just for a minute. That second SRO is really needed because of the fact that high school is so big, it's almost like a small municipality in itself. So having one officer in there is extremely dangerous for that officer and not as safe for the kids that are going to be there as it would be to have 2 to make sure we're covering that effectively.
Brandon, I keep raising my hand, and
ask Carrie, I don't know.
We don't currently have any SROs because there are no middle or high school placed in our community.
No, how many does Carrie have?
Terry typically has 2 for high school, as does Garner and other communities, when they're that full size school. So I'm gonna take a step back, because again, today is not about a justification for the individual positions. And I hear you, Councilman Scribe Johnson. I mean, this is not to suggest we can do this. This is an awareness to let you understand what the asks are that are out there. And I 100% agree it's about service level, clearly. You can see that in a number of these different categories. So,
You want me to flip it?
I just got you to the other one,
I
man.
know. All right, I'll flip back.
We're going back, bear with us. There we go. So, I would say then if we go around, next we would let Matt briefly talk about what the positions he has, which is about 7.5, and then we'll go to Cindy briefly, and then I'll wrap up the small ones and we can answer any questions you may have.
So looking at Public Works from a high level, a lot of this is to do with expansion of our infrastructure. Again, we aren't growing rapidly, but we are bringing on a lot of exciting things. Town Center, Cedar Fork Community Center, field assets, and those are the big things related to the grounds and facilities technicians that we have there. Then looking at our streets, we have a lot of stuff that we are contracting out right now, just because we have 3 streets technicians, and we can get to the point where we can add a few more streets technicians. We'll be able to get to 2 official crews, and or 1 large crew that can help us handle more larger scale things in-house. And again, so trying to get off of so many contracted services. And then a few pieces, analyst roles, asset operations support analyst. I think this is where I really wanted to start driving more into kind of what Brandon was talking about with our work order system updates. Specifically on fleet, it's we want to get to where we are more proactive and predictive in how we're looking at fleet, but also looking at similarly in our how we're managing our vertical assets, our facilities, and getting to work, building out our existing work order system so it can better help us guide more predictive and proactive replacements of our large building systems or building assets so we can lower our maintenance costs. And then a sustainability specialist and analyst. Our sustainability group is 1 person right now plus a half-time intern, and Kimberly's doing amazing things, especially if you kind of look at from an ROI from her salary to what she's bringing in and capable of doing. I'd say she is quite maxed out at this point. So if we want to continue to expand sustainability, I think there's a lot of opportunity of bringing an analyst in to help support her role, but looking at some of the data side of things, but then also doing some smaller sustainability project management things too. So that's kind of the high level overview of our Public Works requests.
All right, Cindy?
All right. Our first one is the marketing specialist to enhance the capacity and communication. As you know, we have 1 person that's doing all things marketing. Again, doing a stand-up job just like Kimberly is. However, she's at capacity. We continue to add programs upon programs upon programs, and Katie is that person that's doing all the marketing. So having another person to focus on, whether it's the web pages or just social media in general, would help us. The 20-hour fitness specialist to expand class capacity at MAFC. As you all know, we are at capacity. However, we do continue to find pockets to program. The staff does a good job of moving things around, so having a 20-hour person just to help offset managing the different instructors and things like that would be huge for us.
I'm sorry not to interrupt you.
Yep.
Is it fair to say that may also support if there's the ability to expand at
Yes.
the senior center for, offering some additional programs there that might only now be offered at MAFC, it gives a little more capacity in that regard.
Which staff are looking at that right now to expand those at MSC. So the 20-hour camp director, this is new. Since I've been here, and it's 2.5 years now, I was surprised that we didn't have a camp director, which is very common in Parks and Recreation when you're leading camps of our size. Our full-time staff have stepped into that capacity. And it's challenging at times, especially when we need people to drive and things like that. We have been challenged this summer immensely. We've been short-staffed with only one full-time staff person in that facility for staffing reasons. He's done a great job, but having a camp director that understands the whole facet of the camp and the logistics of running the camps would be huge. Again, that's something that I walked into that we didn't have, so I feel like we do need that. The recreation specialist for inclusion, again, we're one of a few departments that do not have an inclusion specialist, meeting the demands of the special needs and things of that nature. We, each summer, specifically in the summer, we do have challenges with, parents not telling us that there are special needs with their kids. So we're trying to figure these things out. So having somebody that's trained and understand that how to manage those special needs in today's society. I don't know, I think some of you all may know, we added a Century tent at Morrisville, was highly acceptable, just provided a different outlet for those who may not be able to be in an environment like that. That two of our staff did that. They had gone to an inclusion workshop and did this on their own. They're not trained in this category, so having somebody trained to, provide those, the training, on how to deal with kids and adults would be beneficial. The facility aid to additional park coverage beyond the existing facility aid. As you all know, we have a 30-hour parks facility aid, and he goes out to the different special events as well as manages just going around to the different facilities, i.e. Church Street Park, Cedar Fork District Park, making sure that the renters are utilizing the space as they need to be using it. Shandy and I work together on the special event permit process, and we have a lot of special events going on in our facilities. So Charles is his name. He goes out and just to make sure that things, they're not driving on the field, they're using the facilities appropriately. He's only 30 hours, so even adding 10 hours to his time would not be able to cover the amount of special events and just our ongoing programs. It wouldn't be able to cover it, so just an expansion on that. The activity host to provide assistance to rentals and programming as needed. This is primarily for Town Center. We're going to be doing some, pop-ups and things like that. We're going to be at capacity when it comes to full-time staff, so having that 20-hour person that could go and do a pop-up program for us and to oversee any rentals that may be occurring at Town Center would be also beneficial. And then as we think about our expansion with our a potential community center, and also trying to get space at other locations, for us to grow, having that additional athletic specialist to expand the programming is going to be crucial.
Thank you. Again, service level. I mean, a lot of that is service level. A lot, there are some incoming facilities. We expect, Marfa Park at some point we would hope would activate. We've got the Wake Tech Park, and that doesn't require a position, but it requires somebody to help and to check that. To the facility aid, for the longest time, we really didn't have a presence in the parks unless somebody was doing something else there. So this at least gives us that somebody's in the park in a Morrisville vehicle, in a Morrisville uniform that just reminds folks that, yeah, we are paying attention. Make sure that if, there's a party using a shelter and it needed to be reserved, it was reserved, or if there's two people trying to use it, they can all sorts of those sort of things. So again, that's proactive, it is level of service, it's sort of protecting our interests and our assets a little bit.
And I'd love if we could do more pop-ups and stuff. So I think that'd be great, like over the recreation month when there's pop-ups every Tuesday, if we could sort of make that more of a habit.
It takes staff, right?
It takes staff.
You see how much staff it takes, so yes.
And in regards to the inclusion stuff, Apex has at least one person, maybe a department, they do a newsletter and they're leaning into inclusion and stuff. So when I have Morrisville residents asking me about that, I point them to our Parks and Rec, but really I point them to that newsletter. I forward them that newsletter because Apex is doing a nice work over there, but it would be nice to be able to address some of those needs
Cindy, let me ask you a question. You always talk about cost recovery. So of each of the things, how much cost recovery are we getting?
Of each of these,
Yeah,
so with the camp, well, I'd have to go back.
especially for the camp, because
Yeah.
you're a camp director, you know, it's specific to the kids who pay some amount and do that. So why should a taxpayer pay a full-time employee for something that, which is specific to that need?
So with camp specifically, if you recall, we did not increase camp fees a few years ago. We wanted to keep that cost down, so that cost recovery is gonna be lower, or we are subsidizing in that area.
And also, I mean, taxes cover things that people don't use. Taxes cover public schools, even for people that don't have children. Taxes cover, I mean, they cover all kinds of things for people that don't use that service.
No, I
You
get that.
know.
I'm not even questioning that, because Parks and Recs has been pretty good in showing us the models of how much cost recovery and all those kind of things. So wanted to know how these all fit into it, because we just went to the profit, non-profit, $30,000 or $50,000 was the gap there. So we're again adding every employee. There's a lot of thing that goes along with it, and I am that scared. Actually, I'll be honest in saying that. It's nothing personal, but it is, show me the magic, how to get to those tax numbers, you know, that's where it is.
So I think, again, some of that is in programming fees, some of that is in, you know, what are we recovering, resident versus non-resident? There are options to increase cost recovery if that's the decision of council. I mean, that's not hard to do. You know, is there a leveling there of interest potentially? Because, you know, if we are at market, we're likely to continue to have people use the programs. If we go above market, we could lose people. You know, it's a little bit of a fine line, but the cost recovery is we can do what we can attempt to achieve.
No, I'm just using cost recovery as just as a small justification. You know, like not everything is is a cost recovery, but like a camp director, just picking on that, like, you know, it's nice to have, good to have kind of a thing, and the overhead charges of an FTE is so much, and I just don't want any reduction in future state when we are capped up. You know, when I came, it was 115 people. Now I think we have 200 plus, and it is growing. But at what level is an acceptable thing? Because the population is not growing, and you know our area is not growing, and we are pumping more and more into it. And what is that number? You know, is more important to me.
Well, but the camp director specifically, like, I mean, we talk about that as like we add something every summer, but most of the schools in Morrisville are year-round. So that means that there's a population that we're not tapping for camps because they're not off in the summer, they're off every 3 weeks. If we could run camps year-round because we had a person to do that, I mean, that's an example. I don't think Parks and Rec should necessarily be a 100% cost recovery operation, but if you want to talk about cost recovery, like being able to run year-round camps instead of running 6-week camps in the summer, I mean, that seems to me to be programming that would help us recover a lot of cost.
I will say, CFCC in general was at 62% cost recovery this past year, which was our highest area, which is pretty good considering the programming that we've got going on over there, which includes the camps, which we are subsidizing a little bit. So they're still at 62% cost recovery.
To me, it's more important that Parks and Rec services be affordable for families than that they be at 100% cost recovery. That's just me, obviously. But
Well, and I think, you know, when we went through the cost recovery model, you know, one of the things that we did say we were going to do is we were going to cover direct cost. And that's what we have been doing. We haven't put in those indirect costs. When you start putting in those indirect costs, you know, if you're requiring us to, and I don't think you are, I'm not saying that because it sounds like we want to keep costs down, but if you start looking at those indirect costs and trying to figure out what it literally costs to run a camp, our fees are gonna be astronomical. They're gonna be way up there. So I think where we are, we're at a pretty good medium right now, in comparison to our neighbors, as, you know, as it relates to, camps in general. Satish, the other, piece on there, the fitness specialist, those are gonna be cost recovery because those are gonna probably be, paid programs.
The fitness, I would say even add 3 more, you know, because that's, I have heard so much good about it, and it's
Yeah.
exactly, it's a cost recovery. It's not, it's nothing personal about any
Oh,
of
I
the
don't
things
take it
at all. You know,
personal.
for me, it is about, you know, the future.
Yeah,
And
I get it.
that's my day job is, you know, strategic, look at 5-6 years from now.
Yeah.
And if you're just adding, the tax should also basically help. And at what is the trajectory is my thing.
Yeah.
And after lunch, as a council, we'll try to share our values and where we want cost recovery and how much is important and things like that. So I think that's gonna be a good opportunity too. Like, that would be a good example. The camp director might lead us to up the cost a little bit, just to recover a little bit more of that. So, good conversations to come as well.
Okay, I haven't had the time, I haven't had the opportunity to comment. Randy, when you started this section, you said you asked staff to come up with their, and this is just 4 years, it's not 5 years, it's 4 years, to come up with their future staffing projections. And you mentioned how, you said something about, I thought I heard the future community center. What other criteria did you give them then? Because I don't see a future community center happening in these
And
4
it may
years.
not. And you can see there wasn't anything specific to that. I think both Matt and Cindy made general reference to additional facilities. So if those facilities don't come online, that could change the window certainly for additional positions. Other than that, it was really no other specific conditions beyond what do we think we know is coming. And so that was, you know, the way Tech Park we expect to open. Again, that's not a position, but that's some resources to that, just in the total of the bigger picture. So no other real guidance outside of that.
Okay, because I will give you my, you know, I'm having a heartburn over this too. Because you're, in 4 years, you want to increase staffing by 20%. And that is not sustainable. I don't even know what that equates to. Oh, no, you do have dollars on here, sorry. You do have dollars. So I'm concerned about that because our population is not growing that fast. Our population is slowed down. Our revenues are not growing that fast. So, and I think this does all get back to what level of service are we willing to fund? And not only are we, the people in this room, but is the public has the appetite to fund. And so that is a really big question that is going to be hard to answer and get really good data on to answer that question. But that's going to be critical moving forward. And I would also say moving forward in this next budget year, I appreciate all of the explanation here, but there needs to be real justification about what positions are going to be needed in FY28, and their FY28, and their FY28, and their FY28, and included as well. And if there is revenue opportunities, that needs to be included. And I get it, police, fire, public works, there's no revenue opportunity. I understand that, and that's just the way that is. But those are critically important as well. But anyhow, the justification is going to be important. And I will tell you, when I looked at, and you provided some of these numbers back in the spring too. When I saw that chart, it gave me incredible heartburn. And it still gives me great heartburn. And even adding 20 positions, that's like 8% of our staffing and that we're increasing. And again, our population's not growing that fast, our revenue's not growing that fast. So, you know, I get it. Hard decisions still to come. You know, this year was hard. Hard decisions still to come, but I think there needs to be real thoughtful conversation about what we do moving forward and at what
100%, I agree with that fully. So again, this is not to suggest that we are gonna ask you for 20 positions in 28. This is more of an awareness of, this is, if the department heads could do what they felt they need to do to match sort of the vision and strategic plan and what they anticipate coming. So, no, don't anticipate that we would bring you 20 positions in FY 28. And absolutely, there's so much more justice. This is just a quick, what one liner can we
So,
use this?
but Brandon, you say 20 positions here, FY 28 right here.
That is, but that's not a request, that is just summarizing what is there for awareness. That is not, this is in no way, none of this is a budget request. I don't know what the request, because I don't have the context yet for even where we are in terms of revenues and other pieces. This is just to make you aware of what it could look like if the staff were to do what they feel they need to do to meet the vision and provide the level of service that we've done so far. Understanding that, I think, to your point, this really highlights that level of service is gonna be a question as we move forward.
And I thought this year, the budget, in the budget documentation, I thought that it was really helpful to have that language up front, that like where we are requesting police officers for an impact team, and this is what they would do. I mean, I used that language over and over again. And, I mean, honestly, what I heard from people was, oh yeah, well, the police. You know, that's, I mean, people understand that we need police officers. I think that I think we're gonna have to have the justification for everything that we wanna add to hand, you know? And yeah, I think that was really helpful last year, and I would really like to keep that as a, you know, as just the gold standard of, like, give me the justification for everything that we're trying to add, because it's, you know, I mean, I think it's fair. People are saying, you know, I'm paying $4 for a gallon of gas. Do I really need this? And yeah, I mean, it's good to have the language and the, you know, the what's in it for me on everything.
And as Liz said, including the revenue like last budget, or the budget we're in right now, you're really good about showing us the offsets and how there's maybe 10 positions, but we're only paying for a certain amount of them. So let's not be frightened by the number of positions, because even though those are recurring into the future, if we have revenue offsets, it makes it a little bit more palatable, and anything that we can use to explain to our residents how this benefits them, and we're doing it efficiently and effectively. That's the important thing. Efficient and effective delivery of services, people will understand, and it makes their lives better.
I don't think people will understand.
Yeah.
I think that there's real sensitivity to the tax rate
Right.
and the level of service, and people don't understand the level of service costs. So it's not a matter of, hey, we're gonna justify this. It's a matter of, what do you want as your level of service? Then we align staffing and supportive costs, will align with that level of service. We're in a state that we just keep adding. We have to understand what is the level of service that our population truly has. Later in this retreat, we're gonna talk about outreach and how we engage our public and validate some of our assumptions. Because we truly haven't done enough, I think, of the right type of outreach to get good advanced information. We've gotten surface level through surveys, but it's curated. It's not really getting the raw information. And I would like to know. So I just challenge a lot of our current assumptions, and it's not a matter of just letting them know this is important. I want to hear from them first, and then we can curate the message. So your idea about communicating is correct. It's just, I think it's premature, and we first need to understand the wants of our public based on the costs that are real costs. Because I want everything, but I can't afford it with this budget.
Yeah, but there's gonna be the back and forth. People like us like to have something to react to. So we're gonna initiate and see how they react, and reinitiate. I hope. We'll talk about that later, as you mentioned.
wrap up, finance, we've already talked about the grant specialist. Human resources, this would be a specialist to help us with internal training, the implementation of a leadership academy, and other things within the department. Planning, the request is for a transportation planner, to add just to that workload. You know, we consistently come before you with any variety of things that are going on. A lot of work that Brett's doing and Philip's involved with, you know, Campo and with Smart Shuttle and with DOT projects and other things. So that would be the request there, and I think that's it.
Did you talk about economic development?
Yes,
Yeah,
already
that's
mentioned
all.
that one. And then I think important to note is that 3 of our departments don't have requests right now. So communications and just at the reorg, again, thank you to Aaron for that. That really saved last year or the current year a request for a position. And then in inspections, Shandy has not made a request after looking at workload and what they're doing and how they're looking at that. And then we also have Mark. Thank you, Mark. I was looking for you. Engineering, who again has a, you know, sort of 3 divisions, but right now they're managing that. You know, capital projects is heavy right now, but again, that's gonna ebb and flow a bit over time, so no request right now from them. So these positions, I can't tell you today that this takes us to complete build out, but I will tell you this takes us pretty close. You know, and again, and those decisions beyond this are gonna, again, be about level of service, be about what do you want to offer to the community, what do we wanna ask the community to pay for. So I can't tell you today that 50's it. You know, if you magically funded 50, we're done. That's not it. But again, I don't see another 50 behind this either, as we move to build out. And again, it's gonna be decisions, you know. Do we have to have position X? No, don't have to have it. But what do you not wanna do necessarily, or what do we not wanna take on that's new going forward in any given department?
It's
Yeah,
gonna be
I don't hold any faith into those numbers, because I tell you, back in the day, it was, we were anticipating that the population in Morrisville would reach 25,000, and that can never go higher than that. So, here we are at 35, and well, we're not going much higher than that. I have no faith in any of that, so.
Spoiler alert, we're going much higher than that.
Yes, God knows what's gonna happen here in the coming decades, so, you know, there could be 500 people working here one day.
But it would really help, oh, I'm sorry, Liz.
No, I was just to say, we only know what we know.
Correct.
Right? You make, and maybe this is really important. We all make the best decisions we can with the information we have today. And we can't look back and judge because we didn't have the information we have today. So you can't look back and judge anybody who was here previously because they made the best decisions they could with the information they had at the time. So we are all doing what we can now. Who knows in 20 years? Sorry. Okay.
No, I was just gonna say that it would really help me also from a budgeting perspective to have a start, stop, continue. You know, like we wanna start this, it's gonna cost this much. We can stop this, you know, like what underperforming programs maybe, programs that are more expensive than we originally anticipated. And also, I wanna mention, I don't think we should be afraid of sunk cost either. Like if we've poured money into something that isn't working out,
Stop it. Yep.
you know,
I
let's not throw good money after bad and keep funding something that isn't working out, you know, and I mean that, because I kind of feel like, maybe not right this minute, but I do feel like we've kind of done that in the past where we've been like, you know, oh, we've already spent so much money on this, you know, I think we should just let that go.
I agree, Harrison.
Yeah,
Agreed.
hearing a lot of these conversations, going back to what I had mentioned in the, our opening kind of,
Can you speak up just a little?
yes, just, I guess saying some of the values that I had put, or I don't know if these are even values, but just maybe goals and objectives, and adding a couple, protecting public workers, protecting public services, limiting tax impacts on residents, and limiting regressive fees on residents as well. That's an additional thing. I'm going to assume that all these positions are necessary. I have another little chart handout. That's the revenue and cost of theoretical development. And I'll just describe it and then I'll show it. It shows, continuum from rural to dense, with surplus on the rural side, dense on the surplus on the dense side, and then subsidy in between. So the question that I have for us is, where are we on this continuum? Where are we? In what ways are these conversations that we're having a function of where we are on this continuum? And as we approach build out, where will we be on this continuum? Question 25 of our FAQ was talking about the GIS criteria-based mapping. I do have some resources that get into this. Geospatial productivity analysis I've shared. And I do want to mention that we are, this was discussed earlier, it's a short-term end state, right? Build out is not the end-all be-all, right? But essentially, where are we, to get to your point about, we can only make decisions as good as the data that we have. So having data on where we are now and how can we make adjustments to put ourselves in a stronger position, that's ultimately where I would like us to maybe go towards next. Primarily because, at least for me, I don't want to nickel and dime staff before we do that type of analysis. And I believe that geospatial productivity analysis, as well as some of this financial trend data, would give us the data that we could then use to make these informed decisions moving forward from the, certainly from the revenue side of things, so that we can ensure that we have enough to support the resources that we need to support our community.
Yeah, I like a lot of that. When you think about it almost like a business, like back in business school, it was like the product life cycle, like what is the town's life cycle? Like products get to a point where they're cash cow and they are generating funds. So I don't think we're going to get there. We're going to get to a stable point. But you mentioned population, and that's what we often key on, and that's important for police. Our geographic area is important for fire, but also our property tax levy. That's really the important thing. That's where the taxes come from. They don't come from people. They come from our property tax levy. So that's, to your point, what is the most beneficial to the town? And off the top of my head, I think I remember it's like hotels or something like that, which we have a lot of. So we're already benefiting from that, unlike other towns. But then maybe it's multifamily. Probably the least is maybe single-family detached, which I love. So what are we going to do with what's left? And that's kind of the conversation that we're going to be in this afternoon.
Yeah, and that's ultimately, that's one piece of the big question, because what are we going to do between now and that end state?
Right.
But then, how does the decisions that we make on, 500, 400? I can't remember the exact, for new development and redevelopment. Was it 400 acres?
That's left. Michelle, do you have that up, man?
We don't have four.
How many is that?
As she's looking that up, I'd really like to sit down with you and talk more about the information that you've provided, because I read it all, but I am 100% sure that I didn't understand it all.
Sure.
So I would really like to get with you and understand.
I have a book you can read as well.
Oh, good.
So it's 940 acres combined. And I think there's probably a discussion there in terms of like what was considered redevelopment, because I think a lot of people think about that differently, but combined vacant and redevelopment, 940 acres.
How many?
940.
But that's redevelopment. Yeah,
That's
that's
both.
important.
Redevelopment.
That's
Yeah.
redevelopment and new development.
So can you take all that, just
So
the
it's
raw?
565 acres of vacant land.
Okay.
And some like the really challenging parcels.
Right, and the 375 of redevelopment is a lot of times your single-family homes that are in larger lots where you can see people combining, redeveloping, or single-family homes that are sitting on commercially zoned property right now. We took a very conservative approach to redevelopment. We didn't look at like shopping centers being torn down and rebuilt seem underutilized today?
So, Michelle, I think that information is good, but also in putting in perspective, 500 may look very big, but Church Street, if you take, that itself will be 70 acres, because on either side of the Church Street, they're single, you're adding all those things up. So what is the biggest parcel? I think the one next to Northwest Park is a 50 acre. So like that, what are the big chunks here?
Yeah, and I could get you some of those numbers, I don't have the spreadsheet in front of me, but your big ones are 2D West, East, and South. The Hamlet property, which is in review right now, the Louis Stevens property that you're talking about as well, and then we still have some parcels left on McCrimmon, a decent amount there, and some on Trans Air. So those are your big ones that are left.
And I'd also like to mention as well that this Sink Street rezoning that we're probably going to be discussing in the near future, right? Will that help us or will that hurt us from the revenue and the cost of services, right? And I don't know, I've not been around for a lot of rezoning discussions, but I don't know, maybe someone else can clue me in, if that has been a piece of the discussion. With
Less so, like we also ask now for education impacts and things like that. So that would be an ask of the council to ask staff to sort of take a look at that from a monetary payback ROI for acres.
Because if it's not bringing in the revenue and we need the extra police and fire to support that, right, then it's going to make us tighten the belt some more, right? And that's just a difficult position to be in. It will continually be a difficult position to be in if the ratchet is essentially just forcing us to tighten that even more. There's nothing
Dig the
that we
hole
can do.
deeper.
Right.
Okay. That was a full morning. I think a good morning. I think a lot of good discussion. I think a lot of good, hopefully, answers. I think we've got some homework to do, particularly around the budget breakdown. We'll be adding some additional explanation of some of those categories. We'll be adding some explanation of where we may have offsetting revenues, and we'll get that back to you as soon as it's practical. And then I think we had a good discussion around staffing from an awareness standpoint. Not a here's what we're asking for, we're a long, long way from that, but just a here's what our staff feels is important to be doing. And again, primarily focused on maintaining and in some cases enhancing levels of service that we may or may not be able to do. So any final questions or comments from council before we break for lunch?
That was a very good morning.
It was a very good, I'm glad I don't.
Well, again, thanks to, particularly Micah and Byron, but also the folks sitting behind us on both sides for being here and being able to answer those questions. It's always good, I think, for you to hear it from them versus just me passing it through, because everybody has some needs. So with that, lunch is south side, John?
So there are 3 options for lunch the clerk's office ordered for us. So there are 3, they're all box lunches. So 3 of them are Anna's veggie with hummus, 1 of which is a wrap. 14 are turkey, and 8 are homemade chicken salad. And there's soda and water and still juice out there as well.
I know we have some folks with special needs, so if you would like one of the veggie, if you'll hold off perhaps and make sure that we get the folks that have dietary restrictions first, and then if there's something left, that's great, but if you don't have the dietary restrictions, perhaps consider the 2.
And I think those 3 were ordered specific to the 3 that had those dietary restrictions.
And we're aiming to get going at 12:30, 12:35-ish, we're right on schedule, so.
Quick little recess. We're going to start our afternoon session at this time. I'd like to pass it to Town Manager Zudma.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, thank you for the morning. I think that was a good conversation for us. I hope it was for you as well. We have a couple things we will bring back to you and share some additional detail on. I'm glad we got through that fleet conversation. I think that was helpful. And again, the staffing is a reference for now, and obviously that comes back later with looking similar but not the same, and with some prioritization in that particularly as we work through the process over the next few months. So this afternoon, I'm gonna hand it off to Byron. We're gonna talk a little bit about revenue tools, what early projections might look like for FY '28, and then talk about, most of these revenue opportunities you're aware of, but we want to share that with you as a group and just make you aware of those or remind you of those. And then as you get comfortable with that, we'll move into more of budget philosophy, and that's really where we try to get out of your way and let you talk amongst yourselves. I'll try to help facilitate that a bit as well. Byron?
Thank you all. Obviously, like I said before, please feel free to just stop, ask questions, talk about anything that you all want to talk about. We're here to facilitate, but ultimately I want you guys to have the opportunity to talk amongst yourselves about anything associated with revenue, and we'll be able to support and help with any of that. So the first slide I kind of want to talk about is just to talk about the authority that council has over revenues that we have in our general fund. And we're going to look at it in 4 different buckets. Some of these buckets do overlap, but at the end of the day, really the most important thing is what you have control over, what you don't have control over, and where you have influence, maybe a little bit more indirectly instead of direct influence. So the first area I want to kind of talk about is that direct control. So what do you directly control that ultimately changes revenue amounts, changes revenue types, all those types of things. So the first thing is property tax, the rate in particular. Council has the authority to set a property tax rate on an annual basis. And essentially all that means is that you can increase or decrease the tax rate as you see fit. Doesn't change the amount of assessed value that we have, it changes the actual rate. And ultimately that is within your purview to be able to change on that annual basis to generate a certain amount of ad valorem tax, property tax, that the town is able to bring in the fiscal year. You also have the ability to change the vehicle decal fee. There is a max that you can set, but you can fluctuate that number if you so choose. Right now it's set at $35, but you do have the ability to change that. 35 is the max. Other user fees. Obviously, you all know you have the ability to create user fees, not just the solid waste and the stormwater program fees, but also other operational fees such as recreation fees, building inspection fees, things like that. And then lastly, go ahead.
For stormwater, we can't go above cost recovery though, right? So that's limited to where we are now.
Correct. And I do believe that there is like a max. We're nowhere near that max.
So
But
we could
it's,
go up with that.
yes, it is within your authority to be able to increase that. Right now, it's at $50 per ERU. You do have the ability to increase that. So,
Okay, I'd be curious in the future what the max would be.
okay, I can get that.
But that's a
information.
restricted fund for only that use, right?
Yeah.
Correct, it is restricted to stormwater. Again, that changed when you all elected to, over 2 steps, increase
Yeah.
that ERU within the last 4 years. That brought it to where the stormwater fee or the stormwater budget was really self-sustaining. It was no longer receiving any funds from the general fund. We had a very quick conversation about the idea of looking at what else might be attributed to that stormwater in terms of percentage of salaries and things like that. But that can still be looked at down the line. You invest a little to see what you can earn from that. We don't think that's monumentally different. We might recover a few tens of thousands of dollars. We're not going to recover, $1 million to put back into the general fund. But that is not resistance out there.
So that juice is probably not worth the squeeze to make a change of fee for just a small amount, probably.
Probably not. I mean, we would see some revenue savings in the general fund, but again, we could look at it again, but we're not expecting a huge impact.
Right, that's it. And so then lastly, in that direct control bucket, we do have sponsorship. So obviously, you all have the ability to enter into sponsorship agreements. That's something that staff is currently working on in order to help identify what those programs would be or facilities, objects would be that could generate some sponsorship dollars. And so that is within your purview to be able to work on that and change that. We'll drop down to the restricted and dedicated bucket here. Those are really, even though some of those funds might be unrestricted, ultimately what you end up using it for might restrict it. So an example of that would be what we set aside for capital reserves and moving that funding to the reserve funds. That restricts that funding, 1, for capital needs, and 2, for whatever the appropriation that we've set aside that capital reserve for. So for instance, the Public Safety Apparatus Fund, it's really set aside for that public safety need because you all have governed and created a policy associated with that particular funding source going into that fund and that fund being utilized for that particular purpose. Also want to talk a little bit about Powell Bill. Powell Bill is funding appropriation that we receive from the state, and there's a calculation formula associated with that. But ultimately, those funds are used for street needs, both resurfacing, reconstruction needs from a street level perspective. Stormwater fees we've kind of already talked about. Fines and forfeitures, whenever we have sort of asset forfeitures in the police department, those are still restricted for police needs. They can't just be used for other aspects. That is a restriction. And then lastly, building inspection. I know that was mentioned earlier as well, but that's revenue that is associated with being able to maintain the inspections department.
I always like to mention that we don't get traffic ticket revenue from the police, right? Just for the
Correct.
record.
And I'll let you kind of, either one of y'all jump in, but yeah, there is some restriction in terms of what that revenue can be used for, and it has to be sent back to the state for schools.
For school,
Are
lottery,
we
as in
talking,
lottery.
traffic, are we talking court costs? Because we
No,
don't,
traffic tickets, because
Yeah,
people
so
think
we-
that we give
we
out
don't-
tickets just to make money, but that's not how it works.
yeah, we don't receive any of those funds that I know of. There's a small percentage that goes into the retirement system towards funding retirements, I do believe, but none of that comes back to municipalities that I'm aware of.
I think,
But I think what you're talking about, restricted funds, that's typically our drug forfeiture monies and things of that nature that are in a restricted fund.
I heard that traffic tickets money goes to the NC lottery or something. I don't know if that's true,
I
because,
think it
No.
goes to schools. I think a lot of money goes to the schools.
yeah, might be that somewhere.
I don't believe any traffic ticket money goes to the lottery.
So on traffic tickets, someone who's convicted of one, they pay two pots of money, basically. One is court costs, and the other is a fine if it's assessed by the judge. Court costs go to the state administrative office of the courts. Fines go from the court to the school system. The town gets no revenue from traffic tickets, to your point, Mayor.
Okay. And ultimately, that's the big thing. We aren't getting any.
No, because I'm glad, TJ brought it up, because people say, oh, you guys are giving too many tickets because you want money.
Right.
That's a common perspective.
And that's not true.
Yeah,
Right.
that's true.
Okay, so I'm going to jump to the top right there. What ultimately council has that they have the ability to influence. These are policy influences. Ultimately, these are indirect results that change these revenue sources, but you all do play some part into that. So for instance, grants, our ability to apply and receive grants, our ability to determine, what ultimately gets categorized and factored into, different types of apportionment. So a good example of that is our Wake County reimbursement for fire. And the ability for staff to go in, identify what ultimately goes into that 13.5% to be reimbursed. There are some things that fire does that the county won't ultimately allow for reimbursement, and things that they do. So we choose to staff and fund our operations, and part of that does go into this calculation. Another example of
Where
that.
does hotel tax revenue fall here?
Do what?
Hotel tax?
We don't county, it goes to the county.
But isn't there some kind of application process where we can get it back?
We got to apply, that's what the hotel motel tax is.
It's only a grant that we can apply for, Gary and Raleigh get that taken by their arrangements.
And Kerry too.
So that is this box though, right?
It is this box, and it's in this box indirectly because even though we don't receive occupancy tax, we do, as a part of this county, have the ability to apply to for the hotel and motel tax. An example of that would be how we got some funding for Church Street lighting at the cricket field, and that $3 million or $2 million ultimately is something that we were able to apply for and receive as part of a funding package that the hospitality department in Wake County was able to provide for us. Also with Smart Shuttle, our ability to increase, decrease services, add nodes, add stops. I know we've talked about all of this, but ultimately that is something that affects our reimbursement and affects the amount of revenue that's coming into the And then lastly, just another discussion about reserves. The change in policy, how much you set aside for reserves, determine whether or not that funding, even if it is restricted, has the ability to be utilized for those particular restrictions. Any questions about any of the first three before we move on to the fourth? Okay. All right. And then lastly, what is completely outside of your control. Obviously, there are other external factors. With Powell Bill, there are state formulas associated with that. With sales tax, utility tax, beer and wine, also those types of state apportionment factors that go into that, simply because, you know, we see a large amount of sales within the community. Does not necessarily mean all those dollars just go back one-to-one, because there is a portion of sales tax that is not for municipalities. It's for the city or for the county. In addition to that, when it comes to property values and the appeals process, that also plays into how much ad valorem tax, how much property tax we ultimately receive. But we don't necessarily have the ability to control the appeals process, nor do we have the ability to control what the county ultimately values for those particular properties. You know, as you all know, we do contract with the county to be able to provide us with tax administration, and that's something they do for all the municipalities in the area. And that is applied on a consistent basis throughout the county. However, we don't necessarily have the ability to determine that this property should be worth $10 million when the county says it's worth $5, let's say. And then interest obviously is dictated by the way that the market works, the way that banks ultimately decide interest, and the type of deal that we have with Wells Fargo in particular, and with Paragon, our money market account as well. The trust also, North Carolina Capital Management Trust, we keep a fair amount of money in there as well. We do receive interest from that. However, you know, it is a little bit of a lagging indicator, but that's also dictated by market forces and interest rates. And then just any other small factors that go into some of our other, I know I mentioned some of the other intergovernmental ones, but there are some other types, landfill fees that we get from Wake County, all those types of things that play into outside factors that ultimately you all don't control, but still revenue that we receive within the town. So any question about any of the four? Yes.
Yeah, so I'm going to make an analogy,
Okay.
but I feel that property values, maybe not as influenced via policy, that level, I guess there's different levels of indirectness, you could say. But the analogy that I'll make is the town is a garden. We tend the soil, we water it, we create the bed. But the way we get the flowers is to specify which range of seeds get planted where. But we have indirect control over how the flowers will present. But the quality of those flowers is dependent on the quality of the care indirectly. So if we decided to stop watering as a policy decision, our flower bed, that would affect the quality of the flowers that are coming up. So if we decided to stop maintaining streets as a policy choice, is it accurate to say that property values would start to decline and thus the tax revenue? Is that a valid statement? Right? Question. We could also decide to establish the zoning on a particular parcel next to a neighborhood as either a park or a landfill, right? It's a policy decision. Would that not affect the property values of that neighborhood? So I don't know how it gets broken out. Obviously, the actual value of the property and then the appeals process is outside of our control. But certainly we develop the conditions to influence the property values.
No, that's definitely a fair point, and you're right. There are things that you all can do that help, increase or decrease property values. Whether that's rezoning ability, whether that is the ability to maintain quality of life, in order to help drive, industry or drive, residential, markets within the area. All of those things are, indirectly within your control. And I don't want to necessarily step on any of this conversation, because I do want you all to be able to have this conversation. But you're absolutely right. There are other factors that play into this. And those are things that, I guess, as you probably are going to talk through your budget philosophy, that might factor into some of those discussions.
Right. and adding on to this, if we are in a position where, okay, well, we have to stop maintaining our streets as much as we could just because we don't have the funds to do it, right? Would that influence the quality of the neighborhoods in such a way that it reduces the property value, such that it reduces our revenue, such that it's kind of this vicious cycle where we're continuing to try and fund our community, but like with that chart that I was showing in a downward spiral. I don't want to say that we are in a downward spiral, right? But certainly those are policy decisions that we would be making.
Right. To your crime was rampant. No one would want to live here, no one would buy houses here, no one would be able to resell their house, all that would happen. So yeah, all that's, I would also add to that, our location is really key to why our property values are the way they are. Our location is just fabulous.
Yeah.
So, and it always has been and it always will be.
We could call it marginal property value then on what we can influence.
But no, 100%, all part of the picture.
I think most of the things that you said is correct, and especially let's take the roads. We have money that we allocate for resurfacing and doing so. Is it adequate? It depends on how fast you want it, but it is a balance of you're touching all the buckets. It's not like we're ignoring one or the two like that.
I'll just mention two quick things. One, Byron's got a note there that, for direct control, operate within legal and equity constraints. So you control the property tax rate with an asterisk, because if the legislature comes through and decides they're going to limit how much you could raise property tax, then your control lessens. Now, again, I don't know that that directly impacts us, because I don't think they would put a limit that would impact what you might or might not do. But again, it's still a little less authority than you have today. And then sponsorships, just a quick update. Superlative is here this week, coming up, to meet in person with some of the larger potential sponsors. They'll also be meeting with staff to give updates, but that's a good sign that we're moving towards perhaps our first larger sponsorship.
One question I think which I didn't see is our PIL and those kind of things here. So I didn't see that bucket. Like for the apartments and other houses, we have a price that we set, I think 3,400 or something, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, what's that?
For the PILs.
It's 34 something.
34 something, my photographic memory off. So Michelle, that's one thing I wanted to see, because the tap fee is called different. It's called Cary calls it impact fee, and Holly Springs calls it tap fee. So I don't know what that encompasses, but it's $18,000 a door. So if someone could help us, break it down what really that is, because there might be some opportunities in that area as to, or at least understand the lay of how they are doing it.
Okay. You're speaking specifically about those other municipalities, how they're determining?
So like other revenue stream, it's less revenue stream, but like any new apartments, 18,000, if 250 apartments, 18,000 is a good chunk of money compared to 3,400 that we charge. So those kind of things, at least we know.
So we have run some comparables. We do that almost every year. I don't have the data in front of me. Cary is a little bit higher than us. They have been for some time, but we're pretty on par with a lot of the other jurisdictions in the area. And that's one of the ones that we're always watching as well, because of how strong some of our lobbies are. If we push too much, we're always fearful, but we're right around where most others are, again, with Cary being a little higher. Some of our multifamily developments are coming in at close to $1 million a piece. Morrisville 1.0 and 2.0, I think those were the 900,000.
Yeah, I get it. So might be, for our understanding, when the tap fee for Holly Springs is 18,000, that could include the water and sewer, because they service that, we don't. Like we just do, might be the PIL is part of it, 18,000 or something like that. They package it a different way. The impact fee that Kerry does is packaged a different way, and we package it as just a PIL, which is like parks.
So you're talking about something in addition to Parkland PIL?
Yeah, how is it packaged and different? So because the revenue streams are like, we don't have water and sewer, Holly Spring does. So, but they have one fee that basically person, they don't see under that split what it is, but we are just charging only PIL.
Yeah, we could look and see what they're doing.
Does the PIL go towards capital costs primarily?
I'll let Byron and Jeannie, it needs to go towards parks improvement, property
Yeah, parks.
purchase, but I'll let them
Parks,
speak
I
to
guess.
it.
There's
It's a
also-
restricted fund.
There's also road PIL, right?
Yes, that's
There-
restricted to the road, anywhere.
But is that capital or is that
So,
operating?
Capital.
so to answer your question, first of all, in terms of buckets, it's really in the bottom left and the top right bucket. You know, you all have the ability to influence that with your policies. And we do consider it restricted because we actually, when we receive it, put it into those reserve funds. So the streets PIL goes into the transportation reserve, the parks PIL goes into the parks reserve. And so therefore it ends up fitting into the same category that those capital reserves fit into. Yes, we do use it for capital, and it's for capital for that particular purpose, which is part of the policy itself that, you know, the parks is going to be used for parks-related things, the transportation is going to be used for transportation-related things.
Yeah, I think a point that I would want to make on this is development comes in and it gives us one of these PILs and we add new asphalt, let's say. We now have to maintain that asphalt. Is the revenue from that new development supporting that new asphalt, the maintenance of that new roadway, that new asphalt? That's more of a hypothetical question that I'm throwing out.
I will say for your transportation PILs, there's some statute involvement there, so we're capped at, we have two PILs, I think the transportation is the 150%, but we're capped on what we can charge for that, and it's based off of an engineer's estimate for the work.
And it would take the legislative change to get us future maintenance funding for that, right? And that's very unlikely.
That's very unlikely.
Very unlikely.
But
our-
that ultimately comes from the tax revenue.
Right.
Ideally,
Right. Your ongoing tax revenue, in essence, should be paying for whatever the cost of that development is.
So 7, 8 years ago, I think, I don't know whether Blake Mills was there. He gave a presentation of the roads, and I really like the chart. I have a photographic memory. He says they have to catch the road has to be paved when there's like a curve there. It's 13th year is the life cycle. If they don't do it, then the repair costs are higher, something like that, you know, so.
reclamation, you want to avoid that.
Yeah, so that is helpful because once the development gives the roads to the town, it is our responsibility moving on. And usually it's 13. I don't know where we are, and like some streets are done recently. I don't know what is planned for this year.
Yeah, so we look, every other year we do a full condition assessment and we prioritize based off of what our assessment finds and try to address that. Because we have the goal of keeping our pavement condition index as a town at 80% or higher. And we are right at 81 right now. So we reevaluate that to make sure we hit our worst spots to keep our system as a whole operating well.
I had asked a couple of questions on that, that's average across town, keeping that above 80.
Correct.
Right. Some of the questions that I had were, right, what's the median, what's the mode, what's the min and max, right? Because average, you could have a really terrible street, but a bunch of really good quality streets, and that would inform that above 80% average. But if that one street fails, then that's a pretty big liability to have to cover.
That's why we're doing the Gables now. We're allocating most of our funds right at that one.
But that's a different fund.
No, it's
Well,
our
It
No,
is a different fund.
it's a different
but
fund.
We've agreed to supplement it, and
Yeah.
the fund will pay us back.
Yeah, but that's a different 10 cents that,
Right, that's a different tax.
what is it called? MSD. MSD. Yeah.
But I don't have to have it today, but I would like to know, especially kind of the min and the max. I feel that that would be a very good, min and max scores.
Yeah, but so Harrison brings up a good point. So we're not just talking about roads, we're talking about, there's all development pay for itself and future
Yeah.
maintenance of whatever. And, you know, maybe we have some presentation to back this up or figure out. The commercial is, you know, like 50% of our tax revenue, and yet not as big a, and I'm gonna say drain, on.
Contributor.
Yeah, they're a huge contributor, that's right, and then don't use as many
Right.
services, maybe, sorta, kinda, yet, you know, that's why you have to really, there's lots of nuances, right? We've
Yep.
had to buy fire trucks with ladders because we have commercial buildings that are high, whereas maybe, well, you probably always need a ladder, but anyhow, maybe
Yep.
we had to buy a truck with a higher ladder,
And
versus.
that's why I think this geospatial productivity analysis, the GIS mapping is important, because we could then look at that and see, all right, well, what is the moneymaker in town, and what are we having to subsidize? And is there a balance there?
Totally.
All right, any other questions about the council authority slide? All right, so we'll take a look at the toolbox really quickly, and then I'll kind of get out the way and let you all talk. So tax base growth, looking ahead, what can we expect? What do we see, coming on the horizon? Where do we see, pitfalls? Ultimately, we know that there is some new development. It's nowhere near the level that it has been in the past, but it is still there. So it's still something that we're looking forward to, something that we can, ultimately look to help attribute those growing assessed values in the future. Redevelopment is still, there's still potential there. That's still also on the horizon as well as just any other economic retention, any other economic development that might play into this factor as well. The revaluation process. So you all know that the county recently changed their revaluation process. It went from 4 years down to 3 years, which is why we're coming up on a revaluation cycle this year, knowing that they're going to move to a 2-year cycle moving forward. The explanation that we've gotten from the county, the explanation that they've given is as we shrink the amount of time between revaluations, you should not see large spikes in revaluation or assessed value the way that we did in this past revaluation cycle. For the new council members, I know you all know this, but we did in 2025 see about a 48% spike going from the previous revaluation to the most recent one. The county's goal is to try and smooth that out a little bit, not see such a large spike for a number of reasons. One, just the initial shock, but also, we've seen a number of appeals this past year. And just as the manager stated earlier, we're hoping that the rest of them get resolved by the end of January. Right now, we just don't know. And that is the challenge that we do have in all of this. We're going to come up on a new revaluation cycle with still some level of uncertainty depending on what ends up happening with those last few appeals. And we aren't the only county that is having to deal with this. We aren't the only municipality that's dealing with this. There's a significant backlog with the state that's driving a lot of this uncertainty when it comes to that. But then you just get into the existing base, and yes,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Just on that, you have said it's $1 million in this one. If we lose all of it, what would be the current rate then? They have to give the tax, they can't run away from the tax, so what is that number?
So, say your question one more time.
I think I might be able to answer the remaining ones. The remaining ones. The remaining ones. The remaining ones.
On the current assessment,
We lost $1 million. How much more will we lose?
no, we are losing $1 million, we are saying. Basically, we didn't get $1 million. So for example, my house, tax is $5,000. I appealed. it went from 3 to 5. So he'll basically say, we didn't get 5,000, but I still have to pay the 3,000 no matter what. So what is the amount and what is the delta there?
We can certainly
Yeah,
look to
because
see
that might be that's a key to find out how much we really are losing, because end of the day, they have to pay taxes, either that level or the level below that.
I remember seeing that the max of the remaining would be 500,000. But what that, I don't even know if that the max is the right thing to say there, because there was a lower max. I can't remember exactly the numbers. But we lost $1 million, max 500,000 more with these remaining.
Yeah, that's what we've said to date. So as you recall, as a part of the developing the 27 budget, we knew the million was gone, but then we specifically didn't budget for any or count on any of the 500,000 that was still pending. We don't expect to lose the full 500,000. Given, we did some information 30, 45 days ago to y'all that followed up on how to look at the revaluation and what some of the data behind that was and how different property types equate out. So, there's a percentage there, I forget, what I was off the top of what that percentage is, but we're gonna lose, we assume, some of that 500. But anything we don't lose is essentially money we didn't account for that could become part of that January conversation as well. And so then when that's settled, whatever was missing out of that, then we get the new revaluation in January, and then that'll impact things from there.
Right. And the manager makes a good point, and I do kind of want to emphasize that. In January, there is another level set, and that is this new revaluation process. So any property that ultimately got appealed this past revaluation cycle, they will have a new revaluation, or they will have a new assessed value. That assessed value, it's within their right to appeal if they so choose. Our hope, just based on the way things are going, some of those appeals are already going to kind of be factored into this. So, if a property was ultimately valued at $10 million and they said they were valued at 5, whatever the state ultimately decided, that's going to be factored into the county's decision. They aren't just going to arbitrarily say, all right, you're back at $10 million just because we felt like it. There is a level of scientific data that they try and go through with this. There's a lot of anecdotal data that they try and go through with this. So we're hoping, and I want to emphasize that, hoping that, one, the smoothing out of this will make it a little bit more level and we won't see nearly as many appeals, but also factoring in what happened last time, that the county is going to consider that in their revaluation process for the upcoming cycle. What that very well might mean, though, is that our valuation might be lower than what we would normally have anticipated. Yes, sir.
I would like it stated for the record how I think it's apartments are different than most other properties, and certainly residential. I think that is, I just want that for the record, if that can be shared.
It's commercial.
So, and if this isn't where you're kind of going with this, let me know. But ultimately, apartments, even though it's a residential property that people are living in, it's categorized as a commercial property. And so therefore, they kind of behave a lot closer to the way you see other commercial properties behave, which means that occupancy is factored into all of that, and therefore, when they don't have as much occupancy, they tend to appeal and end up winning that appeal based on the level of tax ultimately they feel as though they can pay. I know I'm oversimplifying this, but
There's
if only.
a lot of market kind of discretion, or maybe the Board of Equalization and Review is looking at market data more than maybe a residential property.
Right, residential property, it's often looked at as comps, other
Right,
residential
comps, that's what it
properties in
was.
the area. Commercial properties aren't really looked at quite the same way. And so an apartment complex behaves like a commercial property for that reason, and so therefore, it's a lot more sensitive to that market change, those market changes, and therefore they end up appealing a lot more, and that having a lot more effect on their valuation. Councilwoman Garrett,
Yeah,
do you have a comment?
just on this topic, I know there was a lot of discussion. Vic County has a program like Need Help Paying Your Property Tax Bill, right? And like they have categories for like reduced tax value for the home, like 65 older, 100% disabled, veterans, seniors, and all kinds of things. So do they pay both the town and the county taxes, or, and if so, do we know how many they are waiving that we are aware that we are losing tax on?
So, do we know how many they're waiving? Off the top of my head, for sure, I don't know how many they're waiving.
Just curious, because, I want to make sure like people are utilizing that feature that is available to them.
Right.
And if so, they're not paying taxes to us, so how much is that amount?
It's a Wake County program. We're not losing any tax revenue from that, are we?
Yes,
We
they have
will.
a reduced tax amount that
Yes, so we are,
affects us.
No,
That affects us as well.
Yeah, as it should.
it's overall package.
Ultimately, if they end up paying 40% less, what I'll say is I don't know for sure. I'll be able to research that. We'll be able to bring that back to you. As Jeannie always says, we'll put it in the parking lot and bring that
We
back
have
to
the
you.
data,
Yeah.
of what's already come through the pipeline already in terms of exempt properties. We have data, notes on properties that have received a reduction, and we have those that we know that are still in the appeals process. And we know what the beginning value was and what was the awarded value for those who have been through the process, neither one or not.
So,
We
so
will just
in-
have to pull that data set back up for you.
So particularly, Jeannie, I'm interested in non-commercial properties, because that basically boils down to residential.
Yeah.
And then,
So I believe every 6 months, you should have an item in your, I think it comes through administrative reports that the clerk provides you, Wake County tax rebates, refunds, et cetera. That is a report that the clerk's office receives, every clerk in the county receives from Wake County. And it shows typically the prior month, and they get them in an accrued basis. So it shows whatever level of relief someone has applied for and the Wake County Tax Board has approved. I know it's commercial, I believe it is also residential, so it is listed by name and address. So you have that in your council agenda packet at least every 6 months on an accrued basis.
I've never seen it.
So,
You've had it since I've been clerk, so you've had it for at least 10 years.
Wasn't it on the last, I think it was on the last agenda, wasn't it?
yeah, they come through quarterly, I believe, and they're on your consent agenda because they're not really something for you to decide, it's just an awareness. And so that we're required to share that, I mean, we want to, but we're also required to share that with you. It does impact residential, so I can tell you that, Ms. Mitchell, who, lives behind Church Street there, so I try to help her as much as I can. And so her most recent bill was cut in half, and that included Wake County and Morrisville numbers. So I believe what the county is doing, and she's got the senior exemption, there's others have different exemptions, is they're not necessarily saying we reduce your taxes, they're saying, okay, we reduce your assessment, and that's why we see that reduction as well as Wake County.
Yeah, it's funny, I'm talking about this not because I know, the Sharmas texted me yesterday that Mrs. Sharma missed the deadline. It is on like 31st or something.
And that was my point also, is that we do know the majority of that, because you have to file before, you have to pay your taxes. And
Yes.
so if you don't, you may miss it. Now, you can, I think, go through a process to get that overridden, but in most cases, we're gonna know when we get that tax report from Wake County that that's accounted for.
So TJ, the reason I'm bringing this up is, people ask all the time, like, what can we do?
What's this?
And they're doing it, but no one tells us that it is happening at the back end until we know how many houses are really taking advantage of it.
I just want to point y'all back to some information we sent you that's actually tagged at the end of your FAQ. It's the tax-based analysis that will give lots of credit to Paul and Byron and team breaking out some of that information for you. I think I need to take it a step further, is what you're asking us to do. I want to also circle back to, while Byron was talking
evaluation of the results of the appeal? Usually you get some kind of inkling. Yeah, well, I know we'll get an update when it's all said and done about where we're at. but-
So, we get it in aggregate, not each individual parcel, each individual result of an appeal. But each month when Wake County sends us the property tax amounts for the month, they do typically include like the amount that has been refunded. So yes, we do get that, just not, there have been 12 appeals successfully processed and therefore you've lost this much revenue. It's just you've lost this much revenue. We don't know what it's necessarily attributed to.
I'm sorry, that, I asked that totally wrong, so
Okay.
let's reset. For the new revaluation process,
Yes.
and for that data, do we have a heads up of what
So-
that's looking like? Are they giving you any indication? Are you hearing anything about what we're gonna know come January?
So we don't yet, because they won't actually start that process until January. So
Oh.
that'll be when they start to go out and do that, because it's actually for the following year. It's just they go ahead and they start that process, and we have to, go through that, that new assessed value and do our revenue neutral calculation in order to bring that to you. But we don't have anything set right now. I imagine in the coming months, we're going to start to hear things. The Wake County Tax Office has been pretty proactive, certainly since I've been here, and heard lots of good things about them. Obviously, it was a very challenging couple of years for them, as it was for all the other municipalities. But I think because of that, I can see them being a lot more proactive this year and trying to get ahead of the message, trying to get a sense of what they're looking at to help determine their assessed values going into it. But yes, at the end of the day, they're going to start that process in January and go through and touch all of those properties in order to figure out a fair valuation for all of them. But we don't know what that number is yet. We haven't gotten any definitive inclination as to what they're going to start to see come January.
Just in the, probably for what it's worth category, if you go to our budget page, we do have links to Wake County's programs there. And it does have a June 1st deadline for example, for the senior or the veteran. And it does mention reducing the property value, not specifically the property tax, so that's again why we're rolling.
I've got something that I've been thinking about and scribbling. So the apartment rezonings or not the rezonings, the apartment appeals are interesting because there's an intersection here between municipal finance and housing policy and really, affordable housing. And obviously, affordable housing is a huge topic on everybody's minds. But I'm seeing, I'm seeing the tensions, right? And I feel that having a more comprehensive understanding of that tension, because why are they, what's going in, more specifically, what's going into those decisions, what's going into that stuff, right? If apartments are reducing their taxes, but not reducing rents, for example, is there kind of a gaming of the system to this, to the detriment of not only the town, but then our residents and the folks that are living in these apartments? And I'm thinking about our, that Sink Street that's coming. There might be folks that are going to say, we need an apartment rezoning because we need to build more housing to make housing affordable, but that the maybe unintended consequences, let's say, of maybe our housing policy being informed by what is happening in reality, and then also understanding how that is affecting our finances to be able to provide an affordable housing program, right? Policies and incentives in that way. So it's all kind of systems related, but having a better understanding of how that all kind of fits together, I think, would be very, very valuable.
So I can't necessarily speak to individual rent decisions, because obviously we aren't necessarily privy to that information. What I will say, and just kind of for what it's worth, ultimately, you all decide to, move forward with affordable housing, choose to do affordable housing, and there are pros and cons to that. And one of, from my perspective in finance and looking at the tax administration aspect of it all, affordable housing does end up qualifying for certain reduced tax rate or certain reduced assessed values. There are changes to the tax rate, or not to the tax rate, to the amount of tax.
Is that the Blue Ridge?
I'm not talking about a specific one, just in general. If an apartment complex does qualify as an affordable housing apartment complex, it does allow them to reduce that particular tax liability for them. Now, does that mean that you should not do affordable housing? No, it doesn't. Obviously, like I said, there are pros and cons to that. There are trade-offs that end up having to happen. That's certainly something we can take a look at and see who does qualify for that in order to be able to bring that information back to you, just so that you can be informed in terms of who's qualifying for it, what that delta is, what that liability that's being reduced there, so that we understand how much taxes or how much tax ultimately we aren't receiving due to affordable housing. We can do that.
Yeah, it's a system. It's like a mobile, however that's pronounced, right? You start tugging on something over here because it's one of our priorities, but then it starts to affect something over here, and it's like, well, we don't want that now. Right, you're trying to balance this whole thing, but with an incomplete picture on how everything is relating to each other.
But I would like to say, seeing the last, the session happened in the legislative, towns will start losing authority, pretty soon, because for the first time, the governor, the Republicans, and the Democrats are all on the same page for housing. And the commercial, if you basically, even we zone saying it's a commercial, and it has more than 50,000 or 80,000, that's going away. And I was talking last week that in the winter session, they are actually going to reduce that number to much lower. So we can't no longer dictate our land use plan to tell them to do what. And the general frustration in the Jones Street is the towns are very, very rigid, and they're not allowing housing. That's pretty much a blanket statement that's coming all across. So, and they have reduced the parking, and from 80,000, trust me, I know the number, but I don't want to say that, of how much it's going to. But it's a lot of the authorities will be taken away. So what they did was, the population of the town has to be 80,000 or more. So basically it is affecting Cary, Wake County. They didn't even say, including the counties too. So Mecklenburg, those kind of things, Raleigh. So if you have a piece of land, it's zoned commercial, and I want to go, and I as a builder, as a home builder, can go there and now make it housing on a commercial piece of property.
Any kind of housing. Single family.
Yeah, it will override.
So you could do a single family residential development?
It says housing.
Well, why would you?
It says housing. I don't know, because for the best yield, people will do apartments. I'm not.
Right. There's very few single family homes.
Yeah.
It's density.
It's
They're
density,
trying-
yeah.
They're trying to
pack
allow
density
for
and
more
affordability.
dense housing to help with the affordability issue.
Right, and they're not requiring mixed use or anything.
No.
They're just saying, do what you want.
Like ours, one use, that's it.
Ugh.
So I want to share some data that I'll probably be sharing in an upcoming session, but the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency, and this is more so for the record, the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency has some data, a snapshot of housing in the state, in every county. In Wake County, there are 460 households, 460,000 households, and this is for 2024, and then 496,000 housing units. However, 48.5, I'm not going to put on that. It's roughly 50% of renters, and about 17% of homeowners are cost burdened. So to me, what those numbers tell me is that it's not the number of units that are being built, it's the affordability of the units. Yeah.
And that's the reason, for the very fact you said, they want to increase the number of units to bring down the affordability rate.
But the data goes back 10 years. The affordability is not getting better.
But the costs are just.
But the programs that we have, like, affordable housing, program for rental assistance and that sort of thing, those probably more so address affordability than just building more housing. But
I think we went into a rabbit
This
hole.
is
Yes.
kind of
Just-
outside the
just-
box.
so yeah,
of our
right,
influence
exactly.
even.
It's a good rabbit hole.
But it's important because it's going to affect us in the future.
So yes, it is a little bit outside of our influence, which does nicely segue into what do we have the ability to influence? And one of those things is user fees. So obviously, user fees help reduce the burden on taxpayers because, as it's stated, a user fee, a fee for service, the person who is utilizing the service is the one that's paying the fee. Payment in lieu also kind of fits into that category as well. There's infrastructure improvements that are associated with that. We do see that frequency changing a little bit. I know we've covered that some, but did want to point that out. And then just lastly, user fees really are meant to shift that burden from the general taxpayer to the folks that are actually going to utilize that service. So that's obviously something that we want you all to kind of discuss, certainly in your budget philosophy. And if anybody has any questions, definitely here to be able to talk about that.
So when you talk about,
Either one of you.
please start with this.
The payment in lieu.
Yes.
We have a parks payment in lieu.
Correct.
We have, is there any other specific
Streets.
street payment in lieu for like parking and stuff like that, or
Roadway,
for
sidewalk.
the, developing that lane, alongside. Yeah. Since we increased our parks payment in lieu, has there been any developments that have decided not to be a payment in lieu and actually develop the amenity?
Do we give the option?
Well, yeah, I think like the, single-family home developments have an option to develop a park in their community or pay a payment in lieu for the general good of the town of Morrisville. But I think we have never seen another community pool, never seen another big park in any of the developments since we increased the parks payment. And, Michelle can probably, validate that amazing assumption of mine, but, I just think we have to be, yeah, I think we need to be careful about the payment in lieu as it's a behavioral tool as well as a revenue tool. So that's a policy decision about what we value in the town as much as how we can get to another place. I'll let you go. With that.
So, when you talk about user fees, are you talking about facility rental?
So facility rentals, stormwater fees, factor that into there. I know that fits into a little bit of a sort of in-between area. But yes, certainly, facility rentals, shelter rentals in parks, the ability to participate in, say, sporting events or, to utilize the aquatics and fitness center. Building inspections, that's a user fee as well. That's a choice that someone is ultimately deciding to build here, and therefore they're paying that particular fee. So all those types of fees is ultimately what we're talking about.
Fire inspection.
Fire inspection is
If
another
you
one.
recall, when we added the assistant fire marshal position, we didn't really add a huge burden to the budget that year because there was some part-time money that was being utilized, and then there was the ability to increase fire inspections, to increase the revenue. So I think that position was not quite 50-50. I think we did about 40% of it from existing part-time money, and maybe another 40% of it from, you're gonna anticipate fees, and then I think we covered 20, I'm
And then lastly, when it comes to, you know, what's an unknown, we have two major unknowns here. One is sponsorships, and obviously it's an unknown because it's just not a set amount. You know, Superlative, as the manager mentioned, they'll be here soon. And so hopefully we'll have a little bit more information there, and you all will be privy to that as soon as we have that. And then the last thing that I do want to talk about and give you all the opportunity to talk about is any future municipal service districts. That obviously is something that would require special legislation that we would have to get. The area that I'm kind of thinking about here is Town Center and the ability to do a municipal service district at Town Center, knowing that the other one is getting ready to, while it's going to pay the general fund back, you know, the last project is the Gables, as the manager, the mayor mentioned earlier, and that does wrap up the street resurfacing and street reconstruction part of what the previous municipal service district was being utilized for. Any questions about revenues before we kind of move on to the budget philosophy?
If I may, could you explain what should, municipal service district is?
Yes, so the state does allow municipalities to essentially levy a special tax on a specific area for a specific purpose. So we have one in town, which was a municipal service district to help, and I'll let others be able to kind of further explain it, you know, in terms of the historical information associated with it. But we had some neighborhoods in town that had private roads. And in order to bring those roads up to standard and make them public roads, a pretty significant amount of capital needed to be influxed into those particular roads in those communities. And so what the town ultimately decided to do was levy a 10-cent tax in that particular area for those particular streets. And that 10-cent tax, in addition to some additional supplement from the general fund from the town, allowed us to be able to get a lot of those reconstruction projects done. Right now we have one left, and that is the reconstruction at the Gables. And once that's done, that clears out the queue of roads that needed, you know, fixing, reconstruction, brought up to town standards. And, you know, the remaining funding that would be generated from that 10 cents will pay the general fund back and pay the town back for their contribution to those particular projects. And once that happens, that municipal service district will sunset.
So this, it goes back to Harrison's question, what is the maintenance of those roads in the future? And your neighborhood in Breckenridge pays 10 cents less than what I pay because it's all private streets and you're responsible for maintaining yours.
Breckenridge is a municipal service district?
Your subdivision.
Manners.
Manners pays 10 cents less.
How?
And, huh?
How?
That's
Yes.
less.
He's
one
not,
pays
he
less.
thinks
Is that tax?
he's
Tax,
taxed
tax,
an additional
yeah.
10 cents.
Yeah, no, they are not charged. Actually, it's less because the municipality doesn't even do it. They do it on their own.
Yeah.
That's because it's a
The
private
HOA.
road.
It's a private road,
That's
so,
correct.
so.
So we pay the tax of, well, yeah, so we pay the town tax, but then there's also that HOA on top of that.
No, that's not a tax, okay?
It's not a tax, but it's
But-
more, it's
No,
funds.
what I'm trying to say is,
This is
like,
not-
it is important because a private street, either it can come in form of MSD, or Breckenridge has 6 subdivisions which are private, but we get taxed because it's a private street and we don't have to, the town doesn't have to maintain it.
You saying Breckenridge is in the MSD?
No,
No.
so-
He's saying it's not, and so therefore, it's not that they really pay 10 cents less, it's that the ones in the MSD actually pay 10 cents more.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
so for
that's what it is.
MSD pays 10 cents more, but the other neighborhoods which are maintaining their own streets, which are private, pay 10 cents less.
Well,
I don't think
let
that's
me.
No, I don't.
No,
I
that's
think
a-
Savannah,
that's a
we're not
misrepresentation.
for MSD, I pay the tax rate, okay? That's normal, that's standard. There are in 2006, the MSD was created with the town manager thinking that it'd be great if we could raise all the town roads in the private subdivisions to the same standards, and I think that it would improve the standards of the
I tell this 10 cents is because I've been told several times, don't mess with the Manners and the others because they are private, and the only reason they wanted to stay private. They can come and become public, then it will come under MSD, and you have to charge.
MSD is closed.
I was
Or,
just
okay, no,
gonna
no,
say,
I'm
MSD
saying,
is
or
closed.
or might be some form of, if at all, they want to accept it in
It would
this
have
one.
to be a new agreement.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Yeah, so Jeannie knows this better than I do. Let's go back in history. It was the public who wanted the town to take over their private roads. And so the town manager at the time tried to figure out, because people were complaining all the time, I'm paying taxes and yet nobody's taking care of my roads. I have to, my HOA, I pay through my HOA to take care of my roads. And so he came up with this. We asked every townhouse community, because those are the ones that typically have the private roads, if they wanted to enter this MSD district. And they were told at the time, that's it, we're done. You either come in now or you don't come in, because we knew this was gonna be a multi-decade, long-term kind of payback period. And so there was a great deal of outreach into the community. Every neighborhood was invited and talked to, and there were only the handful that entered into the MSD. And that is closed. That is clear. I'm gonna repeat that till the day I die. That is closed. We cannot, nobody can join that again, because those neighborhoods have been paying an additional 10-cent tax rate on their property value to be in this district and have this work done in their neighborhoods. And just so as an aside, at the same time, we also eliminated private roads. All the newer multifamily developments are all public roads. So that was a big piece of this. So there is nobody who was left out in this equation.
Right, and they were built to the standard.
And they were built, so let me also say this, so when those folks that bought their townhouse that had a private road network, they were far more affordable, they were far more inexpensive, because there wasn't, because I'm sorry, all of this is passed on to the home buyer. Nobody absorbs anything, it was all passed on. Whereas those townhouse neighborhoods that were all built with public roads, those are much more expensive pieces of property, because they were all paying for the public road. Just like when I bought my house, the cost of the public road in front of my house was factored into the price of my house. So anyhow, I don't know, Jeannie, there's a lot more we could add to this.
So if we're talking about establishing a municipal service district, like, I feel like that is a way separate discussion than anything we need to cover here. So, I mean, can we sort of high level it as a municipal service district is an option? It's a trigger we could pull if it came to that. But, we don't.
We're just explaining this, Lena. We're not trying to create anything. We're just trying to help our new
Yeah, I asked
council
a question.
understand about what it is, why it is, and since we're almost done with the gables, what that means for taxpayers.
And it's a part of our
Well, I
budget.
appreciate that. I'm very, very
I have one question about this, though. I thought when we got the legislative authority for the current MSD, it was very specific.
It is.
Okay, so I'm hearing,
It's narrow.
it's not, yeah.
Process.
Got it.
The point was exactly that. It's great to learn what does it mean, but it is an option in the future to leverage again. I think there's some strong lessons learned
Oh, yeah.
from this MSD that we need to be mindful of, but it is a tool you could potentially leverage again for other things, for people who benefit from the service directly, or whatever improvement you're doing in the specific district. You could potentially apply this tool again at some point in your future.
Those funds have to be reinvested into that space for that purpose.
Very specific.
Very specific stakeholders.
I would be particularly interested if we look at a hypothetical scenario we took all of the private roads that exist in Morrisville and we assumed them into our,
Road network.
services, yes, into our road network, what effect would that have on, our budget discussions and our financial future? Because I can imagine there might be some situations where the neighborhoods they just can't maintain this anymore. It's too expensive for them to maintain, and they, increasing the HOA properties or HOA
They haven't
fees.
done enough reserves. That's basically what they need to have, a
Sure.
significant amount of reserve money in order to afford the road.
So I'm gonna tell you right now, that is not even a topic I want to entertain. I
Same.
lived through this,
Yeah, it's done.
I lived through this, it is done, not entertained, that's me, but that's me.
Oh, I think that's also me. I
Yeah,
think that most of us.
We don't have a whole lot other than, I think, Breckenridge is the only private streets, or few left like that, which was intentionally done, and they didn't join, they did not join, and they are okay with it.
And it was a choice that was made, and I realize property owners have changed as well, I realize that, but that was a one and done. There's so much to this topic, I do not want to entertain, I think that it's not fair. I'm into fairness, and that would not be fair to the taxpayers of Morrisville. So anyhow, I said my piece.
But it's a tool in the toolbox.
It was a tool, and now it could be a different district. I'm open to a whole different district.
Good discussion.
Fire and back to you.
Yep, okay. So in terms of slides, that's all that I have for that. Any other follow-up discussion about revenue before we move on to philosophy?
Only that I'd like more information on that for my own research. The MSD.
Finally reading.
All right, so we'll move on to the budget philosophy. I'll let Jeannie kind of jump in here, but in terms of goals, we really do want you all to be able to have an open discussion amongst yourselves about what it is you all see as your budget philosophy. It's not necessarily meant to be a discussion where you all come to a complete consensus and then ultimately, set aside everything that needs to be in the FY28 budget. This is just an opportunity for you all to be able to talk, be able to entertain each other, be able to understand each other more than anything else. Those are the big things. Obviously, council priorities are very important in all of that, so definitely have that be a part of the conversation. We do have a couple of things that you all have mentioned earlier, and we can certainly bring those back up as prompts, but I'll let Jeannie kind of jump in here.
So I think this was Brandon.
Oh, Brandon, sorry. Whoever wants to take it.
So I'll start off. Again, one of the things is like the theme. So theme philosophy, perhaps interchangeable. In the past, as town managers typically assign the theme to the budget that's brought to you. So I think, this is a little bit of a different time, a different approach. So we're open to having that conversation with you. Again, I have some prompts that I can share with you that perhaps AI help you with. So we are. So as an example, if you look at our mission statement, what outcomes for you must the FY28 budget protect or improve for residents first? And then we had to explain our budget philosophy in one sentence to the public tomorrow. What would it necessarily say? Again, we're not going to do this tomorrow, but that sort of idea. Again, what 3 to 5 values should explicitly shape the FY28 budget? And I know we have town values, but this would be more along the lines of reliability of core services, equity, fiscal resilience, transparency, innovation, other ideas along those lines. And then again, for you all, some prompts around service outcomes, what resident-facing outcomes are non-negotiable to hold steady or improve, and why? Where can we accept slower improvement or defer enhancements without harming outcomes? What minimum service levels will we not go below? Sort of what's your floor commitment, if you will, for FY 2028?
Did you share that list with us? I like all those questions.
I did not. I finished
Yeah,
this
no, I
Can we
mean,
get it up on the,
late
can we
yesterday.
get it up there?
Yeah, let me send this to Fire. Close
Yeah, I have sticky notes over here. Are we doing anything on a board somewhere?
I noticed the sticky
Yeah,
notes.
I need coffee.
Mine aren't green, what the heck?
I need this to talk.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I wanted to put these up and let you all take it away.
Can I just share one quick thing that I think we've already come to terms with when it comes to at least Parks and Rec fees? We are willing to charge more for non-Morrisville residents, a little bit extra. So I've been getting some feedback from Cary people, I'm like, well, that was our decision, and our taxpayers get the fee, and non-taxpayers get a little bit more. So I think that's been a positive thing for our town. Gives us a little bit more revenue, makes our services a little bit more attractive to our residents, a little less attractive to others, and if we're at capacity, we get a little less revenue, because we're not getting more money from the people, but I think we're serving our residents well. So I thought,
To be fair, doesn't Gary do the same?
They do.
And we have been doing it for a while. I'm sorry.
to a certain extent, but not 50%.
No, I agree, I agree.
So the rate that we charge is significantly more than Cary does for a non-resident?
Not necessarily, it depends on the service. I mean, like, to join one of their softball leagues, we don't have softball, adult softball here in Morrisville. To join one of their adult softball leagues, there's the same, residents first and then non-resident 24 hours later. And there's also a higher price for non-residents, which is fine,
Right.
If for the male softball leagues, at least, it's not 50%, but it's higher, for sure.
So I wasn't aware it was 50% more, but if you're.
Are we
asking
talking in
100
Cary? Are we talking in Cary?
No.
More, so if.
We're
if-
40% differential.
40%, I apologize. So I just wanted to throw out there that was something we've already had in common, a discussion about budget philosophy.
TJ, we're talking about this,
Yep.
this is related to philosophy, you
Right.
started it,
I
we're
know.
not gonna let it go, just because we have concern.
Do we know, Cindy, the average differential in fees in Cary for non-residents?
I can find out.
Okay, that'd be great, just,
Right, I mean, if it's, 100 versus 140, that's a significant cost.
or depending on the activity. Like, understanding that if the year of softball is $200, 40% differential is $80. If it's 100, then the 40% differential is only $40. Like, I think that, and if it's like a $30 class.
25 versus a 30 is not that big of a deal.
Right.
But when you're talking 100, $200.
If it's 10 versus 40,
Right,
we might be incurring some bad feeling.
right.
I will
Relationship.
say it's not uncommon to see the 50% differential amongst towns for resident versus non-resident. That is not uncommon. Matter of fact, it's higher in some places.
And ours is 40%.
It's 40% for programs. Some of our facilities are 50%, but program-based is 40%, except for the camp that y'all voted on, Camp Cedar Fork. It's less. But I'm sorry. No, the differential, the resident, non-resident differential is still 40%.
Cary has, for shelter reservation, for example, Cary has 150 for residents and 225 for non-residents.
Yeah, that's 50%, all right.
Okay.
I mean, it's overstating the obvious, but, our residents are paying taxes that support these programs.
Or subsidized.
And also, I understand that like in the aquatics and fitness center or the senior center, yes, there's a ton of crossover, but I don't think there's a ton of crossover in like carrying people trying to reserve Morrisville park shelters, So I think it's maybe more of an issue in some areas than others.
Okay, can we get to your questions? I like your questions.
Sure. So I will give you looking at the mission, what outcomes must the 2028 budget protect or improve for residents first?
For me, safety is a non-negotiable. Like, I think if people aren't safe in Morrisville, and by that I mean physically safe, obviously, police, fire adequately provided for, also, you know, do they feel safe here? Do we have a culture of safety? Do we, to me, that's all important. Physical, emotional safety for me is a non-negotiable.
I would like to keep our nationally accredited status for fire, public works, you know, all of the national accreditations. And if we have associated staff costs, I think we need to be aware and have that important discussion. But for me, there is both a level of comfort as well as pride for our town when we have these nationally accredited status.
So that's interesting, Vicki, because the national accreditation, it's an outcome rather than because when you build a service level to a certain point, you achieve a national accreditation. I think we're kind of saying the same thing.
My point is, we've achieved it, let's keep it there. I'm not building towards something, I'm maintaining. And sometimes as we expand, the ratios get wonky. And so we have to readjust because of those issues.
AAA rating.
Oh, yes,
Yes.
bond rating,
Totally.
yeah. That's a good one.
And one thing I would say, we send those surveys, you know, and every time the transportation comes number one, followed by public safety and those kind of things. But it's, how can we dig more deeper or get better data, you know, because all want to have data-driven decisions on that. So
I think part of that, and we alluded to it earlier, and again, I keep referring to the council, I know others have said this, it's just one I remember saying it, that, you know, change the way we survey, and also change the way we ask for the information to not just be a survey. So within the survey, I think part of that is to not ask the question, what do you want to see improved, but what would you like to see improved? Be as specific as you can, and are you willing to consider, you know, for example, a tax increase to do that? And again, we want to word that carefully, because I don't want to go into it suggesting we're automatically doing a tax increase. We get that, but there's a way to do that. So I think you asked different questions, more detailed questions, but you also asked are you willing to increase taxes for transportation? Are you willing to prioritize transportation over public safety? You know, there's ways that we can get you, I think, better information. And then there's also this opportunity to do a town hall meeting and let people just converse with you and just hear that feedback. I think part of that goes back to Budgetopia or Budgetopolis, whatever exercise you want to go through to do that and look at that. And I think honestly, surprise for our leadership team, but we do leadership team plus, you know, several times a year, and that's about 45 of our supervisors. One of the things we may do with them is Budgetopia. Let them appreciate, you know, different person from different departments together at a table, and you all figure it out. It'll be entertaining if nothing else, but I think it's a good exercise. But doing that with residents, with businesses, with other stakeholders is a way to do that.
yeah, no, the only reason I say that is philosophically, yes, public safety is number one. But when you're taking a survey, you get a different theme out of it as an overall, but we have to ensure that the data is correct, that
From
it's
the
coming.
25 people that take the survey.
See, that's the problem.
I mean-
That's the problem.
I mean, yes, sample size is so small.
Yeah.
Right.
You can't really say that's what.
And that's
And usually it's the same people who
Yeah.
always submit.
only the trouble. Only the people who don't like it will put it.
Welcome to being an elected official. Welcome to local government.
And by the way, everybody hates you. Everybody hates you,
And
by the
everybody
way.
hates
All
you.
of us.
That's right.
That's what But, can, next time before we, after we prepare the survey, can council review it before we send it? That way we can at least have some sort of feedback.
So to that end, I'd like our theme to be, we heard you, or something like that, to engage them to such the point that we're improving the two-way communication with them. if that's our goal, given this is gonna be a really challenging budget, as long as they know that they've been heard, I think that'll be an important thing for everyone to support this budget going forward, knowing that they influenced it. Because sometimes maybe they don't, and they feel it's too late.
Just wanted to offer a comment as well. So one of the things we've talked about in our department, and John and I have talked about too, is future opportunities for statistically significant surveying. That means not something we would be able to do in-house, because we would have to shop that out. But that means you would get a statistically representative sample size of the town community, because we would have to work with a consultant or a vendor. They would work with us, we would develop questions, they could potentially pose some questions, but we would have opportunity to ask those pointed, specific, really thoughtful questions that you've all sort of discussed today and in the past as well. And then that would go to every resident on record in Morrisville, and it could go in a variety of ways. They would have the opportunity to follow up. So essentially, you would really work, they would help us work towards getting a statistically representative response size. Again, it's a future opportunity, there is a cost involved, but it's something we can work towards, just something for you all to keep in mind.
When is the last time we did the National Community Survey?
So we're
I was
due,
just thinking the same
we're
thing.
probably a year overdue, but you'll recall, we did discuss that during the FY '27 budget, and it did not make it to be funded. I think it's $35,000-ish.
There's some different options, but the all-in with a couple of additional tools was about 30,000.
So to that end, I never really felt that was very valuable, in that we're always in the 95 to 97%. That doesn't change, so I almost want to do our own survey and administer ourselves. Because all their stuff is really generic, and it's pretty much always the same.
Well, there's two pieces of that. I think you can customize some questions. Now, whether we can customize enough or not, that may not be enough. It does give you that demographic comparison data to similarly situated, municipalities, cities, towns. There's some balance to that. I'm sure there is somebody we can work with that can help us with some guidance on what's the most effective way to do our own community survey, to get it to everybody, to enhance responses. I mean, there's work that could be done there. We would have to get you an estimate for that. Sir?
We can reach out to the.
Yeah, they do.
We can. We get very, very limited response from the HOAs. We send newsletters. I mean, we invite them. For example, I've invited them since I was the town manager to come and speak at any HOA. Got one response.
The resident managers are gatekeepers.
Yes.
And I live in a community where I hear nothing from the board, and I hear nothing from the management committee unless it's, clean up your gutter.
Mow your lawn.
Yeah, so they're not maximizing the opportunity to converse with the neighbors, and I think there's a missed opportunity.
But we can also do that, right?
Yeah.
We can also help.
Right.
But we're not in this election, we can.
Right.
In last 2 weeks, just for preparation of this meeting, I have reached out to 37 families just to get their names. So we can do that ourselves as well. I mean,
But,
it's not
you know-
really doesn't affect you.
But to make that consistent and ask the same questions of those families would be important. So
Right,
the
yeah.
data matters. So, I mean, that's a start.
Right, all of this. I know we're jumping ahead because this is on the agenda later, but I had proposed like a focus group, in-depth focus group, and I know that some of you are not familiar with something like a blue ribbon committee. So for the town of Morrisville, there was a subset of individuals that were nominated to participate in a workshop. And there were several meetings, but this could just be one meeting, where they asked in-depth questions, they were allowed to provide feedback
Yeah, I would ask, I would put town connectivity, because there's so many, especially with the high school coming, the Davis Drive, we have to wait and wait and wait for DOT whenever they do. But
Right.
there's certain areas that really need to go from one side to the other side. Yeah, it's-
I was gonna throw in, I guess, priorities, sustainability initiatives. If the Morrisville Environment and Stormwater Committee is any indicator, that's, what I understand to be the only one that's consistently full. Consistently has
Yep.
The only
people
one
coming.
what?
The only one that's consistently full and active and has a lot of membership.
And public engagement.
Yes, that's the next level.
And I also wanted to share that one sentence, an idea that I had, which can be tied to we heard you, the more, the community engagement sort of things, but protecting the future, right? We're at a point, we're kind of at a junction, right, where we're having this retreat. We're talking about what does the future hold. So setting ourselves up for success on that front and the community engagement, I'd say, is part of that. And I know I really like the whole Strong Town stuff, but embracing some of those principles with regards to community engagement, there's a lot of kind of guidance that they have on how to do that. That can also be incorporated as well. I can provide more information on that at a later time. I didn't have that prepared for today.
We should do a book club on that book, I swear to God, I do. The council.
And we've always been thought of as a crossroads village, so maybe put crossroads next to that, because you mentioned crossroads, we are at a crossroads.
Yeah.
So, personnel, because I know in one of in that survey we had to fill out, one of the questions said, are you interested in reduction in force? And my answer is no, I'm not looking to. So I want to make sure, and I've said this before, when, for me, when we make the decision to hire personnel, or add a full-time position or any position, just to add a position, for me, it's that position is going to be here for the long term.
So this is absolutely not about the tax rate, but I do want to say fiscal responsibility is a priority, making sure that we as a council understand the income, the outgo, and that it's down to us whether we're using what we have in the most effective manner.
Other thoughts about priorities? So let me ask you this. One of the questions we had was about potentially freezing salaries. I'd be interested if there's any initial thoughts around that. Understanding, no decisions. We won't know what we need or don't need to do. But again, for us going in, that's something that will help us. So I've heard no ifs. What about the possibility of, either freezing positions as they open, or about freezing salaries in terms of no merit, potentially no COLA, and you're all the above?
I can give you, I'm a no on that.
I'm a no.
Yeah, I
I
don't
think
think,
we
but one
We
thing
need
where,
to look at things as a range, look at our ranges and our impact of the range. Because
Okay, that's different.
That's
totally
different.
different. That's a
Yeah.
different
so that's
question.
within the range of a raise, so that's a
right,
different.
the range of the raise and the COLA impact and how it's calculated. Because what we've done in the past is it's like a multiplier. The COLA is a multiplier. And I'd like to kind of understand, how the raise of like 4% turns into 5% with the COLA adjustment, or, just that kind of thing. If we do it in a different way, we would still recognize, performance and good, service, but lessen the financial impact on this.
So potentially reduce merit. I think it's the simplest.
No, it's not, she's not saying reduce merit, it's saying like have a realistic, kind of a number after you judge everything.
If you are reducing something, I would reduce the cost of living efficiency.
and 1%, and then we did 3, 4.5, and 6 for merit of meets, exceeds, and far exceeds expectations. So it's a little confused on the reduced. But
No, what she's meaning is, like, if you're giving a range, what is the range you said?
3, 4.5, and 6.
Okay, so she means to say, okay, the highest gets only 4. Like,
So reduce the level of.
the
merit
level of,
increases.
Yeah,
So
reduce
3,
the
4,
marginal.
5,
margin,
3,
yeah,
4,
kind of,
5,
yeah,
6.
something like that.
Yeah, reduce the marginal merit increase.
Well,
Yeah.
and also, we had talked about, I don't know how it's going, I'd be interested in an update, but we had talked about the fact that if nobody far exceeds year after year after year, you know, like, we're gonna like right size how we evaluate people. Because if you're doing your job and doing great at it, that's meeting expectations. Like, we expect you to do your job and be good at it. That's why we hired you, like,
Right,
so
so-
I'd be interested to know how that's going, because I
So
know that was.
David and I have had some conversations, SLT and David and I have had some conversations. Again, David had a prior commitment, couldn't be here today. So we have talked about there's a couple of ways to do that. One is through training, which is challenging because some people just, and this is not, again, I want to say not a Morrisville thing, this happens a lot of other places. So part of that is training and helping our supervisors, particularly our frontline supervisors, appreciate, you know, what is more clearly defined, the definition of meets and exceeds and far exceeds. And so part of that is the training component, part of that is the language in the tool, and not making it seem or the perspective being that it's easy to reach far exceeds. Because, you know, far exceeds should be just shy of walking on water. And we have clearly shifted, you know, to that more than we should have or want to anyway. So it's really two pieces of that. One is the tool and then the other is training.
So, I know this will be not a popular topic, but I want to bring it up. City of Raleigh has changed the benefits of the new employees who are coming in. So I would like to see how that fits here, because I was talking to Janet Call for almost 30 minutes, and I said $8 to $10 million on the savings that are coming, and she said the managers themselves came and gave that kind of feedback saying, let's do it. So basically, I don't know what all is. I think some kind of benefits, right? Or retirement benefits or something, they kind of said no longer they will be giving for new employees or something.
They had a big hole to fill, that was kind of an emergency.
No. That is like, basically, they
Going
said,
forward.
going forward, because she's a state treasurer, and she said the amount of money and the liabilities and all those things is way too high. And many of the corporate companies, I used to work for AT&T, I used to get pension, and I was only, like, very few people. IBM used to give, then they cut it off, you know, everywhere it's getting cut off. So,
So a lot of that is out of our, not a lot, a decent amount of that is out of our control because we belong to the North Carolina retirement system. And so they're making decisions in terms of what is going into that. And then they're also generally requiring, you know, the 5% that goes into to their retirement through, I think it's currently Prudential, or it changed to somebody, I
Empower.
can't remember, Empower thing. So I think you can look at primarily health insurance benefits. So
something like that. I'm not sure about what it is, but I didn't go. She said, let's sit down and I'll explain to you everything.
Who was it?
The Raleigh Mayor. So Janet Call. Huh?
Yeah, they may offer different additional benefits.
So that's the thing. I don't want to get into that because I want to understand before I say any word into it. But that was a significant. Kerry is trying to do that because they are hiring all these 30, 40 people or almost 80 people that are coming in. They started talking about it. So I just want to, whoever it is right now is BAU, you know.
I just want to put this out there that I don't want to make any changes to what we do for our staff that I wouldn't want made to me. Okay, so like if Cisco, admittedly, Cisco's benefits are gold-plated, but if they try to reduce my health benefits, that to me that's a material change in someone's life. Is their I'm not interested in looking at anything
So I
like
think
that.
we're talking about
So the
two
two
I
different
understand-
things.
I
similar
understand
but
that.
related, yeah. So I don't think we
understand.
would suggest, I don't
Yeah.
think there's any suggestion to change anything, but I hear you on current benefits, because we are very generous with our medical benefits. Our employees pay nothing for their benefits. We have consistently, at least the last several years, taken advantage of our healthcare reserve to not charge employees an increase, even if they're covering children and or family. So those are things to look at, because there is certainly a lot of money that goes into that as well, in terms of what benefits we provide to employees. That would include council to some extent. We provide a very valuable benefit to several council members in terms of health insurance. So there's all the things that we can certainly discuss.
Where I was going with that was, I do pay more because of the fact that I insure myself, my children, my husband. You know, I mean, we've had several years of cost of living freeze. It sucks, but, you know, it was necessary at the time. So I think that, I mean, I don't know, I feel like, you know, it's easy to sit in a room and say this would save us a lot of money, but I just, you know, I don't want to, I want us to look at the areas that have the least impact. If we're gonna do anything regarding employees, I want us to look at the areas where the impact won't be as great.
And then the other piece, back to your point, Satish, and then she'd often run over to you. You know, quite honestly, we anticipate that our COBRA money, excuse me, not our COBRA, our OPEB money or other post-employment benefits potentially reduces over time, because there are fewer and fewer people coming into this that are gonna stay 30 years and retire from, you know, the town of Morrisville. It's just not the trend right
Yeah,
now.
Brandon, I have zero knowledge on what it is for Morrisville if we use the rally template, so I have no clue. So that's one thing to just explore and see. Like,
Okay, we'll come back
what-
to you.
That's all,
with
that's
a
the
list of
thing,
what the benefits are.
yeah.
So before you went to med, you know, 3-year-olds.
Yes.
Expectations or needs.
Well, there's technically 5 levels. There's fails to meet, needs improvement, meets, exceeds, and far exceeds.
So, at least, you talk about training supervisors. One of the things that I have to do before I resign at my workplace, if I did anything other than meet expectations, I need to know expectations.
Yeah.
Whether it's below expectations or above expectations or exceeds.
I require commentary on all.
All of them.
Whether you meet, fail, far exceed, everybody has to do justification. We also require our employees to do a self-evaluation. They do not score themselves, but they have to fill out, you know, what they think they've done well, why they think they, you know, an area they might need to improve in. Obviously, don't get quite as much of that as we get areas where we're wonderful, but that's natural.
And you review and approve all ones and all fives. So anyone that fails expectations or far exceeds expectations.
Actually, 1s, 2s,
Ones,
and
twos,
5s.
and
Oh,
yeah.
1s,
So
2s, and
if anyone fails to meet, which is rare, because quite honestly, if you've failed to meet over the course of a year, you're probably not gonna, you're gonna get the opportunity to be successful somewhere else. If you're a 2 and need improvement, I'm gonna review that, and then if you're a 5 for far exceeds, I'm gonna review that. Now, when I do that, and same thing for supervisors, they don't review it necessarily to agree or disagree with it, unless there's just a blatant, you know, somebody said Liz walks on water, and we know Liz had 4 disciplinary actions this year, right? But outside of that, it's not to question the narrative, it's not to question the score, but it is to make sure that the narrative that's provided supports the score. So when I look at a 5, I'm not trying to decide if you know, Ann got the 5, well, do I really think she was a 5 this year? Yeah, because in some of those cases, I don't work with these folks. I mean, frontline employees, I certainly know them, I see them, but I don't know them to evaluate them. So what I'm looking at instead is, what's the narrative, and does it justify that Ann consistently far exceeded expectations over the course of the year?
Or you can jump in and just circle back, 2 things just to point out on that. Thank you actually started capturing the retiree benefit information, so you'll see particularly the one that maybe we do have some influence over, that's the other post-employment benefits and comparisons. We don't have them all yet, but we do have a good amount. And then, secondly, that we track every year all Wayne County towns of types of merit, what's the average COLA. So I want to make sure that you go back to the FAQs, go look at that data, the data information. It might be very helpful with some of the points that you're raising here.
So I'm gonna say, if we're gonna continue to make sure that we're staying aligned with market, and then every 2 or 3 years, we're doing a third or a half of our people, I don't wanna get too far out of line. I don't wanna feel that people are gonna jump to another municipality for a couple of $1,000s. I know that happens in the public safety to a certain extent. And it's a bit of an arms race in that space, unfortunately, despite everyone trying to be collaborative and helpful. So, I just wanna, I think I would generally support moving the merit classes down just a little bit, because 6 seems pretty high in any case, given the environment. But I just don't wanna get too far out of whack, insofar as then we're gonna have a big chunk of money that we have to get people back to where they should be in the market. So I understand the need to save some funds now, but if it's just gonna be postponing that and maybe we lose some good people because of it, that's just my concern. So unfortunately, the structure of Wake County is such that people will move pretty quickly for just a few $1,000s because they can. So I'd rather keep the people and maybe pay a little bit more than we would if we really rode right on the razor's edge. But in saying that, I'd be willing to move the merit down just a little bit and see if that has a really negative effect.
So I appreciate that
Yeah.
feedback, but let us not forget that merit is based on performance, and market adjustment is based on where your job is compensated based on the demand of the market. We want people that are given the tools to succeed in the town and are able to perform to the best of their ability and provide, the best service they can. Reducing the merit is not necessarily going to reduce the performance. Market adjustment, happens behind the scenes. So it's just, I have faith that they would still perform as they are able. But the market adjustment is something that we don't control necessarily. It's a regional assessment.
You read my mind. So there's certainly some relationship there. I can't tell you there's no relationship, but what I would tell you is that, again, merit is about individual performance and it dictates where within the range you are. When we do pay in class, we're not looking at individual employees, we're looking at jobs. So we're looking at, what is the starting pay for a firefighter, what is the starting pay for a police officer or a finance specialist or whatever that position may be. Going to every other year is gonna help us, because we're less likely to fall behind if we look at it at least once every 2 years. And again, with public safety, we've done this for a number of years now. We always look at starting pay for both firefighters and police, because that is where the true arms race is. That's a fair assessment. Other departments, we certainly need to stay competitive, but other departments aren't going, crazy, maybe an exaggeration, aren't making significant changes on a regular basis as much as public safety. And so the chief is maybe very, very, very aware that after what other departments have done most recently, that we may be below where we want to be to remain competitive. We've already made that switch from previously, the goal was to be at 100% of market with our starting pay. And we've reduced that to make sure we're at 95% of market with our starting pay, in trying to be competitive but also financially responsible. So we will continue to look at every department now, every other year, and there may be times when we need to come to you off schedule to say, hey, something has happened and we are really, it's not about one, it's not about us compared to carry one person or just Apex, but when you look at your competitors and you're not at 95%, you're even below perhaps at 90%, we need to have that conversation about maintaining that component of it. But again, it doesn't directly tie to merit because those individuals stay within that range.
So with the COLA and the merit, I was just maybe trying to wrap my head around something specific, and tell me if I'm off base on this, but you have a certain class that starting salary, whatever it may be, market rate, that sort of thing, and you got that at a particular level. And the next year, that level is probably a little bit higher. With the merit, is that a person comes in, let's just say, like, I don't know, 3 years, you have the COLA is it's at this level, and then it becomes this, then it becomes this, right, over 3 years, essentially. With the merit, is it such that we're starting at COLA and then adding the merit on top of that, such that a person at the the next year's COLA, it includes last year's merit?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, compound year to year.
Compounding.
We also compound within a year.
Mm-hmm.
So for example, if you were gonna get 1% COLA, and then you were gonna get 3% merit,
Mm-hmm.
and there was also an adjustment, let's say to pay in class that we're not really doing right now, but you got another 2.5% out of that, we would take your current salary, add the 1% to it, add the 2.5% to that, or the 3% to that, and then the other 2.5% to that. Again, we've always tried to be the most beneficial to the employee that we can, and that's good for, from a morale standpoint or appreciative standpoint, but it also has helped us stay within market a little bit more. And again, those are not huge changes, but they're small changes that mean something to the staff and help us stay in market.
Is there a decision to be made with regards to compounding versus not compounding? Like starting at the COLA, and whatever the next COLA is,
Sure.
the merit on top of that, instead of the compounding merits over time, if that makes sense?
Well, not so much over time, because that merit becomes part of your base salary.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not a one-time award and then it goes away. I mean,
Right.
That's how really the majority of our staff move through that range over the course of their career. Now again, there's always opportunities for, promotion. For example, within the fire department, you start as a firefighter, you can move to a master firefighter, and that's promotion-ish. But then you promote to engineer, you promote to captain. Same thing in the police department. We now have something similar in the planning department and in other departments with career ladders where you can advance because you obtain certain other additional trainings or degree or things like that. Again, in both fire and police, there's requirements for that. None of this is just be here long enough and we're going to give you money for being here. But we are giving, we are recognizing service, we're recognizing achievement, we're recognizing their ability to better contribute to the organization.
But there does seem to be a disparity depending on when a person comes in. Because if a person comes in at and their first few years is at I guess a reduced kind of COLA merit, that sort of thing, whereas someone else coming in, kind of at the same level, that market rate has been, the pay that this one person is making is maybe less than what the, a new person coming in.
So we typically do not allow someone who is similar, who is situated the same, i.e. years of experience running up. So if a new firefighter is hired this year at 58-ish,
54-ish.
54.
With this structure overtime, you wind up.
It's super, fire is super complicated. If you come in as a police officer at 60, 58, 63, so, yeah, and then, the following year, you hire a new police officer, they're gonna come in at 63 if they have no experience, but they should be slightly behind the experienced officer because they would have picked up their COLA and their merit.
Sure.
Now, again, if the new police officer comes in and over the course of 5 years, he just performs better than the other police officer, he can certainly make more money than someone with more experience.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is it worth mentioning what David put in place with the new spreadsheet to make sure we're accounting for experience?
It is.
And being fair to everybody?
So David has really helped us with some things. So one of the things we've done is in terms of bringing people in, in the past, I think we really looked at, who are they, and what are they asking for, and how does that compare to the people we currently employ? Which is not a bad method, but it's not a solid method. So what we use now is we have a compensation worksheet that says, okay, here's the starting salary. And if you have experience in the same sort of work, then you get 2% per year of that same experienced work. If you've done some work that maybe helped prepare you for that, but it's really not the same work, then maybe you get 1% for that year. It could be as little as a quarter of it. It could be a 0.5% for a given year of experience. So then that is added up, and that gives us a here's what you should offer this person. Now, can they ask for more? They can ask for more, but we're trying to stick pretty close to what that offer is, because that helps us stay at what market should be. Because, of course, people are going to ask for whatever they want to ask for. But what we're finding in our limited use with this is that people typically take the offer, even when they ask for more, particularly because we can explain to them, here's how we got to your offer. It's not, well, we thought this was good enough, or, well, we didn't want you to make more than, Becky across the corner. It's here's a structured explanation of this is why we're making you this offer.
So that brings me to my next question to add on top of that is, we always talk about the salaries, but we don't talk about the total compensation package. And can we get those numbers? Like, take example of, the police 563. But what is his total compensation package that he gets?
Yeah, so we show that to you in the sense of when we add a new position, we're showing you the total cost of that position. In general, what you can do is take a salary and add about 28% to it, maybe a little closer to 30 for PD because they have a different supplement that comes into that. But generally speaking, about 28% of an employee's salary is going to be added on in benefits. And then again, year one, it's a little different because it's also uniform costs, equipment costs, laptop costs. In the PD, it's a car. We talk about that. That's why we do some half-year police officers, because then the second year is about the same.
So, but I'm just using PD, that's 28. Our regular planning is not 28 because they don't have all these uniforms.
Well, no, that's on top of the 28. I'm saying 28 is the average.
Oh, the baseline, okay.
Yeah, and then when you add things on top of that,
Okay.
that adds up.
So, going back to your original question about trading salaries or COLA or merit, my take is that I need more information before we come to that, because there should be no last results.
Yeah, we can certainly bring you information on, here's what we expect the cost to be if it's 3, 4, 5, here's what the cost would be expected to be if it's 3, 4.5, 6.
No, you want to get to that point where we're using it, we need to see what is the impact of other spending.
Oh yeah, this is a piece of, this is an independent decision. I think this is a where are we total in terms of potential expenditures and investment versus known revenues, absolutely. So I think it's one piece of that puzzle that will bring you again. I think we had a lot of success last year with showing you some options, and so I think we will certainly do that again, where, option 1 might be the full merit in COLA, but we don't do X. Or option B might be we reduce merit, it saves you this much, and that allows us to do Y. Yeah, that would be part of that conversation. This is just helpful, because if you all sat here and said, no way, we're not going to reduce it at all, then I'm not going to bring you, that as an option. But I've heard that there's a willingness to hear about what it might be at 3, 4, 5 versus 3, 4.5, and 6. And then I assume keeping a 1% COLA, because that's really making sure everybody has something to try to keep up. I mean, it's not sufficient to keep up with growth, but it's a piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
But what I would like to see is impact on everything else if we decide not to touch that.
Impact on everything else.
All of the services.
So the merit in and of itself, the decision on merit is not going to impact service levels, certainly not directly.
Now what is,
If you
no, no.
If you cap the tax rate flat.
Yeah, that's what it is.
If you were developing, for example, what would be the impact on, what would be the impact on salaries if we don't touch this?
So if we don't do any COLA or merit, or if we leave it
If
Yes, I think that's a decision you will collectively make, is what the impact becomes. I will show you what the monetary difference is, and then you will make the decision on whether or not you fund it, and then that will determine through some of these options and discussion what any impact on services would be. But just not doing the full merit of 3, 4.5, and 6 should not impact service levels.
In the first year.
And,
If
I
not
mean,
a change in people.
I mean,
coming-
if it
going to-
went long enough and others are doing more, certainly at some point down the line, you could argue that people might look at what we're paying and what others are paying. But again, that, yes, there is some opportunity that could happen.
yeah, and philosophically, I feel as a, they have done their work. It's external factors that are beyond their control, with the tax rate going down or high. They should not be penalized, unlike corporate, is different. Is like, we didn't do good, the earnings were not there, it's different. But certainly never flat, but at least something to say, okay, this is our appreciation.
No, I agree. I would argue strongly against doing nothing. I think that would absolutely send a not positive message. I understand that's not intentional, but that's just what would happen. But yeah, I think we should always do something. The question becomes, again, it's also where do we fit in what others are doing? Because at 3, 4.5, and 6 plus a percent for COLA, we're very competitive with what other municipalities are doing in terms of salary increases on an annual basis. So I think, we have to look at that, you have to look at that in the larger context of everything else that you're trying to do.
And it's, I understand that you have to compare, but at the same time, it's hard to compare because we are almost getting built up. There might be still growth in Holly Springs, there may be still growth in Apex or Cary or something, we are pretty much capped out.
Well, they have the revenues.
Yeah, they have the
But
revenues,
again,
yeah.
that's a piece of the puzzle, because if we're giving top merit at 5% and somebody else is giving merit at 7 or 8%, which nobody is,
yeah,
that's impactful. That's impactful. That's impactful. No. Do I think we're going to have an exodus? I don't think so.
Yeah, I kind of doubt for a percent or two, a person will leave. I think no one is going to do that.
Part of that is going to be, is this a one-time adjustment, or is this the new?
We don't know. We don't know.
Well, and I understand that. I'm just factors. I'm sorry, Harrison, did you have your hand up?
That was actually something that I was thinking about, if we are approaching build out and having to tighten the belt a bit more, whereas these other communities are continuing to grow and they have the revenue to do a lot more. What's the impact of that? But
It's an impact in terms of probably the percentage of your budget that goes to personnel, if there is a time that comes that you cap out.
But, so go ahead, yes, I'm sorry.
You might have already had this in there, and I can't remember if I've asked this before, or seen this before, but we do the market adjustment, so the whole organization in a 3-year period goes through market adjustment. We do a third.
We have, yes.
Are other communities doing that too?
Yes.
Are they doing it like we're doing it, a third?
Very similar. Some are doing every other, some are not doing quite that often. I think maybe some of your smaller communities, but most communities that we're comparable to are doing at least once every 3 years.
Okay, because I guess that matters when we talk about looking at other communities and comparing ourselves to them. I think it's important, that's why I asked the questions. If they're not doing market adjustments, maybe that's why their rates are the way they are, or whatever. So, okay. Same thing with like our tax rate. When we look at our tax rate, and we always compare, well, we don't, others compare us and our tax rate to everybody else, but they always fail to remember that almost everybody else locally is paying a separate solid waste fee, whereas ours is included in the tax rate. So, those apples to apples comparison are really important. So that's why I asked that question.
And just the other thing I'll remind you to keep in mind is that in the context of paying class and market study, so up until this year, if you were the employee and your position went from a grade 28 to a grade 30, because that was what was competitive in the market, you would get 2.5% per grade with a max of 5%. So you went up 3 grades, which was rare, but it occasionally happened. You got 5%. This year we did 0. So if your grade shifted, we did not give you an increase unless you fell out of grade because of it increasing. So again, that's where we go back to, there were years that if we did a 2% COLA and there was a 6% for high performers and you went up 2 grades, you could get a 13% pay increase, which was amazing, but it's not sustainable.
Correct. So what's the difference between a reclassification and a promotion?
So a promotion is a movement into a higher level of responsibility. Typically, if you are not a supervisor at the time, you're taking on supervision of others, whether that's on a full-time basis or a part-time basis. And then again, if you're already a supervisor, you're taking on a higher level of supervision and responsibility of the organization. We do compensate for promotion, most typically 5%.
But the reclassification is really related to the market adjustment?
Correct. Correct.
So it could be market adjustment in 3 years.
Thank you.
You wouldn't really prove
We've been doing them every 3 years. We can make the necessary adjustments. Now again, it resulted in probably a bigger adjustment than we're gonna make when we're doing it every other year. But yes, we were doing it every 3 years, and I would say the majority of positions would go up at least a grade or 2 over the course of 3 years.
I wanted to clarify something that Councilmember Johnson had said about folks look at our tax rate, but then they don't recognize that the solid waste fee is included in that tax rate. What did you mean by that?
So it's not as important now because we have one of the lowest tax rates.
That's
right
where I
now.
was getting
But
at.
in the past, everyone would always say, oh, look at so-and-so, their tax rate is so much less than Morrisville. And they would fail to recognize that it is less, but they're paying an additional, it's like $200 to $250 a year for solid waste, whereas that we don't charge. That's included in our tax rate.
And now our tax rate is the lowest.
Lowest.
So we're the second
Solid
lowest.
waste.
It's 0.5 difference, but they charge
Yeah,
like
solid
the solid.
waste.
So I mean, if you were to put solid waste, if you were to account for solid waste in our tax rate, we go up 2 pennies, minimally, maybe 2.5.
Is solid waste is included, so if we were.
Only for residential. but
Only for residential.
Everybody pays the same tax rate, so that's why commercial's tax, right?
Gotcha.
So we're either the only one or one of 2. I'm not sure if Garner has adopted the solid waste fee yet, but we're one of, at best case, 2 in the county that don't have a solid waste fee.
The commercial has a solid waste fee.
Commercial pays
Pays
private.
their own.
That we don't service.
They're subsidizing residential.
Gotcha.
I think that, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was actually gonna change topics, so if there's
Oh,
more
I
on
was
solid
gonna
waste, go
wrap
ahead.
too, but go ahead.
I was gonna say that I also think that it's time to put AI literacy on the priority list. Because I think that is an example of something that can make us more efficient, more productive. Again, with all the caveats that I said before. I don't just mean throw AI at everybody, but an AI strategy to get everyone in the organization AI literate in the next couple of years, I think that's important.
And bring that down to the residents too. Give them the opportunity to benefit. I mean, we're an innovative town. If we want to be the place where people think of as tech and innovation, this is innovation's home address. I've been trying to make that stick for a while.
Oh, I like that.
That would be
But-
something.
I get all that. Before we even get the residents, I think it has to come bottom up from every department to see what is the repetitive work and where we are wasting. Just if we get the use cases, then that's 80% of the issue fixed. AI is just a small piece of it after that. And that only staff can tell us, where are there, like, spending more time and what can be done. They don't have to figure out what can be done, where are they spending most of the time that can be automated is we can all make a decision at the time.
Yes, we've made some efforts in that regard. We certainly have room to improve and to grow and to institutionalize it. Okay, anything else on, I think we've discussed the merit and that sort of thing, so thank you, that was a good conversation to have. It gives us, more information to consider as we start building a budget over time. So right now,
And Brandon,
priorities,
let me ask you a different question. You're always asking us, you as a town manager, you see all these things, requests, you can basically sandwiched between your staff and us, and the people. So how do you see the future of Morrisville, in terms of trajectory, and what makes you not sleep in the night thinking about these things?
I won't really tell you what I think about what keeps me up at night. So I think for the community, I think there's still a lot of opportunity. I still think that we have room to grow. I think we will grow in population. Michelle, I think our most recent is 47,000 is what we think today. Again, I understand that, right? Again, it changes over time, but we think we could get to 47,000. That makes some assumptions. Some of that will be determinations you make on what type of development still comes, and do we add more, housing units, what they look like. But we think we can get to 47,000. So if you think about that, that certainly is additional revenues to the town in terms of tax base, because some of that can be vacancies, but some of that's going to have to be new development. So I think we're still going to see some real opportunities with new development. Pathways and Spark are important to us, but they're not all that's important to us. Certainly if TOD comes out of the ground, that's going to be, I think, really important to this community to see the 30 Corners grow there. I think that's an opportunity for us as we go forward. I think we certainly have some challenges, right? Because we've already seen our annual revenue growth, it's not 5-6% during what was like the heyday anymore. I mean, right now we're looking at 2 to 3%. We hope that that's something that will continue over time. We continue to look at that and study that. So there's still going to be revenues coming in, but again, we're challenged because I don't think the revenues that are coming in are going to meet necessarily the expectations of this body in terms of quality of life and things that you want to see happen for the community. So I think that's going to be a challenge. I think a little bit of what happens here is dependent on others. Certainly NCDOT is a piece of that puzzle in terms of, do we ever build the second portion of our airport? When do McCrimmon and Chapel Hill actually start? Because there's opportunities there in a variety of different ways for things to happen. Certainly decisions around BRT and other things that are out of our control are going to impact us. So I do think we have some additional opportunity to lobby a little bit, but the challenge right now is that there's only so much effective lobbying, period. As an individual, I think we're more effective as we go through the league and we go through other entities to have our voice heard in Raleigh and things like that. So I think that's challenges. I think adding staff is going to be a challenge because the revenues, I don't believe, will meet what we even have talked about. Even if we did half of that, it's still a challenge. I mean, because
that's where I was trying to go.
50 positions is probably minimally 6.5 cents on the tax roll today. And that's probably a little conservative. He's looking at me like probably I've lost my mind. But there's decisions to be made. I think we've heard service level repeatedly. I think that's the theme that's coming out of this, is that it's not that we can't do things that you want to do for the community and the community wants us to do for them. It's just a matter of prioritization, and it's also a matter of, how are we going to manage those expectations? And, what are we ultimately going to do? I mean, so right now, we're working on some plans. We're looking on the comprehensive transportation plan. Well, that's going to come back with a lot of great ideas that we're not going to be able to do right away. We've talked about a community center. Are we still going to be able to do that in the time frame we think we can? Or is that something that needs to pause? Do other projects that are in the CIP need to start to push back a little bit? to perhaps minimize impact on our debt payments? You know, do we want to grow above $6.5 million? Is there a commitment to bring that up to 8? Where's that million? That's a penny and a half. You know, where does that come from? So I think there's definitely significant decisions for this group to make over the next probably 9-10 months that are going to impact not just FY28, but also the future of the organization. What are we accomplishing it? How are we accomplishing it? And where do we ultimately want to see ourselves? And how do we get to that revenue versus investment expenditure state?
So what is your conservative way of thinking for 2028 and a liberal way of thinking?
So I think the conservative way of looking at 2028 is that we potentially do very little. I think that ideally, I think depending on the philosophy of council, there are a few positions that should be considered. We've got town center coming up, we've got some other things in public safety we need to talk about. As far as how long are you willing to wait? How long is the community willing to wait? How imperative is it to get engine 22 in service? Right now that calls for 3 firefighters a year for 4 years. So is it 3 or maybe it's 2 and it takes us a little longer to get there? At some point, I understand, but do you just make a decision to try to fix part of that by looking at a tax rate increase that brings a penny that funds positions, whether that's policemen, firemen, whatever that is? That's always an option. I don't know that this is the time to do that, but I think that particularly depends on the revale outcome. Because from a conservative standpoint, I don't know that we'll get any new money out of that. And so then it's a decision of this body, is there a willingness to consider a penny or 2 pennies, I don't know, that would obviously give us a bit of recurring revenue that we could talk about how we prioritize that. We continue to look at, I think Harrison's made a good point, I'm not sure how it fits into what we're doing, but how much control do we have, how much investment should we make to try to maximize land value? So that we are increasing our property tax revenues as much as possible. So on the conservative side, I think we unfortunately probably don't do a lot. I think we potentially have to reduce merits down. That's going to save us, a couple $100,000. And although that sounds like a small amount in the $60 million budget, it's going to be important.
No, and to be honest, the reason I'm asking all this is because I can put a bet of $100 that we will lose 15% of our tax revenue because the entire perimeter in all those areas, they will fight tooth and nail to say that's not what, that's the tax. That's where I'm like more worried about, and that will automatically drop our base budget.
It will. I mean, I think that's the worst case scenario, is that the revale comes back and we lose a penny or 2. And that means finding, as much as $2 million to keep doing what we're doing now. Say nothing of salary increases, additional positions, smart shuttle expansion in the future, any number of things that we, expansion of public art. Are we, going to continue to try to do more with rental assistance and affordable housing and all these sort of things? Are we going to be able to build a Markham Park? Are we able to do anything substantial at Wake Tech Park? All that is dollars, and some of that's programmed in the CIP, some of that is not. It could be a very challenging year. I'm optimistic in the sense that we are going to see the McCrimmon corridor come online, and that is going to generate new revenues for us. Again, Tiffany is chasing a third relatively big opportunity.
When do we get the CO for that so that we can start taxing them?
For the CO for Novartis or Millennium? We have to talk. I don't know if we're quite that far in the process with them as far as exactly when that happens. I know they're both moving. We'll bring that back. We've shared that with you previously. We can update that.
Is it only when we give them the CO then the tax starts? Is that how it is? That's what my understanding is.
I believe that is correct. Yeah.
Actually,
No.
Property tax.
so property tax assessments for when the upfit begins, construction upfit begins. Of course, they're not assessed at 100%, but anytime you're building and constructing, you're being assessed at whatever the value that you contribute.
So you're assessing a shell when it starts, and then the next year you're assessing whatever's in the building at that point.
No, hypothetically, yes, but every company will say it's not worth anything because it's just a shell.
But they're still assessed by general statute.
When they actually pull a permit for required, if I'm correcting, they're required to actually report an assessed value or a value of that investment at the time. That information actually rolls all the way forward to the tax assessor. So that's what Tiffany's referring to. They are, in the study that we did with the appeals process, we were actually seeing the new projects that haven't even finished yet, even the apartment complex over there, already paying taxes on what was on the ground.
Right, and they have to meet certain requirements that they agreed to when we offered them incentives. They're required to do a certain amount of investment. Like it doesn't, I mean, in a way, of course, it does help them to say, no, it's not worth anything, but to get the tax breaks that we've offered, they have to invest a certain amount, don't they?
That's correct. So
Yeah.
their incentive agreement is based on whatever that commitment amount is, and it's typically made by the third to fifth year.
Keeping in mind, we've done a number of those, and we've yet to pay $1 in any incentive for economic development. Just, I think that's worth knowing. Not that I don't think that they're both gonna take off and do exactly what they've said they're gonna do, but whether you wanna look at it from a best case or maybe not best case scenario, there's those pieces.
Well, they still have to pay taxes on whatever they build.
They do, yes. Yeah, it's just that they may not build what we hope they would build based on, what that tax incentive would be. But yes, as soon as they start building, they've got to pay taxes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can we go back to adding our priorities?
We can.
And then we need to move on to question number 2, but you put in the presentation, you had an item in here about trimming low return on investment services, and so I would add that, I would say yes for me.
Yes,
That, we need to not keep adding, but also looking at things we're gonna stop, because they just don't make sense anymore, for whatever reason.
I just wanted to add on, for Councilmember Caramella's question to you on, what do you think about a lot? And one clarification, you had said that, I'm concerned about land value, but it's less about land value, but the value per acre. It's the difference between measuring miles per tank versus miles per gallon, let's say. And I can explain that a little bit later. But I did want to make a point, make a request that as Morrisville moves towards build-out and future redevelopment, land use productivity analyses can help inform a better understanding of the impact that different build-out and redevelopment scenarios will likely have on our city's finances. It's important to utilize the land use we have efficiently in terms of tax production and service delivery, while also planning for future infrastructure and replacement costs. Increasing the efficiency of build-out can be used as a template for future land use decisions associated with redevelopment. And so I'm requesting that we reach consensus on investigating the use of a land use productivity analyses.
The mission does that, right? You do those kind of things, right?
When we did the land use plan update, there was a fiscal impact component to it. I'm
Love to see that.
not sure exactly what we're getting at here, though.
I have lots of resources that I can share. The big thing that is needed to advance this is council consensus from my conversations with Brandon to just even initiate the investigation of this type of analyses. So that's the thing that I'm requesting.
So
No, go ahead.
I'd say just what authority are we gonna have when it comes to redevelopment? Most of it will probably be done by right, because we don't have the authority to say no to much. But I need more education about that to start with. But I like where you're going with it. I'm not sure if I want to pay consultants for the information.
Sure.
I think to that comment, it really depends.
It does.
We're in the process of working on a town-wide rezoning following the land use plan update. But then we got hit with Senate Bill 382, so we put that on hold. So we do have a number of parcels out there, or properties out there, where the zoning doesn't align with what the future land use plan has called for. So it really depends what is proposed to be developed as to whether or not it's going to go by right or go through a rezoning process. Those council members that were on council when we went through the land use plan update also remember that because there's less and less left, you almost went through parcel by parcel on the vacant land. And so some of that was, fiscally, what are the impacts? But there were other considerations that came into play there too. But you almost went property by property on the large vacant sites at the end of the day.
And good thing is there's even fewer of those now.
Or maybe redevelop.
Yeah, redevelopment's
Well,
everywhere.
yeah, that's where the opportunity is in the redevelopment, to make sure that the properties that are being redeveloped are being maximized.
Right.
For the future.
Because depending on where we are on this spectrum, right, that will inform our future budget conversations. And if we can make decisions, informed, data-driven decisions, knowing where we are on this and where we could be, and where, what would get us to a point where we don't have to talk about belt tightening, essentially, I think that would be, that is where I would like to be as a town, is to be in the green if we are not in the green.
I get what you're saying, but we can do all the analysis, but till a developer comes, does a redevelopment, it could be 5 years, it could be 10 years, it could be 20 years. We are only analyzing on that property what we could come as a best use.
This is townwide.
Yeah, I'm saying townwide,
Yeah.
just take a parcel, I'm just saying, like say GOD, okay? Brandon said, I'm expecting a lot coming out of it, but that is contingent to it being built and getting ready. So it's 5 years from now, or 10 years from now, or 2 years from now. We have no control, because that's the developer coming in, developing it. And same with the industrial areas or redevelopment, this 5, 10 years. In theory it is good, but my fear is to catch up, are we getting there, because our costs are also going up. So it's pretty much like a 3 to 5% was understandable, we had some wiggle room, now it's 2 to 3, and the 2 to 3 is not even taking care of the inflation and other things, that might be 4 or 5, so we're already in the hole.
Right, but Satish, we do have some control over redevelopment, like Tiffany's asking for another person. And, an economic development person doesn't just have to deal with giant companies that wanna locate in McCraven.
No, what?
I'm saying that, like, if there are areas of town that are ripe for redevelopment, that's something that you could look at too.
No, but
right?
she can't go and say to a shopping complex, hey, you want to sell this and a new developer come and buy it. That's not what she does, because these are different companies, and that could take years, the whole thing, because scouting or basically getting the Novartis and those kind of things, it's coming from the JDIC up the chain, It's coming through the process that she's saying, okay, hey, we have Morrisville, we are the best, we're pitching for that. But when it's a redevelopment, you can say, yeah, this parcel is good, but it takes several years to even demolish and do that.
But the years are okay if we're starting now.
Yeah.
I'd rather start now and 2 years from now get something rather than say, well, it's too hard to do that now, and then 2 years we're just where we are. If we can get Tiffany to be intentional and know what we want to see, she can activate and try to be more intentional about that. Like staff tells certain developers that they're coming in, no, this council isn't going to be interested because they've been listening to us. So she can actually tell people what we are interested in and bring things in. Like what I'm thinking right now is if we have a frontier here in redevelopment in one of our flex spaces, that would be great, and that would activate a lot of small businesses. It doesn't need to be JDIG to change how things go and to make us more valuable with some of the parcels. So I really like the idea of being intentional and knowing what we would like to see
Knowing what's going to get us
what
in
will
the green.
help, and then figuring it out.
If we are.
Tiffany has something, and then I want Michelle.
Because she's.
And I think, I'm reading Michelle's brain.
Yeah.
So I knew she would flag it right away.
Because Michelle and I work very closely, and I certainly agree, two things to be right at the same time. And this position, economic development and planning, it does involve building those partnerships and relationships with our development community. So it gives me and Michelle the opportunity to have those discussions about what the town needs, what the town is looking for as we plan. So redevelopment is certainly top of mind. With that being said, you know, there can be some certain limitations because we don't have the power to truly and fully tell developers what to do with the land that they own.
Exactly.
So I think that's where Experiment was going with that. And that may be very well true, but we do have, I do sit in rooms and have conversations and let them know what the town is interested in. These are our target industries, and these are the areas where we're seeing the target industries grow and emerge, and these are the type of businesses that will be suitable in the areas that we have for redevelopment. So there is that opportunity to be intentional there.
And the zoning, because with all the restrictions on the zoning, that's the biggest problem. Down zoning, up zoning, that's.
Yeah, and when we talk about redevelopment, and I've had some of these conversations with senior leadership, I think sometimes my mind starts at a different place than maybe the minds of others who have seen Morrisville grow. Because I spent 15 years in the Chicago suburbs before coming here, which was truly developed and everything was tear down and rebuilt. So when we did the analysis, and we called so many acres redevelopment, that was really underutilized property. So when I'm looking at this, it's like, okay, we have over 900 acres left before we truly hit at least what, in my mind, I think of as true redevelopment. That may be different than what council thinks of as redevelopment. So to some extent, I think some common language or understanding of what redevelopment is might be good, because I think a lot of us might think of it differently.
Is that something you put together and send to us to react to? Because today is not the day for that.
Yeah, I will tell you, like the old FedEx property, that is probably one of the first true redevelopment sites, torn down and reconstructed. But there is a lot of other property left before that becomes the new norm. But we also see like Eastridge with renovations and upfits, and Southport with renovations and upfits. So is that what you're talking about when we're talking about redevelopment? Is it the reuse and upfit of some of these buildings? I just think at some point getting some common language around this could be beneficial.
That's a good point, but there's an opportunity to expand there. You know, a lot of those buildings are one level. You can continue to grow by building up on those existing buildings.
I'm operating under the assumption that Morrisville is gonna be around for at least 100 years, let's say, hopefully longer. Right, how, talking about Chicago, like how much, like, when I'm, you know, when talking about redevelopment, right, I don't think it makes sense to talk about this, you know, build out and in-state and kind of like this is the final state of Morrisville, because Morrisville will be, every municipality will be continually evolving and adapting to new times and a lot of different things. So I think, yes, everything is on the table, right? If we're thinking, if we're trying to set Morrisville up to, you know, survive into the future, you know, right? I feel like we sometimes play, you know, the short game of the budget and whatnot, but, you know, can we also play the long game of making sure that we are good stewards of the town for future generations, right? And I feel that getting this kind of geospatial analysis, so we can see, okay, what is working well, what's not working well, can inform those conversations that we can make now that might help us with our current financial picture, but get us, if we're not on solid ground, get us on solid ground and working towards a more future with surplus, I guess, for lack of a better word.
So, for closing that one out, I'd like to go to priorities. Thinking in 100 years, I want to be able to visit Markham Park and the Wake Tech Park, and continue working on greenways that we have planned and keep those moving forward. That will be a priority, I think, that our residents would be interested in, especially if we're not doing that much else that's resident facing. Activating a couple of parks and some greenways would go a long way to show that we're still moving forward. So,
We talk about an FY '28 priority.
Yep.
So we've got, like Markham can't move forward yet.
Not yet.
Wake Tech is in the CIP, in 20,
Oh, it's now, I mean, they're working towards that now.
so that's underway. We've got the Greenway. Do we want to have that as a,
I would like to activate Town Green before we commit to any future project. I just think that although I'd love to activate the design for a new park, I just really want to be all in on Town Green, and then after that's been launched, we'll start entertaining.
I think we are still talking about we are going into the weeds if we are talking about single parks. It's more on a higher level that we are talking about.
And
I would,
FY '28, I'm not interested in
yeah,
activating.
I would have to keep in mind, we're almost to the point of wrapping up the Parks Master Plan. And there will be another outreach to you all from the consultant before the report is finalized. But we're hopeful that that work and the report that results from it is really going to inform the conversation and what we can do both short-term and long-term.
And perhaps before we activate some of these spaces, I certainly, if we can reach consensus on at least doing a preliminary investigation on what it would take to do one of these geospatial analyses, to see if that is an endeavor worth pursuing. Because I truly think that going down that path will get us on the solid ground where we can talk about Markham, we can talk about greenways, we can talk about all the things that we want to do as a community.
And the master plan is an input to that too.
Could be.
so do you say that from the context of a park might not be the best thing?
Not saying that a
on
park,
properties?
not saying that a park might be the best thing, but if we're gonna allocate resources, if we're allocating resources in such a way that we're putting things into things that will need to be maintained, that will put us in a position where, future conversations, we're gonna have to be belt tightening, this kind of cycle, could we take a pause on that to investigate, well, what would help us loosen the belt a little bit?
But it's timing, because sometimes we have debt service that has to be fulfilled, and at that point, we will have no flexibility on future funds.
Well, you're actually talking about one step further. You're talking about when we get ready to activate the space. This is just an example. I am not advocating for it, but you're saying, like, would it maximize the space if we put, let's say, a small apartment building and a park and a pier and all the other stuff? Like, in other words, like, how can we do what we want in that space while not putting ourselves in a bind?
I'm not asking that.
You want a town-wide analysis
Yes.
before really taking any steps to go forward?
Is there any documentation about the geospatial you're talking about? I would
Yes.
really like to read that. I'm not this. I mean to say, like, this is like a one-pager kind of a thing. I want to go to.
I've got 6 of these. There's so much information and resources out there on this type of analysis.
And which towns have used this?
Post Falls, Indiana, the other ones here, Gainesville, Texas,
That's a really nice.
Lilburn, Georgia. There's other ones as well.
Anyone in North Carolina?
It's a firm in
Asheville,
Asheville.
yeah.
Raleigh is actually doing this investigation right now, so there could actually be efficiencies because this firm already has the data, right?
We already have the regional.
Yeah, they have the Wake County GIS data, and so there's an efficiency there. If we wanted to tack onto this, while Raleigh's doing theirs, that we could do. So there's a couple of different analyses that could be done. The revenue modeling is about $75K. The cost of services analysis is $75K, and then doing scenario analysis would be an additional $20K. So not thinking about the scenario analysis, keeping the number simple, $150,000 to do this type of analysis. I don't know what sort of efficiencies would get with, Raleigh having the data, but at least how much would it cost to like ask the question of like, hey, can we get a little bit, could we staff, I guess we council, consensus to ask staff to investigate and get us back, okay, what would it take? What is the benefit of doing something like this? That's,
Yes, I think that is worth asking them to take a look at and,
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
it's
I was
almost
gonna
like a
say
mini
that.
roundtable.
Yeah.
well, yes, but it also ties into the fact that we're talking about budget and how to deal with the slowdown in revenue and what do we do about that? And we're talking about long-term financial stability, so it
Yes.
all does kind of tie in.
I like the idea, but I think where I go is we always go into solutioning. Like the ask is.
the ask
basically-
is to get a better understanding of the problem.
Exactly.
That's ultimately what I'm trying to do here.
So
That we can talk about what the best solutions may be.
So let Michelle look into it and like come back. If this is geospatial, it could be anything else, but the baseline is the best value. Right.
So is there consensus on investigating?
So, this is a public meeting, you are asking something of council, I want to be very clear,
Mhm.
because we do have that Thursday
Yes.
work session, but if we agree today that it's okay to ask Michelle to look into this, and you're gonna provide her with details, and we have the town manager here to witness, then you wouldn't have to bring it up in Thursday's, work. In my opinion,
Sure.
that's how it works, right?
This was I've not looked at the roundtable items.
This was not a roundtable. The finance decoder, the finance decoder was.
Right, so still bring your roundtable, but I think this kind of opportunity is for understanding the cost and maybe a description of the scope of the work. I'd like to see more of a.
Yeah, asking the questions literally commits us to nothing.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
A little staff time, but I would support it, especially if we could look into maybe having NC State do a little project on it or something. Because this is
But that's
something that
different.
could be done.
Again,
Yeah,
again, it is
options.
solutioning. I think,
Yeah.
we are going to solutioning. Keep the problem statement and give it to them and let them come back with a solution.
Okay, let's get back to.
All right.
Got it.
Okay, Harrison, you
All right.
have what you need?
Yes. Thank you.
That's the thing, like.
Other
when you go
FY
to something,
'28
let it go.
priorities.
Because then we gotta get the values too. That's important.
equity.
And I do want to ask, it's 3:25, we've been going,
I need a break.
you want to take?
I need coffee.
Come back if you have another priority, and we'll skip right to values after you say your 2-sentence priority. Taking 10 or 15, Brent?
10.
Taking a 10-minute break. Everyone please come back. Come back. Come on back right now. I'm going to recognize town manager Zunema as we keep on heading through.
All right, home stretch.
Home stretch.
Home stretch. So for priorities for 28's budget, you have safety, accreditation, maintaining accreditation, bond rating at AAA, connectivity and engagement. I think the engagement is an important part of that. We connect pretty well with people. The engagement is what we've got to build. Sustainability, personnel, no risk. And we've also talked about how we might address, merit and COLA, fiscal responsibility, AI literacy, and stop low ROI if and when those can be identified. Anybody have any last addition to today's discussion of the priorities? This isn't a get published, this isn't a final decision, this is a help us start thinking about where we're headed.
I want to add equity to the list. It's really important to me that we don't make changes that will make people unable to participate in our programs without some type of offset.
Okay. Any other thoughts? If not,
I don't know if I thought it would be down in values, but I'll say it here too. I want to make sure there's no winners and losers, that we're being fair across the board, and not to harp on it, because we talked about it a lot, but this idea that residents or non-residents pay a different rate is important to me, as it is to everybody I know. But I don't want to speak for everybody, but that fairness factor.
Yeah, and I think that's a good start. I think it fits sort of both places, but, so again, from, what 3 to 5 values should explicitly shape our FY '28 budget, the suggestions there are reliability of core services, equity, fiscal resilience, transparency, innovation. There could be any number of more. I think we want to start our focus around maybe 5. Again, this is a start to discussion today. This is not a blessing of it, and we don't change anything. Other thoughts on values? Mayor?
Like leaning into affordability and being aware of resident burdens, like how some people, like seniors or other fixed income, keeping them in mind as we make decisions.
I think a lot of that is
Yeah,
related.
it is really in that space.
But that's okay.
Transparency.
Yeah,
I think
that's a
that
big
one
one.
should be number 1.
I agree with you.
And I think transparency can also be part of like data-driven stewardship or evidence-based choices, showing that we're using data.
I think that's two different things. I think data-driven decision-making is its own value, I think.
Right.
Well, then I'd like to add that.
Transparency to me is, a lot of.
Putting it out there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Customer service, from the eyes of the customer.
There you go.
Customer perspective type of thing.
We call it that.
Yeah.
The voice of the customer is what we
Voice
call
of
it.
the customer, I'm always using that, yeah.
That's everything, even before transparency.
And I'm just gonna add community perspective, because that's a concept we've already got, that we're already working with, is on posters around town that all of us talk about. By the way,
The other,
Second bullet point here, if you had to explain our data philosophy in one sentence, we cover that.
Well, I think we talked that a little bit at theme. We talked about, we heard you, we talked about protecting the future, we talked about we're at a crossroads. I think we can weave that into a theme that that's okay.
Do you have a certain sentence you'd like to share?
Oh, share.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's hear it.
Let me comment, okay?
We have all day, or at least another 10 minutes.
You don't have all day, I'm at
It's easy on the all day. A number of people may have your way and not be happy, so. All right, so we've got equity and fairness, affordability, transparency, data-driven decision-making, say that 3 times fast, and customer service or community perspective. Yours?
I missed the community perspective, but I just pulled up a list of values, and community was one of the values.
See, I didn't even read it, I told you.
Well, again, just a reminder that, community perspective came from a discussion that I had with you 2 Januaries ago.
I started that.
Because that started in that, and, by the time we were done with our conversation, we had heard it multiple times, and we started with a resident perspective, and then as we came back and I was sharing that with staff, we started saying, well, resident and business, and then it was resident and business and stakeholder. I said, okay, time out, it's community. Let's keep this simple. But yeah, so that's where that all started, was 2 years ago. But yeah, I think community and/or community perspective is important.
A couple of words for value, but it's workforce stability, service quality, organizational capacity. It's like our strategic plan, effective governance, something like that. But preserving our workforce as our big asset. So
what was the second one?
Workforce stability, service quality, organizational capacity. So that's almost organizational resilience, making making sure our staff is valued, we value our staff, something like that, to, they're doing the work.
Kind of quality service.
So I have one, it's innovation.
Thank you. I'm hold just for 1 second. I do want to say, I think particularly for the 2 newer members, you may not have seen this document, but it's been sent to you on organizational resilience. It's worth a read. That was a lot of work by staff and council to come together on that as we started to really focus on, where the root of all this conversation was. Is are we making sure that we're looking far enough ahead in the future? Are we making sure that we are not just trying to get through a single year at a time?
Innovation.
Thank you.
And then you have something?
What did I say?
Quality service.
Yeah, quality service, because, we say customer service, but from our staff point of view too, it's, be respectful, and that is number one. Like, we have to be proficient and respectful.
Yep. And I think that circles back to our town values as well. And again, we talk about those 4 values a lot. We talk about it when a new employee comes in, we talk about it in different meetings. We occasionally use it when we didn't do the best job we could have, and we remind people of those values. Harrison?
Would it make sense to pull community perspective out of the parentheses? Or at least just have community be its own thing?
We shouldn't chunk too early.
Sure.
And then I also wanted to add sustainability, both environmental and economic.
Can I add that to resilience? I think we talked a lot
It's
about
not-
that within resilience.
It's not technically resilience.
I tried to fight this fight a couple of years ago and I lost. I think financial sustainability is its own little thing.
Well, even if you talk about financial resilience and financial sustainability, financial resilience and financial sustainability, or environmental resilience and environmental sustainability, sustainability and resilience are 2 separate concepts.
But that's where we landed. I'm not gonna hold it up that, we don't need to open that can again, although I just did, but anyway.
I think the bucket of like community well-being, quality of life, safety, livability, I'm not sure what a good catch-all for that might be. But that's really the.
I think live connect, live well. That's where it might be.
Could be.
About quality of life and safe community.
Sounds great. Other values, people.
We don't have to have 25 values.
No, these are the start, and then we can chunk them or decide.
I don't think we have to chunk, I'm looking at the agenda, we've got 45 minutes, and we still have to talk about the customer, activities. So I'm just being a time people, community outreach.
So, yes, thank you. So I think, we've got some priorities to talk about that I think are a little bit internal as to what are we looking to do with the budget. We can certainly, those may go into the budget message. Again, we'll refine those over time, but it's a start. And then we've got the start of the theme. We heard you, protecting the future, crossroads, not one to tell if you come up with ones like that, I'm happy to do that. I did put 2 things in the parking lot. One is redevelopment. It sounds like we need to maybe have a work session on that to talk a little bit more about that. And then also geospatial analysis, which we will start doing some research on and then bring that back as we would roundtable topic. So for values that we're going to focus on for the FY '28 budget, we have equity and fairness, affordability, transparency, data-driven decision-making, quality customer service, community perspective, organizational resilience, innovation, sustainability, and quality of life, safe community. I think those are solid lists. I think those have, we've gotten there a little different than Jeannie's gotten us there sometimes in the past, but I think this is sort of coming from the whole day's conversation, so I'm pretty happy with that. I hope you are. I think that's a good start as we then, because we've got, I think multiple opportunities to come back now and have some additional conversation with you. So one of those is certainly going to be, a redevelopment follow-up that can give you some more information on about this budget or future budgets. We've also got the CIP coming up in October. That will be a deep dive during a work session. And then we've also got, coming back to you, Councilmember Garamella had suggested looking at some policies. And so some of that we're already working on. And I think I shared a little bit with that with you, either in a weekly email or just a reminder that, we've looked at what the output has been from Carrie and what some of the questions by the auditor have been. So we're comparing that to our own policies to make sure we're not missing anything there. We had already started a conversation around updating our policy on travel and training. That is pretty close to being ready to come to you to take a look at. So that'll be another work session where I think we bring a number of those different answers back. And again, some of it is just, it's not simple because it's not all in one place. There's different policies that address similar topics, sometimes intentionally, sometimes maybe not quite as intentionally, but that's where we land. So, we'll bring those back to you again. As a reminder, most of those policies you approved. I'm not saying you should expect to remember all of them, but, the majority of that comes through you and we've established with you. But again, it's always good to take another fresh look. And we've already done some of that work, and some of that work we'll get ready to do and bring that back to you at some point this fall in a work session.
So, from the values, I go back to what Ann was saying, push AI into the workforce. I don't know which value, how you say that, like basically our word is, AI first, human later.
I think it comes under innovation as a value, I mean.
Yeah, correct, but specifically, pushing that in.
AI adoption.
And I would push back against AI first, human later,
See.
and say
Yeah, I don't like
human
that.
first, AI
No,
additionally.
that's not how the world is. You go to ChatGPT,
AI is the middle of the sandwich. You got human, AI, human.
yeah, say, if you need a human to start anything.
Sure.
And then, you just look what it comes out and just say, okay, yeah, it looks good, move on. Like auto, Copilot.
That is definitely not how I want staff to operate.
No, so, but many things are there, like especially pulling documents and all those things and reports and other stuff. There's a lot of things that can be done.
Yeah, if Kayla was here, I would have her explain some of what she's working on, but I don't understand it all, so I'm not gonna try. But she's done a lot of work. She and Billy have spent a lot of time together working on things related to pulling public records requests and tracking information. She and Jeannie have done yeoman's work. Others have supported organizing our SharePoint files, again, particularly in terms of labels and things like that, so that when we do these public records requests, we aren't coming back with things that shouldn't be released. And here's just one quick example. So we've got two monumental public records requests from our very good friend across the street. And one of those is anything relating to Pew House. And then the other one is a different topic. But for example, the one for the Pew House, what we initially did previously was we went into Outlook and sorted for any emails that were relevant to that and asked staff for documents. So we were able to give her some software that dramatically reduces that. But when we did the first search through SharePoint for Pew House, we came back with like 3 different disciplinary matters that had nothing to do with anything other than the name Pew was somewhere in there. So it gets captured. So, when initially that search was done for the Pew House, I think it was over 10,000 records. And those got to be they've got to be individually examined. So the software that we purchased, I think, narrowed that down to like 3,000, which is still crazy, but it's better than 10,000. So we are using AI to help us with that, just as one example of that. And Kayla has done a lot of really good work. And Rick as well, who had visit training today, or he would be here. But Billy particularly has helped her. We're doing a lot of building things inside rather than always going outside for software as well. So that's yes. Yep, so we've done some of that. So we had someone from Microsoft that came and directed instruction on Copilot for staff. It was a start. It's not the end by any means. And then actually just 2 weeks ago, several of us were here for an AI session that Central Pines hosted that was done by a group out of George Washington University and I'm working on getting them to come to that Leadership Team Plus meeting, to speak to all of our supervisors, because he was, my humble opinion, better than the Microsoft guy, and he can tailor it a little bit, I think, more to us, and he really understands all the large language models and all how that works, and presented it in a way that, like, I understood, which was good, because, you know, it's important.
Like, just, one thing is, as I said, ask the staff issues, then we can have the IT filter through that, and I think we should have a work session on this. Because there's so much value that can come out of it.
Yeah, we'll continue to bring you examples of that and share with you what we're doing and how that's advancing.
No, more than that, I think we want to be a part of it, was what I'm saying. Was like, you bring the stuff, we'll just say, okay, you know, there's only so much, every week something is changing. That's how fast AI is moving.
Understand, I agree. We can talk a little bit more about bringing it to the council. I want to better understand that a little bit.
But you'll bring your issues to the council, so that's why we just read it out, that's all.
So we can determine how they should be solved with AI?
No, we can then have like a industry knowledge, you know, like they don't, I'm not trying to be any disrespectful, but it's hardly anything that they know what is going on in the industry outside.
That might be a smaller.
We bring insights from our professional careers that are different, but similar to, you know, municipal.
I don't think that's council time, that might be one-on-ones or small groups.
I
To
wanted
just sort of share your thoughts with Brandon, he'll filter them.
I wanted to mention that we do have a community innovation group, and that might be a good avenue to.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of work.
Yeah.
So
that
funnel
can
through
be
that.
one of their topics that they select a subgroup for, which would really demonstrate the power of that group and how that is working better than, again, there's an example of how we've addressed something that wasn't working efficiently, and we've turned to something that is working efficiently, so that's good. All right, anything else on priority? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's kind of like a wordle.
That's a genie.
I like it.
Somebody's been working behind the scenes. So we'll send some stuff to you. We'll get some of this documented, the daily documented. We'll update all that with you. Harrison.
I had mentioned this earlier in the day, but talking about budget philosophy, but the budget is a short-term document, and I would like for our philosophy to be, or our budget philosophy to be informed by trends gleaned from historic annual comprehensive financial reports. And I hope to reach consensus on, considering that as an investigative thing to look into it, to ask the question on that front.
Could that be just putting the last 20 of them into AI and seeing what Copilot turns out? Is that what you've already done?
Taking the afternoon to validate this.
I'm going to say, we can feed all the budget into one and.
Annual comprehensive financial report, more specifically.
And ask them to use that data, and basically we spit it out.
Yeah.
It's like less than 15-minute job to get that. If Jeannie will give me all the budgets for the last 10 years, I'll do it in 5 minutes.
I probably have 26 years worth of budgets in my office.
We'll be happy to bring you some.
No, but yeah, I hear where it's saying coming, but we are entering into a different beast right now because every parcel, we are tanking out. So the trajectory was nice, now it's pretty much flat, but the expenses are high. That's where I'm seeing how it is going to go.
All right, we're good. We got about 30 minutes to talk about community engagement, or if there's anything that we haven't discussed that you would like to discuss, we can do that now, we can do that another time. If there's something more pressing you feel is relevant to what we discussed today. I'll open that door just for a minute. Okay.
So this is your last chance to talk about the budget.
Well,
Well,
until,
You're so funny, Councilmember Johnson.
for today.
For today.
Opportunity, there's something on your mind, you need to say it now, because now we're gonna move on to, community outreach, and then we're gonna
What do we need?
For the day?
Yes.
Yeah, and if you have a thought, I understand you may think, well, I'm gonna share that, with Brandon later, but the value is everybody being here and the 7 of you discussing it. Councilmember Dunn.
So I remember the one sentence that we had talked about, on the budget. What it says. I think the question was, how to describe in one sentence what the concept is.
Can you speak up, Ashim?
So for mine, it is building the budget at the revenue neutral rate and make expenditure fit to them.
Wait, whoa.
That's one sentence.
Yeah.
You gotta talk towards the microphone so we can all hear you.
Oh, I don't know.
The mics don't amplify sound, they're just
No, that's what I'm doing.
No, but if you're looking that way, we can't hear you.
Correct. So building the budget at the revenue neutral rate, and then making expenditures fit to them. That is,
Is this something that we're all committing to, or what's
No,
happening right now?
We're just putting ideas on the board.
putting,
Budget philosophy.
Budget philosophy.
so under the first section, there was a bullet point that says
Point one.
in one sentence. So I think we will repeat that.
So,
That says our, but he's saying his.
no, I get it,
Okay.
but well, first of all, I think it's early to say that we want to be revenue neutral or to make any statement about the direction of the budget. But also, I mean, the last time we talked about this, we couldn't even keep the lights on at revenue neutral. Like, we really need, I think we really need to be careful about throwing out statements like that. Because, I mean, we already know that we are seriously squeezed in FY '27. And I don't even think we were revenue neutral. But after a reval, to say that we're going to be revenue neutral, I think it's way early in the process, and I think we need to understand the implications of a statement like that on a budget process.
But, I mean, I understand that, but the question is asked now, so I'm answering that now.
That's just his perspective, he's saying, that's all it is.
Okay, I'm not saying that he doesn't have a right to his perspective, I'm saying, okay, all right, never mind.
No,
Go.
You're both right, but that's his position. The other thing I would just, with my experience on the revenue neutral thing, is even if we do set it to revenue neutral, it really depends individually as to what the rate of increase or decrease on an individual property. So some residential properties in the last reval were 50+%, but the commercial was 46%. So even at revenue neutral, there was a tax increase for all residential properties. So just keep that in mind.
I think the other piece of that, just from a worst case scenario, is revenue neutral tax rate could be a tax increase. I mean, if the reval comes back and the value decrease, you could have to have a tax increase just to be at revenue neutral. Just want to make sure we're all thinking through that as well.
But I mean, if you were comes over, we still have, right?
Well, you'll have less revenue, but you won't have revenue neutral.
So in order
There's
for
a
their,
difference.
in order for their tax bill to be the same, you increase their tax rate. So if that's the thing you care about, then that's different. It's the tax bill versus the tax rate. So,
Yeah, and that's really important.
That's important.
Because whatever tax rate we set in a reevaluation year, every property is evaluated differently. And so every property owner is affected then differently. So just because you may set a tax rate that you think, or I don't mean you, I mean you, us, that whoever. Collective you, thank you, the collective you. I use the collective you a lot. But if we set a tax rate, it doesn't affect everybody the same way.
And we
So-
don't influence.
And we have no control over that, that's right. So you have to be really careful when you're talking, and it's hard, this is a hard topic for the public to kind of swallow and process, that's right. Because can't affect each individual homeowner or property owner and allow them and give them the opportunity to not have any kind of tax bill increase. That's not what we.
Unless they're eligible for one of the weekends.
Unless they do some kind of program. Yeah.
But,
So
and
anyway.
I don't, and I have apprehension too and concern, but I thank Councilmember Patel for sharing that position, because I think it's important that we have that dialogue, we understand where we are today and where our positions are today, and as we get more information, because we're gonna start to get more preliminary evaluation information, and then the real numbers in December, we'll have a better idea of whether your revenue neutral is a good thing or it's a challenge, right?
Yes, sir.
With the community engagement stuff, probably education on this whole revenue neutral tax rate would be good. What was our revenue neutral tax rate for this year?
From the last revaluation, it was 30 cents.
30 cents.
We were at 39, and revenue neutral was 30. That's how dramatic the change was.
That's
And,
where I get scorched.
and council elected to go to 35 cents. So that added about $4.75 million based on our value at the time.
And then the difference between different properties getting,
And everybody's affected differently.
Yeah.
And here's the other piece, and I don't know how this is gonna play out this year, but Jeannie or Byron, they're really good about letting us know that when the properties are reevaluated, sometimes residential goes up higher than commercial. So a revenue neutral rate may affect the residential community very different from the commercial community. And that's happened twice now in reverse order.
In different neighborhoods that affect different too.
Well, yeah, but
And we're-
anyhow, so it's really important to know where the differential is, whether it's on the commercial property, whether it's on residential property, because then whatever we do tax rate wise affects them even differently.
and that's true for the appeals as well.
For the
Yes.
The
yes,
appeals.
Yes,
yeah.
which the irony is, the commercial grew at a lesser rate than the residential, and yet the commercial appeals are more prevalent than the residential.
But just to be clear, the reason that the commercial grew so much, or the delta was smaller for commercial, was because a lot of the really huge commercial was newer. So houses that hadn't been evaluated in 4 years had like skyrocketed in value, but because the commercial had been evaluated when it came online, it was closer to what it should have been.
Well, the housing market just changed so much more dramatically than anything in the commercial market. I mean, that's the other thing. Like, if I could have sold my house for what they said I could at the peak, I mean, I had to look good at the peak. I mean, I had to look good at the peak. I mean, I had to look good at the peak. I mean, but, yeah.
A lot of people did that.
So back to
You have your
Ann's-
office, man, you can stay there.
No.
Back to Ann's kind of comment. Ann's, and I'm not saying anybody is doing this right now, but Ann's right. Don't stake out a position yet, because there's so much more information to come. So you can't stake out a position today without understanding the ramifications, and we don't know what those ramifications are right now.
I agree. I think that goes back to your service levels. And, you know, again, you will collectively make decisions about what you want those service levels to be, and that may influence whether or not there's a revenue neutral tax rate or not.
And one thing more for Byron, all our loans or whatever, you know, at what percentage are they, when are they coming up for, you know, like redoing it? Because the loans are not coming down, it's only going to go up. The interest rates are just going up. Okay, that's, I can say from a bank point of view, that's what I've been told. So that also affects how much, you know, refinancing is into the budget.
Yeah, they bring us debt refinancing when it's appropriate.
Yeah.
It looks like it makes sense.
Yeah, and we evaluate that, our financial advisors evaluate that. So when we have the opportunity to do a refunding, we try and take advantage of that. Obviously, there are times where that might not necessarily be financially prudent to do so. Let's say interest rates are going to go down, 0.25%, but the cost of, issuing a new bond ends up being more than whatever we would save. Obviously, we wouldn't do it. But, they're really good about giving us that information, letting us know kind of where interest rates are going. I agree right now, interest rates seem as though they're going to, at the very least, maintain some level of stability for a little while. So it's not something that we see on the horizon, given that most of our bonds that have not been issued, in the past year or two are, at a lower interest rate than kind of where the market sits right now. If that flips, or if for some reason it does come down, even with the ones that we've recently done, there's typically a window when we get to do that, and we might not be there for the latest ones yet. But that's certainly something that we'll continue to sort of evaluate and take advantage of that when it comes.
But the reason I bring this up, which is pretty critical, is all these business and tech people, during COVID, they got the PPP loans, and they took business loans 5 years. But 2027, 2026, and 8 is where their interest rates all lapse, and they have to refinance it. And people are just filing bankruptcies left, right, center, because they are not able to sustain with that 7%. And that will affect our taxes, kind of a thing.
So I want to just quickly share and react to Councilmember Patel's statement. I am always hesitant to go ahead and stake out something early, but I am much more on the put the needs first and the tax rate follow that. And I'm going to be open-minded about the low ROI things, because I think we created different programs, and even if they have low ROI or if they don't have as many attendees for a festival or something, I'd like to keep on doing them, because I think that's how we build community. So I'm a little bit more, keep doing what we're doing, expand, make better what we're doing, even if that causes an increased tax rate. So I'm just coming at it a little bit differently, that I'm more quality of life focused and less revenue neutral or tax rate freeze focused. So I think a part of today was sharing that out as much as possible. We're only doing it a little bit at the end now, but these have been some really great conversations.
And one last thing, we'll talk about this when it comes to probably the CIP discussion, is the right time to do it, but, your next opportunity to borrow is gonna be in FY '28 for Fire Station 2. So, we're likely gonna need to borrow, I'm gonna say round number, $10 million, maybe a little bit less than that. But you're gonna need to borrow, in '28 to do that. So there's a discussion to be had about whether that's a bond or if that's just a borrowing based on what it is. As we also talk about, what's the next thing that could come that would require a bond and hit debt. Again, as a reminder, you've got about $40 million in debt capacity without a tax increase. We're gonna probably take about a quarter of that to do the fire station. That's gonna leave you about $30 million in debt capacity, should you choose to use it, don't have to, of course. And that impacts, that debt number going down the road, and if we wanna think about that, but, right now, we think from existing conversations, the community center is potentially that next thing. But again, this CIP discussion will help us look at that and what else is out there and what do you want the timing to be on that. We'll be able to bring you some updated information from Davenport, looking at, what does it mean if we do it now? What does it mean if we borrow this much versus this much versus this much, et cetera. So that's also a piece of that puzzle.
So I'm sorry, so 10 million for the new fire station. But what other needs are there that can be bundled if we do a bond? Because 10 million for a bond is, you go through the expense of a bond.
Yes.
10 million doesn't seem like enough. Is there anything else on the horizon?
If I can ask a quick question, what is enough on the value?
So, and for some that might be, and I might agree in the end, the cost to go for a bond for $10 million is okay.
So-
But typically we go for way more than 10 million on bonds, because how much does it cost to go out and
So
go through a bond process.
150,000 or something.
How much is the process itself, or how much is the debt service?
No, the process to go through a bond, to put a bond on the ballot.
Jeannie, do you know how much was
So
that?
it's about $800,000, I think, at this point.
So that's
Depending on
almost
the
10%.
size of the projects that you bundle. I mean, we
Which
had a
would be
pretty
effective.
sizable amount, so it ended up being a fairly expensive process. But it's now ranging from 4 to 8, depending on that volume.
Okay, obviously, yes, and it depends on the volume you're at, the amount you're
And
asking.
the number of times you issue, so remember we've had where we've done more than just 2 issues or 1 issue. So each time you issue something, it's like another hit.
So Liz,
Process.
community center is one you can put on it.
That's gonna be a big one.
I know, but I mean to say like, if you, you're bundled because like those ones are like where people will go for.
Well, that's the next thing is, you know, do you want to do one bond in 28 and then turn around and try to do another bond in 31? Do you want to do it all together? You know, in terms of other projects, I think at cloud level, certainly the community center is a piece of that puzzle. Depending on what a design looks like for the Wake Tech Park, you know, that's not going to be $10 million, but it might be worthy of including in a bond that includes money towards, you know, public safety and parks.
I think if we're gonna do something with the Pew House, it's almost certainly gonna have to be a bond project.
That certainly is a conversation that can be had in October as well.
Or Church Street, you know, Church Street enhancements to go a step higher than what we are doing. That's also a bond.
All of that is
So
open for discussion.
I'm sorry, we don't have to decide this now, but this is a conversation we should have ASAP.
Yes. Yep, that's coming with your CIP conversation.
I see we've arrived at the scheduled wrap-up time.
We're still gonna talk about community engagement a little bit.
Yeah,
We're also-
4:30, I'm
But
out.
that could be a work session item.
Yeah, and if staff could provide what the difference in the rates would be between traditional borrowing and the bond,
Yeah.
and how much it would have to be in order to make it matter.
Yeah, it's important the timing of the year, so you mentioned the ACFR a number of times now, and part of our traditional process is to always wait till we get data. Data drives our future decisions, and we add that information into our financial models for handling debt and reserves with CIP in particular. And that's the piece that we're at now, is wrap up audit, 'cause that's really Garner's primary priority at this point, wrapping up audit. Get that data, roll it into our models, look at the projects that you've already given us, but actually put now that information in front of you to reprioritize this picture. What is this 5-year picture? Because you're at that major update. You're at your 4th year for your policy for CIP. But where does the bond fit? What do those rates look like? Can you afford it? What's pay-go? What's debt? That's gonna be all on the table for our discussion this year. We're redesigning our 5-year CIP.
Great, thank you. So how can you get us talking about community engagement without having a solution?
Well, I think we shared some of that with you. So I think, you know, the high level of community engagement is one, is that we would like to involve you more directly in community engagement. I think there's something to be said for you hearing directly from some of the residents and the other stakeholders. I think we can do that a couple of different ways. I think we can literally go knock neighborhoods. I don't think that's out of the realistic expectation. And I think that knock is to introduce the idea of here's what's going on, and maybe that's the QR card for the survey, maybe that's a handout that's got the QR code, plus a, hey, we're having a town hall. We would really like for you to be there. Please RSVP here if you're willing to come and, you know, have dinner with us, spend some time with us, wherever you want to describe that. I think that's a portion of it. Clearly, a revised survey is something we will get working on and bring back to you for a review of that before we start using that. And there's going to be a couple surveys, right? The first one is going to be the early on, what are your priorities? You know, now expanding that into what are you willing to pay for? What's more important than the other? That sort of thing. So that's survey 1, and I think survey 2 is more to the specifics of what's potentially in this budget, and you know, how are you approaching funding that, and what does that look like? So I think that survey happens. I think we certainly continue to take advantage of our advisory committees and get them engaged in these conversations. I mean, that's 50 people, not 500, but it's 50 people that are sitting there that want to be engaged, that are looking for opportunities to interact. So I think the advisory committees are a part of that. I think it's not above us to set up a tent outside of a Walmart or a Target. I think to sit in MAFC, to sit at CFCC's ish, because I mean, it's not a ton of foot traffic, but places that we can go, that we can draw, you know, direct feedback. Or again, if people don't want to stop, it's at least hand them the flyer that says, hey, we're having this meeting, or would you complete our survey, would you do both? You know, because I would love to see us, you know, times 10 the feedback we had last year for this year, to at least start to approach a reasonable, significant, statistically significant amount of feedback.
Yeah, we door knocked with the bond things, you know, like a lot of door knocking, and like they gave us like 200, 300. Okay, this is your quota, go for it. Mark,
you had mentioned, you know, the 50 people that we have on the committees, and that not being enough, but I like this idea of door knocking, because if we got those 50 people to knock on 10 doors, then we potentially have 500 responses. So expanding, like the more people we could bring in to do this, the more outreach we would be able to do.
Yep.
I think. That if they're willing.
We want to make it their budget.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Like your budget.
Exactly. What are you
Yeah, there's definitely a tagline to be had. I think there's a way to approach that. It's just different than what we've tried to do before.
I'd participate in a door knock day if we invited everybody in the committees, you know, and the council, and we each took, you know, a section of town, and I'd participate in that. I feel like I participate in that
I like
every.
the idea of engaging the committee members with the door knock.
Yeah.
I think that is really cool.
I'm
think
knocking
that's
doors
good.
every week anyway, so.
I mean, I
what's
think
the
as we
difference, you know?
do
I was
special
gonna say,
events.
the election's coming up, some of us may be doing things, so other candidates at that same time can.
Maybe.
I don't know if we can do
Maybe.
it.
No, both are different. No.
Definitely
Big no.
Hard no, hard no.
All right,
Yeah.
no,
But special events, I think, you know, we've had a lot of opportunities where, you know, Michelle in transportation has set up at tables, other people have set up. So if we set up, and we've done budget, when we set up a budget table, it'd be nice to have one of you at that budget table with us to maybe instigate some of that conversation and make that invitation. Because, you know, again, us making the invitation is nice, but then meeting a council member or the mayor or mayor pro tem saying, hey, I'd really like you to be there, I think bears a little more weight than we bring to it.
And I've had two ideas, I think, that I've not acted upon yet, but I've talked with Brandon about one of them. Having these town halls, which you've brought up, of like, okay, I want to be at a place and a time and, you know, invite the community in, you know, I think it's a question of advertising at that point, you know, how exactly does that work? Then also, so that's one where there's no foot traffic, right? You know, the historic Christian church, right? No foot traffic there, really. You'd have to actually do a lot of advertising. But what if it is a booth at the farmer's market and you have people walking through and you have a chair, right? And you just have a short little conversation. Exactly.
So, great idea, but I look at the results. We should target 2,500 inputs or something like that, a higher number. Because if we are doing all these things and if we don't get that much, it's worthless, you know, because these kind of things we don't do all the time. When we do it, let's do it all.
I still think we should send a link out in a text message too. I mean, I think if you send somebody a text about something they actually care about, I think it's just way more effective than sending an email or a piece of snail mail.
Yeah, no, we have the ability to do that.
I'd also be interested in a town hall off-site somewhere, like at HSNC or at the APS or at First Baptist Church, or just something
Clubhouse and
different.
Rec and Ranch.
That would be neat too.
and this is basically community engagement, so
Yeah.
even the basis of worship, we will be open to us going and.
I think so.
But we're targeting Morrisville residents, like that.
Right.
Yes.
Fair.
Yeah, I would, and maybe you said about going to shopping centers or whatever, setting up tent in front of Target. Let's go into the neighborhoods too. I don't know if he said that. Maybe he
No, we
said
can go to the HOAs, I think
Yeah.
that certainly is a.
But I mean,
a
even
reasonable-
set up a time where, you know, we show up in Breckenridge or Kitts Creek and whoever's there.
At one of their events.
Nah, it dilutes the whole thing. It's good to have it, but I think, like, when the real engagement is when you have 30, 40, 50 people in the room and ask the hard questions, and that's where, you get good inputs out.
Yeah. Also, one thing that has struck me, and that we've all kind of danced around this, it's the way it's all communicated is gonna be really important. And instead of asking people, you know, what do you want in the budget? I think this year we've asked you what you wanted in the budget before. We still have that information. We want to verify, but oh, by the way, we're not going to be able to afford all this. What of these things would you be interested if we needed a tax increase? Would you be interested in a tax increase to fund? You tell me what. I think.
And what don't you like right now?
Well, 100%. Well, I'm afraid of that, because, you know, I heard recently, we don't need another park in this town, so, and I'm like, I don't know about that.
Right.
No.
So, you gotta, but anyhow, that's 100%. I agree. Sorry, there's two hands up on me.
So when I
Aaron's
was,
been waiting for quite a while.
No,
Sorry.
okay, you go ahead.
when I was growing up, I played a lot of computer games, just little flash games.
I
And,
was shocked.
We all know.
So did I.
And what I'm thinking about right now is with regards to, you know, the interactivity of doing things. And honestly, there's a lot of things that I've learned in my life through playing video games. But maybe it's a game design that I'm thinking of where, right, you are in charge of balancing this municipal budget, right? And you
That's
have.
the top list. That's what he was talking about.
Yeah.
Great.
Cool.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt because I think you all have a lot of really cool and unique ideas. But also wanted you to know that literally from the moment you adopted the FY27 budget, staff has been talking internally about how we also can help sort of support, educate the public and the community about how a budget is developed, what certain terms mean, because we talk a lot internally about local government jargon and acronyms, and we all know what these terms mean because we use them, but we need to help others understand them so they can better understand how we get to decisions we get to. So comms and the finance staff has been working. We are planning sort of a long process of social media, sort of educational type posts around the budget of like a did you know or FAQ, different things like that, different periods from sort of now through the end of the year into next spring, really so they can sort of see the process the way that you all see the process and that we see the process of here's some of those terms that you maybe heard and did you know this meant this, or you know, this is the definition of ad valorem tax, or this is revenue neutral, or that kind of thing. Then as we get into mid-year, then as we get into like budget prep and development, really sort of taking them along that path with us. But just wanted you to know we're ready to help support and advertise and get the word out too. So excited to hear your ideas.
Feedback, just to give you some context, so it's up on the actual calendar up here. Just some ideas that Aaron's talking about. We're targeting before the end of August, National AI Month, really connecting data and investment to outcomes in this budget. And that starts the path of conversations for future investments and things like that. Paul and I talked about in October doing something around, video around fleet and road maintenance. Again, connecting actual investments that you've given us this year to actual outcomes that are coming in this budget. So that it grounds with people of what that meaning is, and when you talk about fleet and road maintenance in a future budget, they might have a better understanding of that. But we have just these lots of ideas and topics throughout the whole year that we can fold into this outreach for a new budget year. But it's to get people connected to the investment, to an outcome, and the data that's supporting it.
I wanted to add on, there's a reason why these trend data and this resource is called Finance Decoder, is because it's designed to be accessible to people who don't have a finance background, who don't have a, you know, that deep understanding. So could be used as a community engagement tool. Along with, I think the Sankey diagram is honestly a really great way to visualize some of this stuff as well, because it's definitely hard to conceptualize the magnitude of, where things come from, where things go, but that's basically just a snapshot of like, oh, a lot of resources are going to fire and police. It's like, okay, yeah, that's probably good, right? So I appreciate that was included in our packet as well.
Can we just have everyone just glance at Erin real quick? She's getting a picture of the group. Everyone turn around and look at Erin.
Oh, I didn't know you were that.
It has to be natural.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I think we're at a good place with that as well. So I will say thank you. Very appreciative of your time today. I hope this was valuable to you. It was certainly valuable to us to help us as we really start to dig in even earlier into an FY28 budget process. Again, I'll send you an email Monday or Tuesday that summarizes what I think happened today and what some of our next steps are, what some of our next dates are for different work sessions and other things. If you leave this and do have any ideas that, oh, I wish I would have said, please feel free to send those to me. I can certainly share those out to the group as a whole, not for responses, so we don't do business in email, but so that everybody can see those. And we will see you all on Tuesday for a council meeting.
And Thursday, right?
And Thursday.
And the following Friday.
So thank you so much to staff for being here. Thank you for my fellow council members for taking time on a Saturday and sharing your thoughts and your values. This is pretty much the start of the FY28 budget, so thank you all very much, really appreciate it. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion from Member Cameron Body, a second from Councilmember Patel. All those in favor of adjourning this summer retreat, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously 7-0. It is 4:30, we are adjourned.
Thank you all.
We should make this a
Thank you to
regular
staff,
process.
appreciate it. To staff, appreciate it. To staff, appreciate it. To staff.